Chapter 615. The genius battle was held in a very ancient and fragmented space in the five-element state. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. This fragmented space was a space that had been shattered by an almighty in ancient times. As time passed, the fragmented space came under the control of the five-element state. Later on, the Five Elements Academy used the fragmented space as a place to select genius disciples. Therefore, the original fragmented space had been renamed the Bloody Battle Space. That's right, it was called the Bloody Battle Space. Within the Bloody Battle Space, there were countless inherited treasures. As long as one could enter, they would definitely receive the inherited treasures. Some people could even soar through the sky. Therefore, the Bloody Battle Space was very attractive to the geniuses of the five-element state. The Bloody Battle Space was located in the most central city of the five-element state. The Bloody Battle City was originally a dilapidated city. However, because of the Bloody Battle Space, it had become a city that attracted the attention of the world. This city was very dilapidated. Normally, no one would come here. The Bloody Battle City was also a city directly under the Five Elements Academy. Without the permission of the Five Elements Academy, no one could enter. Only when the Five Elements Academy opened the Bloody Battle Space would the Bloody Battle City be overcrowded. The genius battle was about to begin. All the forces in the Five Element State had made their preparations. They led their respective sects, genius disciples, to the Bloody Battle City. Kaiyang City, Li Family Mansion. The Li family patriarch stood in the square. Below him stood Li Mingzhu, Li Xiaoke, and Feng Chun. The three of them were the representatives of the Li family who would be participating in the genius battle. As for Li Xian and Li Cheng, with their strength, entering the Bloody Battle Space would be suicide. The lowest threshold to enter the Bloody Battle Space was the spiritual whirlpool realm. Therefore, any genius who could enter the Bloody Battle Space was a genius of the spiritual whirlpool realm. The Li family patriarch looked at the three people in the square with a serious expression. This genius battle was unusual. The slightest carelessness could lead to death in the Bloody Battle Space. The three of you must be careful when you enter the Bloody Battle Space. Don't provoke the top geniuses, the Li family patriarch said with a serious expression. Feng Chun and the other two nodded. They also felt a bit of pressure coming from the Battle of Geniuses. In Mizar City, the three of them could be considered as top geniuses of the younger generation, but in the entire Five Elements province, there were numerous people that were stronger than them. They were nothing at all. Even Feng Chun wouldn't dare say that he could walk out of the bloody space unscathed. However, the temptation of the Bloody Battle Space was too great. Feng Chun had to go. Our Kaiyang City is very far away from Bloody Battle City. Let's begin our operation today. The Li clan leader said in a low voice. This time, the Li clan patriarch was going to personally escort Feng Chun and the other two to Bloody Battle City and watch them enter the Bloody Battle Space. The Li clan leader explained some details about the Battle of Geniuses to Feng Chun and the others, then led them out of the Li clan residence. Walking on the streets of Kaiyang City, the Li clan leader met the Lu clan leader. Li clan leader, how about we go together? Asked the Lu clan leader. Behind the Lu clan leader was only Lu Lianxue. She was currently disguised as a man. If you didn't know her personally, you wouldn't be able to recognize her. Seeing Lu Lianxue like this, Feng Chun was startled, but in the end he didn't ask why. The Li clan leader nodded. All right, let's go to Bloody Battle City together. The Lu clan leader smiled faintly. Then the group left Kaiyang City. After the geniuses of the two clans left the city, the Yang clan leader also personally led Yang Xiujian to Bloody Battle City. Bloody Battle City was very far away from Kaiyang City. However, they were all Spirit Vortex Realm experts and could fly for a long time. Their speed was very fast. Several days later, they finally arrived at a plain not far from Bloody Battle City. During this time, Feng Chun and the others encountered many cultivators from various factions who were hurrying to Bloody Battle City. The six of them stopped flying and landed on the plain. We're about to reach Bloody Battle City, said the Li clan leader in a low voice. The The Liu clan leader also nodded and explained, there are very complicated spatial currents in the sky above Bloody Battle City. We can't fly. Fang Chun was startled when he heard this. He lifted his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. He suddenly realized that the space above the sky seemed to be distorted. However, in an instant, he couldn't see anything. It was as if what he just saw was an illusion. Let's go, said the Li clan leader. The group continued forward. Soon, they saw a dilapidated city. The city walls were extremely dilapidated. Moreover, the city walls were built with mud. In this dilapidated city, there were countless cultivators. It was a sea of people. Is that Bloody Battle City? Fang Chun sensed that there was an oppressive aura around Bloody Battle City. Although they hadn't entered Bloody Battle City yet, he could still feel a trace of oppression. As if he sensed the change in the four of them, the Li clan leader said, Bloody Battle City is a very special existence. This oppressive aura is emitted from the bloody battle space. Fang Chun was shocked. Just the aura emitted from the bloody battle space could make a spiritual vortex realm cultivator feel oppressed. What was it like inside the bloody battle space? Fang Chun and the others unknowingly entered Bloody Battle City. At this moment, there were cultivators everywhere in Bloody Battle City. Moreover, the cultivation of every cultivator was at the spiritual vortex realm. The entire Bloody Battle City was dark. Standing at the front were some of the strongest forces in the five-element state. Small forces like the three major clans of Mizar City could only stand at the back corner of Bloody Battle City. The forces that came to Bloody Battle City were almost all major forces. Any one of them could easily destroy the three major clans of Mizar City. Fang Chun, who was standing in the corner, could vaguely see a few young figures with strong auras at the front of Bloody Battle City. They should be the elites of the younger generation of the five-element state, Fang Chun said to himself. Fang Chun and the others waited for 3 full days in Bloody Battle City before all the cultivators arrived. One day, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Then, a strong wind blew and the sky changed color. Just as everyone was puzzled, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air from afar. Then, a black figure instantly shot over from outside Bloody Battle City. When everyone saw the figure clearly, he was already standing on the blood-colored battle platform at the front of Bloody Battle City. It's an elite from the Five Elements Academy, the Li clan leader said in a low voice. Fang Chun raised his eyes and stared at the expert from the Five Elements Academy. He could feel that this expert had an aura that could shake the hearts of people. So strong, Fang Chun exclaimed to himself. After the elite from the Five Elements Academy appeared, the noisy Bloody Battle City instantly quieted down. All of the martial artists gathered their gazes and looked towards this powerhouse from the Five Elements Academy. I, the Bloody Spearman, am in charge of opening the Bloody Battle Space this time, the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice as he looked around with his cold eyes. The Bloody Battle Space will open at noon tomorrow. Cultivators of the spiritual whirlpool realm below the age of 50 can enter. Other cultivators are not allowed to enter, the Bloody Spearman said coldly. Then, the Bloody Spearman explained some things about the Battle of Geniuses. There were no rules in the Bloody Battle Space. Fists were the rules. As long as one was strong enough, one could kill any genius at will. This was the privilege of the Bloody Battle Space. In the outside world, no matter how strong one was, one would not dare to casually kill other geniuses. However, in the Bloody Battle Space, one did not have to worry so much. If there was a disagreement, one could draw his sword and kill. This rule from the Five Elements Academy would undoubtedly make the Battle of Geniuses even more intense. In the Bloody Battle Space, geniuses could do anything as long as they could achieve their goals. The Five Elements Academy did not care about the process. They only cared about the results. The Battle of Geniuses will last for 6 months. After 6 months, the Bloody Battle Space will close. In the Bloody Battle Space, you can fight for resources to your heart's content and work hard to improve your cultivation. Only the geniuses who survive in the end will have the qualifications to be selected by the Five Elements Academy, the Bloody Spearman said. His words were filled with a lofty aura, as if he was the ruler of this world. After the Bloody Spear Man finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on the bloody battle platform and closed his eyes slightly. He was waiting for noon the next day. Fong Chun retracted his gaze from the Bloody Spear Man and muttered to himself, "I wonder what level the Bloody Spear Man's cultivation has reached." Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, the Li clan leader said, "The Bloody Spear Man's cultivation is at least at the top of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Of course, he could also be at the true martial realm." The true martial realm. Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock. A true martial realm expert was considered a top expert in the ancient sword continent. We don't know whether he is at the true martial realm or not. This is because we have never seen a true martial realm expert, the Li clan leader said awkwardly. As the clan leaders, their cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. However, they had never seen a true martial realm expert. This was enough to show how rare a true martial realm expert was. Since they had never seen one, they did not know whether the Bloody Spear Man was at the true martial realm or not. In any case, the Bloody Spear Man gave them the feeling that he was very strong. The Bloody Spear Man could even turn them into ashes with just a flick of his finger. This was the strength of an expert from the Five Elements Academy. During the long wait, Fong Chen also secretly observed the geniuses from the other factions. In the end, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. The Five Elements Prefecture was indeed worthy of its reputation. Regardless of the quantity or quality of its geniuses, it was countless times better than the Four Ridges. Fong Chen felt that he was so insignificant in front of the geniuses from the Five Elements Prefecture. However, Fong Chen was very confident that as long as he did not meet any of those abnormally strong geniuses, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in the bloody battle space. Night fell and then disappeared. As everyone waited anxiously, noon of the second day finally arrived. Chapter 616. The moment the Bloody Spear Man opened his eyes, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, and the sky changed color. Everyone was shocked. The Bloody Spear Man was too powerful. The Bloody Spear Man glanced at the scorching sun hanging in the sky above Bloody Battle City. His eyes flickered as he looked at the crowd and said, "All the geniuses from the various factions who are preparing to enter the bloody battle space, stand at the front." Upon hearing the Bloody Spear Man's words, the older generation of experts from the various factions retreated while the younger generation stood at the front of the square. "Fong Chun, enter the bloody battle space and take care of the two of them," the Li family patriarch said softly before retreating. Fong Chun nodded and brought the three girls to the front of the square. The front of the square was filled with the geniuses from the five-element state. Fong Chun could only stand at the back. Not far from Fong Chun was Yang Xiujian from the Yang family of Mizar City. Beside Yang Xiujian were the geniuses from the ancient Soul sect. They glanced thoughtfully at Fong Chun and began to discuss something in low voices. "I have said that only spiritual whirlpool realm warriors under the age of 50 are qualified to enter the bloody battle space." When all the geniuses stood at the front of the square, the Bloody Spear Man's eyes emitted a cold aura as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger at the crowd. Bang! A figure instantly turned into a bloody mist, killing a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior with a raise of his hand. This was the dominance of the Five Elements Academy's experts. "How dare you try to take advantage of crisis when you are over 50 years old?" the Bloody Spear Man said coldly after killing the warrior. Clearly, the Bloody Spear Man was furious that the warrior who was over 50 years old had disguised himself as a younger person and tried to slip through. He killed him with a single finger. The Bloodspear Taoist's actions shocked all the martialists. However, they didn't dare say anything. "I'll give you one more chance," the Bloody Spear Man said coldly. As soon as the Bloody Spear Man finished speaking, many martialists in the crowd lowered their heads and quickly left the genius martialist camp. They were the older generation of ancient martial artists that the big sect wanted to get away with. Although they had exquisite disguises, they were not worth mentioning in front of the Bloody Spear Man. The Bloody Spear Man killed an older generation cultivator with a single finger, showing off his power to the crowd. Some of the cultivators who had managed to sneak through felt terrified and took the initiative to retreat. Fang Chun glanced at the warriors who were trying to deceive their way through and shook his head slightly. What kind of joke was this? In front of the mighty figures of the Five Elements Academy, he actually dared to try and bluff his way through? He was truly courting death. Most of the warriors who wanted to deceive their way through took the initiative to retreat. However, there were still some who did not give up. They believed that the Bloody Spearman would not be able to discover them. The Bloody Spearman's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he pointed his finger again. Suddenly, a warrior in the crowd turned into a bloody mist. The Bloody Spearman did not even bother to explain. He just turned his gaze to the next person. The warrior in the crowd was terrified when he saw the Bloody Spearman stare. He shouted loudly, "I was wrong, Bloody Spearman. I will retreat now." "It's too late," the Bloody Spearman said coldly. He pointed his finger, and a ray of cold light shot out of the warrior's body. With a loud bang, the warrior died instantly. Next, the Bloody Spear Taoist pointed his finger out continuously. Every time he pointed out, a martialist would die. At the back of the square, the higher-ups of the various sects in the five-element state felt their hearts ache when they saw this scene. Some of the warriors who died were the higher-ups of their sect. They were killed by the Bloody Spearman, just like that. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. Finally, after the Bloody Spearman killed a few warriors who did not give up and still wanted to deceive their way through, he retracted his finger. His expression relaxed a lot. At this moment, there were a few figures in the crowd. They were trying their best to remain calm, but their hearts were trembling. They were the spiritual Whirlpool Realm warriors under the spiritual Pupil Monarch of the Netherworld sect. They were already over 50 years old. However, before they came, the spiritual Pupil Monarch used a special method of the Netherworld sect to forcefully compress their bone age to below 50 years old. The spiritual Pupil Monarch was very confident. He said that even if the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy came, they would not be able to tell unless the ruler of the Five Elements Academy came. Just now, when the members of the Netherworld sect saw the Bloody Spearman kill the warriors who had deceived their way through, their hearts were trembling. However, they forced themselves to remain calm. Now, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the spiritual Pupil Monarch was telling the truth. With the Bloody Spearman's cultivation, he would not be able to detect their age. When the Netherworld sect was at its peak, there were countless top-notch cultivation techniques in the sect. Among them, there were all sorts of unorthodox cultivation techniques. The spiritual Pupil Monarch used one of them. It was a cultivation technique that was almost extinct in the ancient Sword Continent. It defied the heavens and changed their fate, compressing their bone age to below 50 years old. When they entered the bloody battle space, their bone age would be restored to its original state. During this process, their strength would not be affected. After escaping with great difficulty, the members of the Netherworld sect heaved a sigh of relief. On the Crimson Battle platform, the Bloody Spearman's eyes were cold. He exuded a terrifying aura. After looking at the remaining geniuses, he said, "Next, I will open the bloody battle space. The journey to the bloody battle space is your fortune. It may also be your burial ground. As for what happens, it will depend on your fortune." After the Bloody Spearman finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. When he raised his hand, a blood-red aura emerged from his body. The blood-red aura filled the entire Crimson Battle platform. In the end, it enveloped the entire bloody battle city. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chun could feel that the entire bloody battle city had undergone earth-shaking changes. He knew that the Bloody Spearman was opening the bloody battle space. Many young geniuses widened their eyes as they looked at the Bloody Spearman on the Crimson Battle platform. At this moment, a blood-red bead appeared in the latter's hand. This bead emitted a terrifying blood-red light. When this bead appeared, the blood-red light gathered in the sky. The entire bloody battle city was filled with a blood-red aura. Countless cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard. Rumble. When the blood-red aura gathered in the sky, it actually started to change gradually. A minute later, a blood-red door appeared in the sky. A heart-shaking aura came from the blood-red door. The bloody battle space has been opened. All geniuses participating in the genius battle quickly enter. The bloody spearman held the blood-red bead in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, the young geniuses standing in the front row pushed off the ground with the tip of their feet and leaped into the sky, plunging headfirst into the blood-red giant door. Immediately after, the geniuses leaped into the sky like a tidal wave and poured into the blood-red door. Fangchen also followed the large group and entered. In the blink of an eye, all the geniuses in the square had entered the blood-red door. The blood-red bead in the bloody spearman's hand instantly retracted its aura. Then, the blood-red door in the sky disappeared. The blood-red aura that had pervaded the entire Bloody Battle City also disappeared completely. Bloody Battle City regained its peace. The bloody spearman's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. The bloody battle space had been opened, and the genius battle had officially begun. All the geniuses would stay in the bloody battle space for 6 months. The bloody spearman could not wait there forever. After the bloody spearman left, many of the higher-ups in the five-element state also left one after another. In less than a day, the entire bloody battle city became extremely quiet. Fang Chun felt a glaring blood-red light enveloping his entire body. He tried his best to activate the sword body to resist the fierce wind around him. When he felt his feet touch the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red light around him had disappeared, and he appeared on the ground. Is this the bloody battle space? Fang Chun looked around and found that the space was filled with an ancient aura. Moreover, at a glance, the space was extremely dilapidated, as if it had been shattered. A dilapidated space passed down from ancient times, Fang Chun thought to himself. He had already entered the bloody battle space. He looked around and found that there was no one around. It seemed that when they were teleported in, everyone was immediately teleported to every corner of the bloody battle space. He and the 3 girls separated. At a glance, there was no one around. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fang Chun had learned some information about the bloody battle space from the Li family. The bloody battle space had been passed down from ancient times, and it had been forcibly shattered. In this bloody battle space, there might be ancient giant beasts. Once encountered, it would be difficult to escape. Of course, in the bloody battle space, danger was accompanied by opportunity. As long as one did not die, there would definitely be opportunities. As soon as he entered the bloody battle space, Fang Chun sensed that although the bloody battle space was a dilapidated space, the density of the spiritual qi in it was simply shocking. This is the bloody battle space. Fang Chun's eyes were burning. He looked in the endless distance and thought to himself. The bloody battle space was a unique resource of the Five Elements Academy. It was impossible to enter under normal circumstances. It was only when the genius battle began that one could enter. Since he had entered, no matter how dangerous it was, Fang Chun would have to give it a try. If he was able to enter the legendary Five Elements Academy, then to him, it would definitely be something that was worth being excited about. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, the Banksian shoe and the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring. Hiss! The Banksian shoe had just landed and directly took root in the sand, absorbing the spiritual qi here. It is indeed a dilapidated space passed down from ancient times. The Banksian shoe sighed. It was very excited as it continued to absorb the spiritual qi around it. Chapter 617. In the bloody battle space, Fang Chun stood quietly on the wasteland. The Banksian shoe and little mouse stood proudly beside Fang Chun. For them, the bloody battle space was a place of opportunity. If they could obtain an opportunity, they might be able to transform. The Banksian shoe took root in the sand and greedily absorbed the rich spiritual qi, while the little mouse looked around, looking for something to devour. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun prepared to move forward. According to the information in the book, there were 81 dilapidated cities in the bloody battle space. Because of the great war that broke out in the bloody battle space, the bloody battle space was shattered. Therefore, every night in the bloody battle space, a brutal evil aura would invade the land and envelop the entire bloody battle space. When the evil aura invaded the land, the safest place was the 81 dilapidated cities. Some weak geniuses would choose to enter the cities before nightfall to ensure their own safety. It was noon. Fang Chun carefully looked around and found that the wasteland in front of him was very wide and boundless. Let's find Liu Yinxue and the other two first, Fang Chun said to himself. He had to search for the three women and the dilapidated cities at the same time. Before thoroughly understanding the situation in the bloody battle space, he had to enter the dilapidated cities at night. However, just as Fang Chun was about to move forward, the Banksian Shu and Little Mouse spoke. The Little Mouse blinked and said, "Boss, I feel that there are some voices in the bloody battle space that are calling me. I have to go and find them." Fang Chun was stunned. He immediately nodded and said, "Will it be dangerous for you to act alone?" "Boss, don't worry. No one can catch me in the bloody battle space," the Little Mouse said. The Little Mouse also wanted to find its own opportunity, so it had to act alone. Fang Chun thought for a moment and finally agreed to the Little Mouse's request. Based on Fang Chun's understanding of the Little Mouse, although the Little Mouse's combat power was only at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, even a third level of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior would not be able to catch it. Seeing that Fang Chun nodded, the Little Mouse left with a whoosh and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. After the Little Mouse left, the Banksian Shu told Fang Chun that it was going to look for the leaves that had fallen from the ancient celestial tree. This was very important to it. If it could find them, it could reach the celestial tree level. In the end, Fang Chun was the only one on the road. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Gradually, the sky darkened. At this time, Fang Chun finally reached the end of the wasteland. He stood at the end of the wasteland and looked into the distance. He suddenly realized that there was a dilapidated city at the end of the wasteland. A black mass of warriors was rushing towards the dilapidated city. A city. There were 81 cities in the bloody battle space. Fang Chun finally found one. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun increased his speed and rushed towards the city. However, just as he was about to reach the city, two figures suddenly blocked Fang Chun's path. Seeing the people blocking his path, Fang Chun's face was extremely gloomy. This was because one of the two people blocking his path was Yang Xiujian from the Yang family of Mizar City. "Fang Chun, we meet again," Yang Xiujian said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yang Xiujian. Fang Chun could feel Yang Xiujian's murderous intent and called out in a low voice. "Is he Fang Chun?" A gentle and refined cultivator beside Yang Xiujian asked with an indifferent smile. "Brother Hun, he is Fang Chun." The Yang family received news that Hanyu was most likely killed by him. Yang Xiujian said softly. The brother Hun that Yang Xiujian mentioned was Hanju, who ranked third among the younger generation of the Ancient Soul sect, an overlord force in Ancient Soul City. Hanju's cultivation had reached the first level of the spiritual vortex realm, and he ranked third among the younger generation of the Ancient Soul sect. He had some friendship with Yang Xiujian. After entering the bloody battle space, he had coincidentally met Yang Xiujian, and the two of them had traveled together. When Hanyu heard this, a trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. A terrifying light shot out of his eyes. Swoosh! Hanju's fist suddenly danced. Immediately, a majestic fist light shot towards Fang Chun. When he saw Hanju's sudden sneak attack, Fang Chun's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and activated his early-stage tempered body, sword body. All the power in his body converged on his fists, and he threw a punch. Bang! When the fists collided, a deafening sound erupted. Dense spiritual energy instantly dissipated. When the spiritual energy dissipated, Hanju's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He hadn't expected that Fang Chun would actually be able to block his punch. The way he looked at Fang Chun also changed slightly. "Brother Hanju, I can handle this kid myself," Yang Xiujian said softly as he took a step forward. His eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. He wanted to take back the humiliation that Fong Chun had once inflicted on him 100 times over. Fong Chun, do you still remember what I said to you on the streets of Kaiyang City? Yang Xiujian said icily. So what if I remember? Fong Chun said, I said that when we enter the bloody battle space, I will definitely kill you. Yang Xiujian said darkly. He hadn't expected to meet Fong Chun as soon as he entered the bloody battle space. This made Yang Xiujian very excited. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fong Chun dying at his hands. I'm afraid you don't have the strength, Fong Chun said indifferently. Yang Xiujian's cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. In his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Now, when he attacked with all his strength, his combat power was comparable to a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. I hope you can still be so stubborn later. Yang Xiujian sneered. He held his long sword, and the spiritual vortex in his qi spun. A majestic aura instantly spread out. The long sword in Yang Xiujian's hand drew a very strange trajectory in the sky. Countless rays of cold sword light shot out from Yang Xiujian's longsword. A fierce wind blew, and a sinister wind blew. As soon as Yang Xiujian made his move, he used a thunderous move. His swordsmanship had reached perfection. Even Hun Ju, who was standing at the side, nodded in satisfaction when he saw Yang Xiujian's swordsmanship. Sword cultivators were worthy of being called the strongest martial artist in terms of attack power. Although Yang Xiujian's cultivation was not as high as Hun Ju's and his strength was not as strong as Hun Ju's, the swordsmanship that Yang Xiujian used was enough to threaten Hun Ju. I'm afraid he can't withstand such tyrannical power, Hun Ju said with a smile. He was laughing at Fong Chen's ignorance. Facing a terrifying sword cultivator like Yang Xiujian, he actually took out his longsword. Are you challenging Yang Xiujian's sword principle attacks? Hun Ju sneered. At this moment, Fong Chan saw the countless rays of sword light rapidly attacking him. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly displayed the phantom sword technique. The sword principle that Fong Chan cultivated was the illusory sword principle. When the sword force around Fong Chan spread out, the power of the illusory sword principle instantly exploded. A strong illusory aura directly shrouded Yang Xiujian, causing the latter to instantly fall into confusion. Yang Xiujian was shocked. He shook his head violently and came out of the terrifying illusion. He looked at Fong Chan with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What a terrifying illusion, Yang Xiujian said to himself. Bang, bang, bang. The illusory sword shot out from the hidden star sword fiercely collided with Yang Xiujian's countless rays of sword light. While Hun Ju was still in shock, Fong Chen's illusory sword directly defeated Yang Xiujian's sword light with an unstoppable force. Yang Xiujian felt the web between his thumb and forefinger tremble. The long sword in his hand almost fell from the shock. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yang Xiujian steadied his body. A scarlet color appeared in his dark eyes. He was completely enraged. Fong Chun, I'm going to kill you. Yang Xiujian roared angrily. You can't do it, Fong Chun said disdainfully. At this moment, Hun Ju, who was at the side, finally saw some clues. His sword power! Hun Ju cried out involuntarily. He was thinking quickly in his mind. While Hun Ju was in shock, Fong Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced one of Yang Xiujian's arms. Yang Xiujian let out a miserable cry. His eyes were scarlet. He wanted to kill Fong Chun, but he couldn't. Not only did he fail to hit Fong Chun, but Fong Chen's hidden star sword pierced his arm instead. Blood kept flowing out. Seeing this, Hun Ju made his move. His fists gathered a powerful force and directly bombarded Fong Chun. Yes, Fong Chun sensed Hun Ju's attack. He pulled out the hidden star sword from Yang Xiujian's arm and immediately stabbed back. Bang! Fong Chen's hidden star sword easily neutralized Hun Ju's attack. Hun Ju defeated Fong Chun with a punch. He quickly came to Yang Xiujian's side and asked, Are you okay? I'm going to kill him. Yang Xiujian roared angrily. Hunju helped Yang Xiujin up and whispered, "His attack is very strange. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Let's go." Hunju glanced at Fang Chun and prepared to take Yang Xiujian into the dilapidated city. "You want to leave like this?" Fang Chun sneered and said coldly. If he was the one injured today, Yang Xiujian would definitely not let him go. Since they were destined to be mortal enemies, why would he let him go? Moreover, this was the bloody battle space. Even if he killed Yang Xiujian, so what? Fang Chun, don't push your luck, Hunju said gloomily. You want to push your luck? You too wanted to kill me. After fighting, you felt that I'm not easy to kill, so you want to leave. How can it be such a good thing? Fang Chen's eyes were full of killing intent. He didn't hide it at all. I'm only going to kill Yang Xiujian. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you too, Fang Chen said coldly. Hunju was infuriated. He wanted to fight Fang Chun, but he looked at the sky. Night had fallen. If they didn't enter the city, they would be in danger. Fang Chun, you'll regret this, Hunju said coldly. The next moment, he took Yang Xiujian with him and leaped into the city in a flash. Seeing this, Fang Chun pushed off the ground, wanting to stop him. At this moment, the roar of a monster beast came from the darkness in the distance. Chapter 618. Mobile Reading. Fang Chun looked up. The sky was pitch black, and the dilapidated city was brightly lit. Many martial artists were looking in their direction. Under the pitch-black night sky, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards them. Fang Chun knew that things were not going well. He could feel that the aura rushing towards him gave him a sense of danger. He gave up on blocking Yang Xiujian's soul perception and channeled his spirit chi. With a tap of his foot, he flew into the sky and headed towards the city. The dilapidated city was right in front of him. As long as he entered the city, the demonic beasts would not dare to enter. However, things were not as perfect as one would imagine. Fang Chun had just flown into the sky when a black shadow shot towards him from the pitch-black horizon. Bang! Fang Chun did not hesitate and threw out a punch. With a bang, the black shadow was sent flying by Fang Chun. However, in the blink of an eye, the black shadow flew towards him again. At this time, Fang Chun could see clearly that the black shadow was a golden-crowned eagle. A golden-crowned eagle at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hiss! Hiss! An intimidating voice was emitted from the golden-crowned eagle's mouth. Its eyes emitted a terrifying aura as its enormous wings flapped wildly in the air, as if it were trying to devour Fang Chun. Evil creature. When Fang Chun saw the golden-crowned eagle attacking again, he let out a low roar and used the phantom sword technique. The hidden star sword slashed across, and the golden-crowned eagle's body was instantly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. The golden-crowned eagle let out a miserable cry. Its wings had been cut off by Fang Chun. Unable to fly in the air, it instantly fell to the ground. Because the golden-crowned eagle had blocked Fang Chun for a while, a large number of demonic beasts had appeared on the ground. There are many different types of demonic beasts. In the outside world, these demonic beasts were nothing to be afraid of. However, they had survived from ancient times and were constantly absorbing the aura in the bloody battle space. Over time, they had become terrifying ancient beasts. Ancient giant beasts were many times stronger than demonic beasts. The ancient giant beasts could instantly kill a large number of ordinary demonic beasts. Moreover, the ancient giant beasts were incomparably bloodthirsty. They had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. Roar the roars of countless beasts filled the sky. Fang Chun was attacked by these ancient beasts. Although they couldn't fly, their attacks could still hit Fang Chun. Bang, 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 these ancient giant beasts were all at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even so, Fang Chun was no match for them. We can't continue like this. Fang Chun used the Phantom God Sword technique to block the attacks of the ancient giant beasts as he flew towards the dilapidated city. Just like that, it took Fang Chun an hour to reach the edge of the dilapidated city. He only needed a second to fly into the city. Phantom God Sword Art. Fang Chun integrated the sword aura into the Phantom God Sword technique. He He then activated the illusory sword principle and used his strongest attack. Under the dark night sky, a silver-white light shot out from Fang Chen's star-hidden sword and blasted towards the group of ancient giant beasts on the ground. Suddenly, the ancient giant beasts retreated. This was the moment. Fang Chen found an opportunity. With a flash of his figure, he flew directly into the city. At this moment, in the city, Han Ju's eyes revealed a sinister smile. He clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body. When Fang Chen was not paying attention, he threw a punch at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fang Chen was caught off guard and was blasted out of the city by this punch. He landed on the ground and was instantly surrounded by the ancient giant beasts. Damn it! Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. He glanced at Han Ju in the city and fell into a chaotic battle. If I don't die, I will kill you. Fang Chen's angry voice came from the group of ancient giant beasts. That will have to wait until you survive. Han Ju sneered. He stood in the pool and enjoyed the hunt outside the city. Bloody space. After the baptism of time, when night fell, the outside world was in chaos and ancient giant beasts would appear from time to time. As for the 81 broken cities, they were the safest. Every time night fell, a powerful restriction would appear around the dilapidated city. Even the ancient beasts did not dare to approach the dilapidated city. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the middle of a group of ancient beasts, was besieged on all sides by the beasts. However, Fang Chen did not give up. He displayed his golden giant sword and a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. He constantly performed the phantom god sword art. He fought against the ancient giant beasts and approached the city. As long as he could enter the city, he would be able to survive. There were many warriors in the city. They shook their heads when they saw Fang Chen trapped in the group of ancient giant beasts. The one who attacked is Han Ju of the ancient soul sect. Who is that kid? How did he offend Han Ju? I heard that the kid is a genius from Mizar City. He offended Yang Xiujian, who has a good relationship with Han Ju. He will definitely die if he is surrounded by ancient giant beasts. Many warriors shook their heads. They did not think that Fang Chen could survive in the group of ancient giant beasts. Han Ju and Yang Xiujian's eyes were full of smiles. Outside the broken city, Fang Chen tried his best to resist the attacks of the ancient giant beasts. Time passed bit by bit, and he was almost unable to hold on. At this moment, he took out the Thunderbolt talisman. He injected spiritual energy and activated the Thunderbolt talisman. Suddenly, a thick lightning snake descended from the sky and bombarded the group of ancient giant beasts. Roar! Countless giant beasts let out furious roars. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to use the Phantom God Sword technique with all his strength. He stabbed the ancient beast closest to him, and then he tapped the tip of his foot and stepped on the ancient beast's body. He leaped up, and with a whoosh, he jumped into the sky above the dilapidated city. Then, he landed in the broken city. Roar! Countless ancient giant beasts looked at the broken city and roared at the sky. Within the dilapidated city, countless martialists were attracted by the thunderous roar. Their gazes all turned to look outside the city. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. Fang Chen, who was battered and exhausted, stood quietly on the street. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color, and murderous intent filled his body. How can this be? Han Ju was shocked when he found that Fang Chen had returned to the city safe and sound. The hearts of the other martial artists were filled with shock. They did not need to worry about the attacks of the ancient giant beasts after entering the city. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and walked toward Han Ju step by step. When Fang Chen arrived in front of Han Ju, his killing intent soared to the heavens. You can die now, Fang Chen said coldly. When Han Ju punched him out of the city, he had already made up his mind to kill Han Ju. You are really lucky to be able to escape from the group of ancient giant beasts. However, do you think you can kill me with such strength? Han Ju recovered from his shock and sneered. The atmosphere was very heated. The battle between Fang Chen and Han Ju was about to start. Hearing Han Ju's words, Fang Chen stared at him and raised the hidden star sword in his hand. I will use this sword to cut off your head, Fang Chen said. I'm afraid it will be your head that is cut off. Hun Ju sneered. Then you can try. Fang Chen growled. His body was full of sword force. In the next moment, his golden, giant sword Dharma power was activated. The power of his human-level Dharma power was shocking. The Phantom Sword Technique. Fang Chen performed the Phantom Sword Technique. This was the first time Fang Chen attacked with all his strength after his cultivation reached the spiritual vortex realm. Not only did he want to kill Hun Ju, but he also wanted to kill him quickly. Seeing Fang Chen attack first, Hun Ju sneered. He clenched his fists and performed the Ancient Soul Sect's unique skill. Ancient Soul Fist. Hun Ju roared. His fists were surrounded by fierce, evil spirit. When the evil spirit reached its peak, it transformed into two illusory fists. Go to hell. Seeing the two illusory fists appear, Hun Ju roared. His fists were mixed with the illusory fists and blasted toward Fang Chen. The Ancient Soul Fist was the Ancient Soul Sect's unique skill. Its power was needless to say. Hun Ju performed the Ancient Soul Fist right from the start. It was enough to show how much he valued Fang Chen. It's no use. As he spoke, Fang Chen's hidden star sword had already smashed the two illusory fists. It then slashed at Hun Ju's fists. Puchi. The hidden star sword carried a domineering sword chi and directly cut off Hun Ju's fists. Hun Ju let out a miserable cry. No! Hun Ju let out an angry roar. He was unwilling to accept this. How can nobody be so strong? It's too late. Fang Chen did not give Hun Ju a chance. He exerted force in his palm, and the hidden star sword pierced Hun Ju's chest. Hun Ju opened his mouth to speak, but found that he could not even speak. Fang Chen killed Hun Ju with one move. His strength shocked all the warriors. At this moment, all the warriors in the dilapidated city were shocked. He killed Hun Ju with one move. Has his cultivation reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm? A warrior exclaimed. He's too strong. If I were to face him, I wouldn't even be able to withstand one move. Hun Ju provoked someone he shouldn't have. He even lost his life. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword amidst the shock of many warriors. Hun Ju's body, he fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. A genius of a generation had died in Fang Chen's hands just like that. If he was given another chance, he would never go against Fang Chen, even if he was beaten to death. This also reflected the bloody nature of the bloody battle space. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. Therefore, you had to make a move and kill everyone who wanted to kill you. The average strength of the geniuses in this city was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen killed Hun Ju with one move, completely shocking them. They looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of reverence. After killing Hun Ju, Fang Chen looked coldly at Yang Xiujian. Are you prepared to die? Fang Chen asked coldly. Yang Xiujian's heart was filled with fear. He had thought that he could kill Fang Chen after entering the bloody battle space. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Fang Chen, we are both warriors of Mizar City. How about you let me live? Yang Xiujian knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If I don't kill you, I can't guarantee that one day I will be plotted against by you, Fang Chen said. As long as you let me go, I can swear that I won't attack you, Yang Xiujian said anxiously. In the face of death, what was dignity? As long as he could survive, he would do anything. However, Fang Chen did not give him a chance. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden star sword flashed, and Yang Xiujian fell to the ground unwillingly. Chongqing Bookstore Primordial Sword Master only represents the views of the author, Qingshi Siyu. If any content is found to be in violation of national laws, please delete it. Our position is to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 619. He had not wanted to kill anyone, but the enemy had forced him to do so. Yang Xiujian and Hun Ju's deaths were entirely their own fault. If Hun Ju had not plotted against Fang Chen when he flew into the broken city, Fang Chen would not have killed him in a fit of anger. After killing Yang Xiujian, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and found a quiet place to sit down and rest. In the long night, People would occasionally look at the place where Fong Chun was sitting. Their eyes were filled with respect. Now, Fong Chun had become the king of the city. When the second day arrived, countless martialists left the city in search of their own opportunities. And in a corner of the city, a fat man with a big head and big ears was looking at Fong Chun with a smile. Fong Chun opened his eyes and saw him. "Brother Fong Chun," the fat man said with a smile as he dragged his bloated body towards Fong Chun. "What's up?" Fong Chun asked. "Brother Fong Chun, I saw you kill Hun Ju and Yang Xiujin last night. I'm afraid no one in the first level of the spiritual vortex realm is your match," the fat man said. "I have a piece of news that I want to share with Brother Fong Chun. What do you think about it, Brother Fong Chun?" "What news?" Fong Chun asked with a frown. "Brother Fong Chun, I found a strange place not far away. If we work together, we might be able to enter that strange place," the fat man said. Fong Chun's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he looked at the fat man. "Brother Fong Chun, don't misunderstand. I'm sharing this news with you because I don't have the confidence to enter that strange place. You are the strongest in this city, so I want to work with you," the fat man said. Fong Chun nodded and said, "We can work together, but once we enter the strange place, it will depend on our own abilities." "All right," Fatty nodded. Then, under the lead of the fat man, the two of them quickly left the dilapidated city and rushed towards the strange place. A few hours later, Fong Chun and the fatty appeared at the foot of a mountain. "It's here," said Fong Chun, looking at the mountain peak. The fatty nodded and said, "That's right, it's here. That mountain peak doesn't seem simple." Standing at the foot of the mountain, Fong Chun could clearly feel a majestic sword intent surging from the mountain peak. This sword intent gave him a sense of shock. Fong Chun looked at the mountain peak and studied it carefully. Finally, after looking around for a while, Fong Chun and the fatty prepared to enter the mountain. When the two of them reached the mountainside, they suddenly heard the roar of a demonic beast. Then a flamingo circled above their heads. "It's a demonic beast," Fong Chun shouted. Ancient giant beasts usually came out at night. Those that came out during the day were demonic beasts. The flamingo was covered in thick flames. It spread its wings and circled above Fong Chun's head. Its eyes stared at the two of them, as if warning them. "This mountain peak is the flamingo's territory," said the fatty. He felt a terrifying aura from the flamingo's body. This flamingo was at least a demonic beast at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Whoosh! The flamingo suddenly opened its mouth and spat out flames. Then in the sky, they turned into flamingos and swooped down towards Fong Chun and the fatty. "Brother Fong Chun," the fatty shouted in horror. Fong Chun suddenly activated his fire concept. Thick flames surrounded his body, and he punched out. Bang, bang, bang wherever the fist passed. The flamingo illusions were instantly shattered by Fong Chun. Fong Chun was shocked to find that the flames spat out by the flamingo could be absorbed by his fire concept. Hiss, 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 the fire concept quickly absorbed the flames spat out by the flamingo. In a short while, the flames were completely absorbed. At this time, the flamingo finally realized the strength of this human ancient martial art practitioner. It shrieked and spread its wings. A firestorm instantly descended from the sky. Phantom Sword Technique. Fong Chun used the Phantom Sword Technique, and the hidden star sword pierced towards the flamingo. Bang, 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 the hidden star sword collided with the firestorm and let out a deafening sound. The flamingo was unable to kill Fong Chun, and Fong Chun was unable to defeat the flamingo. One man and one bird faced each other. When the fatty saw this scene, he quickly rushed towards the peak of the mountain. Fong Chun's illusionary god sword technique was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the concept of fire, Fiery Bird's firestorm had no effect on Fong Chun at all. Just as Fong Chun and the flamingo were facing each other, the flamingo in the sky suddenly shrieked. It spread its wings and flew towards the peak of the mountain. A furious aura erupted from its body. "Not good," Fong Chun shouted inwardly as he charged towards a mountain peak. At this time, the fatty was holding 2 bird eggs in his arms. His face was full of smiles as he prepared to take the eggs away. The reason Fiery Bird had gone berserk was because of these 2 eggs. This damn fatty. When Fang Chen saw this, he could not help but curse. You took away its bird eggs. How could it not be enraged? Brother Fang Chen, save me. When the fatty realized that he was being targeted by the flamingo, he hurriedly threw away the 2 bird eggs in his arms. However, he was still attacked by the flamingo. If not for his strong defense, he would have been roasted into meat by the flamingo. Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword and blocked the flamingo's attack. When the flamingo saw this, it let out an angry roar. However, it still retreated and left the mountain with the 2 bird eggs. The flamingo knew of Fang Chen's strength. It could not defeat Fang Chen and could only retreat. Damn fatty, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. After the flamingo left, Fang Chen could not help but curse. Hee, that was a mistake. The fatty laughed. Fang Chen ignored the fatty and inspected the mountain peak. After a round of inspection, Fang Chen discovered that at the edge of the mountain peak, there was a huge sword stabbed into the ground. The surroundings of the mountain peak were filled with extremely dense sword intent. The reason why Fiery Bird had settled down here was because there was a faint fiery aura coming from the huge sword stuck in the ground. Could it be an ancient expert's training ground? Fang Chen inwardly guessed. The various signs here indicated that this mountain peak should be a training ground. Sensing the dense sword intent in the surroundings, Fang Chen's sword aura was automatically released. In Fang Chen's mind, the contents of the beginner scroll of sword Dao quintessence appeared. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment. Brother Fang Chen. The fatty turned around and was about to speak to Fang Chen. However, when he saw that Fang Chen had entered a state of enlightenment, he was a bit speechless. No wonder he's so strong, the fatty muttered. After that, the fatty began to search for treasures. When he had first discovered this place, he had felt that it was incomparably strange. Other than the dense sword intent, there had to be something else. It just so happened that while Fang Chen was in a state of enlightenment, he could go search for it. As Fang Chen entered a state of enlightenment, his mind was filled with the contents of the beginner scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen had taken the first step of the 5 steps of Sword Dao. In the first step, Fang Chen had accumulated a lot, and his sword aura had already reached perfection. Using the sword aura, Fang Chen could easily control the surrounding power of heaven and earth. In the blink of an hour passed. The sword aura around Fang Chen's body was constantly rotating, and there seemed to be signs of a breakthrough. At this time, Fang Chen also had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He was going to step into the second step of Sword Dao and cultivate sword intent again. The first step of Sword Dao was Sword Aura, and the second step was Sword Intent. Back then, before he had obtained the beginner scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence, Fang Chen had already cultivated Sword Intent to the 3rd minor realm. From this point, one could see Fang Chen's talent in Sword Dao. When Fang Chen was about to cultivate Sword Intent again, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, and waves of invisible aura flowed out from it. The golden heart was incomparably mysterious. It had accompanied Fang Chen all the way and had played a crucial role. Now, the golden heart was active again, and it seemed to be helping Fang Chen to step into the second step of Sword Dao. Dong! The golden heart beat faster and faster, and in the end, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 620. This process lasted for a few hours. In the end, Fang Chen felt a boom in his mind. At that moment, all the sword force had been transformed into sword will. By recultivating sword will, Fang Chen had reached the second step of the sword principle. After the sword force had been completely transformed, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying sword will. Sword will surged around his body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. A long time ago, Fang Chen had relied on his own efforts to condense sword will. He had even cultivated it to the 3rd minor realm. However, it was not until he entered Jimren Hantian's mansion and obtained the sword principle truth that Fang Chen learned about the 5 steps of the sword principle. At that moment, Fang Chen also made up his mind to recultivate sword force. The 5 steps of the sword principle was very important to the sword cultivators of the ancient sword continent. Now, Fang Chun had finally recultivated sword will. Although it was only the initial stage of condensing sword will and had not reached the first minor realm, its power had increased by a lot. So powerful, Fang Chun could not help but sigh, as expected of the second step of the sword principle. Just the initial stage of condensing sword will, and he could already feel the vigorous power. Fang Chun slowly stood up. He felt that if he performed the phantom sword technique with all his strength, he could even defeat a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Of course, Fang Chun did not have much confidence in defeating a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. The spiritual vortex realm was different from the condensing reality realm. One could fight across realms at will. In the spiritual vortex realm, it was very difficult to fight across realms, unless one was a true genius. In the entire five-element state, the only geniuses who could fight across realms at the spiritual vortex realm were the martial artists from the Five Elements Academy. There were many geniuses who had entered the bloody battle space. Fang Chun's current strength was at most average. There was still a huge gap between him and those top geniuses. However, the good thing was that the bloody battle space would be open for 6 months. Fang Chun had plenty of time. At this moment, Fang Chun remembered the fatty who had come here with him. He turned his head and found no trace of the fatty at the top of the mountain. He frowned slightly and began to search for the fatty. Not long after, Fang Chun found fatty. At this moment, the fatty was at the edge of the mountain, cultivating on a very strange ground. It seemed that the spirit chi here was very suitable for his physique. Seeing this, Fang Chun did not disturb fatty. Instead, he nodded and began to search the mountain. Fang Chun was certain that this mountain peak must have been the place where a swordsman from ancient times cultivated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such a strong sword intent. Now that Fang Chun had recultivated his sword intent, he wanted to explore the mountain. Fang Chun immediately rushed over to the massive sword. His palm gently grasped the massive sword as he tried to pull it out. Fang Chun used all his strength, but he could not pull the massive sword out. The massive sword was very heavy. Fang Chun was a little surprised. The spiritual spirals in his sea of qi rotated crazily. Fang Chun's strength had reached its maximum. However, he still could not pull the massive sword out. This made Fang Chun even more puzzled. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, the golden heart beat rapidly. Waves of invisible aura quietly entered the massive sword from Fang Chun's palm. Crash! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from within the massive sword. Then, the massive sword rose into the air by itself. In the blink of an eye, a massive sword was suspended in the sky. This massive sword exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The majestic aura directly swept across the entire mountain peak. Fang Chun was shocked. His dark eyes stared at the massive sword. At this moment on the distant plains, a man had just killed a demonic beast and was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed the majestic sword intent. This sword intent is too strong. The man's expression changed greatly. He immediately looked up and saw a massive sword suspended above a mountain peak in the distance. Could it be the sword principal inheritance? The man's eyes were burning. His figure flashed, and he flew directly to the mountain peak in the distance. After a while, the man appeared in front of the mountain peak. When he sensed the overwhelming sword intent, he was even more certain that there was a sword principal inheritance here. The man was a sword principal cultivator. He knew very well what this massive sword represented. This inheritance belongs to Qing Wu. Qing Wu's face revealed a scorching smile as he said this. When Qing Wu stepped onto the mountain peak, he realized that there was someone else on the mountain peak. His expression was grave as he stared at the person in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chun also noticed this person. Fang Chun ignored Qing Wu. His eyes were fixed on a massive sword suspended in the sky. He could feel that the massive sword was resonating with his golden heart. What is hidden in the massive sword? Fang Chun thought to himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chun approached the massive sword. Stop! When Qing Wu saw this, he roared angrily and stood in front of Fang Chun. The massive sword belongs to me. You can leave. Qing Wu was in a good mood, so he did not want to kill anyone. He only wanted Fang Chun to leave. Hearing Qing Wu's words, Fang Chun's face darkened completely. This massive sword has no owner. I was the one who discovered it first, Fang Chun said. Does it belong to you just because you discovered it? You should know that this is the bloody battle space. You are lucky that I did not kill you. Qing Wu sneered. He did not take Fang Chun seriously at all. Qing Wu's cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 spiritual whirlpool realm. If he could obtain the massive sword, he might be able to break through to LV2 spiritual whirlpool realm. How could Qing Wu give such an opportunity to Fang Chun? Is that so? Hearing this, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with anger. He was the one who discovered the massive sword first. Qing Wu wanted to take it, but he was lucky that Qing Wu did not kill him. If you don't get lost, you can stay here forever, Qing Wu said coldly when he saw Fang Chun's expression. Today, I'd like to see whose hands this huge sword will end up in, Fang Chun said coldly. You are courting death. Hearing this, Qing Wu roared and a wild aura surged from his body. A long sword appeared in his hand. Green Lotus sword technique, slashing Green Lotus with one stroke. Qing Wu used his own unique skill, Green Lotus sword technique. Qing Wu was a disciple of the Green Lotus sect in Clearwave City. The Green Lotus sect was a 4-star sect, similar in strength to the Ancient Soul sect. As for Qing Wu, he was the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 spiritual whirlpool realm, and he had cultivated the unique skill of the Green Lotus sect, Green Lotus sword technique. The Green Lotus sect was a sword Dao sect. Every disciple in the sect was a sword cultivator with outstanding attack power. When Qing Wu displayed the Green Lotus sword technique, his long sword was surrounded by a majestic sword essence. Under his control, sword light flashed. Countless streaks of green sword light transformed into a green lotus in the sky. As soon as the green lotus was formed, a majestic aura surged and swept across the entire mountain peak. When Fang Chun saw the green lotus, he sneered and displayed the phantom sword technique. The sword essence of the second step of the sword Dao instantly spread out. Under Fang Chun's control, it merged into the phantom sword technique. Bang! In the sky, the star-concealing sword enlarged infinitely. Finally, it struck the green lotus with the force of a thunderbolt, causing a deafening sound. After the green lotus came into contact with Fang Chun's star-concealing sword, the lotus leaves rotated as if it wanted to destroy Fang Chun's star-concealing sword. However, the latter was too domineering. With an unstoppable momentum, it directly shattered the lotus leaves on the green lotus. Crack! The lotus leaf shattered and the green lotus turned into nothingness. At the same time, Qing Wu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. When he stabilized his body, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Fang Chun's cultivation was clearly at the spiritual whirlpool realm, but he was able to withstand his attack. It seems that I have underestimated you. Qing Wu's gaze looked at the star-concealing sword in Fang Chun's hand. He believed that Fang Chun was able to withstand his green lotus sword technique because of the star-concealing sword. Qing Wu could tell at a glance that Fang Chun's star-concealing sword was a high-grade dark weapon. Brat, after I kill you, your high-rank profound weapon will also be mine. Qing Wu's tongue licked his dry lips as he grinned. Initially, he had no intention of attacking, but after seeing Fang Chun's high-grade dark weapon, he had the intention to kill. How could a guy who had just entered the spiritual whirlpool realm possess a high-grade dark weapon? One must know that as the first disciple of the Green Lotus sect, he only possessed a mid-grade dark weapon. Although there was only a small difference between mid-grade and high-grade dark weapons, the difference was too big. You want my star-concealing sword? Fang Chun also laughed. He was laughing at Qing Wu's ignorance. I hate your smile, Qing Wu said coldly. In the next moment, Qing Wu's aura rose again. A powerful aura soared into the sky. Green Lotus Sword Technique, splitting mountains in 2 moves. Qing Wu executed the second move of the Green Lotus Sword Technique. This move was said to be able to split mountains. Rumble. After Qing Wu executed this move, the long sword in his hand rapidly enlarged in the sky. In the end, it turned into a sword shadow that was 10,000 feet long. Qing Wu held onto the sword hilt and slashed down at Fang Chun. If this move landed, not to mention Fang Chun, even a mountain would be split in half. Insignificant skill. Until now, Qing Wu had not even used his full strength. It was too much of a fantasy for him to kill Fang Chun with a mere Green Lotus Sword Technique. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. After the gray mist dissipated, Fang Chun stood quietly with the star-concealing sword in front of his chest, blocking the attack of Qing Wu's longsword. Qing Wu's sword shadow instantly disappeared. The longsword returned to its original form and pressed down on Fang Chun's star-concealing sword. Yes. At this moment, Qing Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. This kid could even block the second sword of his Green Lotus Sword art so easily. With Qing Wu's strength, he would only use one move to deal with a martial artist who had just entered the spiritual whirlpool realm. Only under rare circumstances would he use the second move of the Green Lotus Sword Technique. Chapter 621. Reading with a mobile phone, the third sword, I will definitely kill you. Qing Wu's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the third sword of the Green Lotus Sword Technique was instantly executed. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Third sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. The third sword of the Green Lotus Sword Technique. Sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. As soon as Qing Wu executed his sword, boundless sword intent surged out from the longsword. The sword intent instantly transformed into the shape of the mountains and rivers. At the same time, Qing Wu controlled the mountains and rivers to attack Fang Chun. The mountains and rivers were filled with dense sword intent. For a guy who had just entered the spiritual vortex realm, it was already pretty good that he was able to execute the third sword of the Green Lotus Sword Technique. Go to hell. Qing Wu roared. The mountains and rivers shook as the sword intent soared into the sky. He originally thought that this sword would definitely kill Fang Chun. However, when the mountains and rivers came into contact with Fang Chun's hidden star sword, Qing Wu realized that he was too naive. Break! Seeing the ferocious mountain and river sword intent attack, Fang Chun roared. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced into the mountains and rivers in an unbelievable manner. When the hidden star sword pierced into the mountains and rivers, Qing Wu was shocked to find that the sword intent within the mountains and rivers was rapidly absorbed by the hidden star sword. In a flash, the sword intent within the mountains and rivers was completely absorbed by the hidden star sword. At this moment, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Bang! The mountains and rivers shattered. The third sword of the Green Lotus Sword Technique had failed. The shattering of the mountains and rivers caused Qing Wu to suffer a backlash. The shattered mountains and rivers bombarded Qing Wu. Fortunately, Qing Wu dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Qing Wu stabilized his body. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. He looked at Fang Chun furiously. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Fang Chun was. Brat, I admit that you are very powerful. You managed to block 3 of my swords, Qing Wu said coldly. Fang Chun glanced at the giant sword floating in the sky from the corner of his eyes. The giant sword had been floating in the air, as if it was waiting for the two of them to decide the victor. What else do you have? Fang Chun sneered. Qing Wu said that he was going to kill him, but now he was still standing there, unharmed, even after 3 sword strikes. This was a slap to the face, a slap to Qing Wu's face. When Qing Wu heard Fang Chun's voice, his heart burned with anger. His eyes turned scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. Green Lotus Sword Art. 4 swords strike the earth. The Green Lotus Sword Art had a total of 5 swords. As the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect, Qing Wu was gifted in the Sword Tao. However, he had only cultivated the first 4 swords. As for the fifth sword, Qing Wu had never succeeded in cultivating it. It was said that if the fifth sword was successfully cultivated, one would be invincible within the same realm and could even fight those of a higher realm. However, Qing Wu believed that the fourth sword was enough to kill Fang Chun. A majestic sword light shot out from Qing Wu's long sword, surrounded by an extremely majestic sword intent. The fourth sword was known as the sword cleaving the earth. A majestic aura swept through the entire mountain as Qing Wu's sword slashed out, bringing with it a powerful force as it slashed towards Fang Chun. Sword cleaving the earth? What a joke! Fang Chun sneered when he saw Qing Wu performing the fourth sword of the Green Lotus Sword art. He rotated the hidden star sword and performed the illusory sword principle. Fang Chun cultivated the illusory sword principle, while Qing Wu only cultivated the ordinary sword principle. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Hiss, 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 when the illusory sword principle was performed, a strong illusory aura was integrated into the sword intent. The two combined and surrounded the hidden star sword. Then, Fang Chun performed the phantom sword art. When a hidden star sword collided with Qing Wu's long sword, a strong illusory aura immediately enveloped Qing Wu. At the same time, Fang Chun's sword intent completely crushed Qing Wu's sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Qing Wu's sword intent was completely devoured by Fang Chun's sword intent and disappeared completely. Without the support of sword intent, the Green Lotus Sword art was just a joke. Fang Chun's hidden star sword collided with Qing Wu's long sword. The fourth sword of the Green Lotus Sword art was instantly broken. Bang! With a deafening sound, a crack appeared on Qing Wu's mid-grade profound weapon. It was a crack caused by the high-grade profound weapon, the hidden star sword. The strong force hit Qing Wu and woke him up from the illusion. The first thing he did when he woke up was to retreat. Poochie! As soon as Qing Wu retreated, Fang Chun's hidden star sword slashed on the ground, creating a huge pit. Qing Wu steadied himself and looked at Fang Chun with fear in his eyes. Illusory technique. You practice the illusory sword principle. As a sword cultivator, Qing Wu instantly recognized that Fang Chun practiced the illusory sword principle. Only the illusory sword principle could be so terrifying. It could silently make the enemy fall into an illusion. If not for the fact that his cultivation was slightly higher than Fang Chun's, he would have been killed by Fang Chun's sword. Thinking of this, Qing Wu felt a trace of fear in his heart. At this moment, he finally knew how terrifying the person in front of him was. The fourth sword of the Green Lotus Sword technique could not defeat this person. Moreover, his illusory sword principle is extremely terrifying. It cannot be defeated. Qing Wu thought quickly in his mind. After knowing that Fang Chun practiced the illusory sword principle, Qing Wu wanted to retreat. He could easily block the fourth sword of the Green Lotus Sword technique with his own combat strength. If he added the illusory sword principle, even if Qing Wu attacked with all his strength, he would not be a match for him. As the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect, Qing Wu still had the foresight. At this moment, Qing Wu was unusually calm. He was not impulsive. Only idiots would be impulsive. The only consequence of being impulsive was death. Qing Wu did not want to die. Qing Wu stared at Fang Chun and said in a low voice, "To be able to block the fourth sword of my Green Lotus Sword technique, you are invincible in the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Now, do you still want to kill me?" Fang Chun asked. Qing Wu shook his head and said, "I am not a match for you." Before Fang Chun could speak, Qing Wu leaped and left the mountain in a flash. Fang Chun glanced at Qing Wu and did not chase after him. Qing Wu was not a threat to him. It was fine to not kill him. Moreover, Fang Chun was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not draw his sword and kill for no reason. After Qing Wu left, Fang Chun's gaze fell on the giant sword floating in the sky. At this moment, the giant sword was surrounded by a strong sword essence. The golden heart in Fang Chun's body was also beating rapidly. It seemed to be greeting the giant sword. After a while, the giant sword slowly descended and stabbed into the ground. Fang Chun stretched out his hand and gently grasped the sword hilt. Suddenly, An invisible aura emerged from the golden heart and entered the giant sword. Then, Fang Chun used a little force and pulled out the giant sword. Suddenly, a large amount of information entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen knew that this was the inheritance of the giant sword. Holding the giant sword, Fang Chen carefully read the information in his mind. Flowing water swordsmanship. From this information, Fang Chen learned that there was a sword technique called flowing water swordsmanship in the giant sword. Flowing water swordsmanship was a 6th-grade sword technique. After a while, Fang Chen successfully recorded all the contents of the flowing water swordsmanship. At this moment, the giant sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing the giant sword disappear, Fang Chen was a little confused. However, he found the answer in the giant sword's inheritance information. This mountain was once the cultivation place of a powerful swordsman. The sword technique he cultivated was the flowing water swordsmanship. When he died, the giant sword was stabbed here, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. Any swordsman could try to obtain the giant sword's inheritance. However, the swordsman who could obtain the giant sword's inheritance must be able to resonate with the giant sword. Fang Chen's golden heart had resonated with the giant sword, so he obtained the flowing water swordsmanship. Once a martial artist obtained the flowing water swordsmanship, the giant sword would instantly disappear. After learning this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The flowing water swordsmanship was stronger than the illusion swordsmanship. The flowing water swordsmanship was divided into beginner, small success, great success, perfection, refinement, and transformation. A 6th-grade sword technique. The illusion swordsmanship was only a 5th-grade sword technique. He had just entered the bloody battle space, and he had already obtained a 6th-grade sword technique. Fang Chen was about to strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the flowing water swordsmanship when he heard the fatty's voice. "Brother Fang Chen, why is this place in such a mess?" The fatty woke up from his cultivation and asked. Fang Chen turned his head to look. In such a short time, the fatty's voice had grown even fatter. However, his aura seemed to have become stronger. "Someone came here and fought," Fang Chen whispered. "Oh, who came here?" asked the fatty curiously. "I also don't know. I only know that he used the Azure Lotus Sword technique," said Fang Chen. "What Azure Lotus Sword technique? Could it be the head disciple of Clear Wave City's 4-star Azure Lotus sect, Qing Wu?" "Perhaps," said Fang Chen. "I heard that Qing Wu cultivates the Azure Lotus Sword technique. It's extremely powerful. How many of his attacks did you block?" laughed the fatty. Fang Chen shook his head, not answering the fatty's question. From his conversation with the fatty, Fang Chen learned that the fatty had obtained an extremely important inheritance. His cultivation had broken through to the late 1st level of the spirit vortex realm and was about to reach the peak. The fatty was extremely happy. If it weren't for Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to come here. He was extremely grateful to Fang Chen. In truth, the one who should be thanking him was Fang Chen. If it weren't for the fatty, Fang Chen wouldn't have known about this place, let alone obtain the flowing water swordsmanship. Of course, Fang Chen didn't say any of this. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already darkened. Fang Chen and the fatty prepared to return to the ruined city. After experiencing the siege of the ancient beasts, Fang Chen was still a bit nervous. Before he had absolute strength, he definitely couldn't stay outside the city at night. Darkness enveloped the entire blood battle space. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling filled the entire space, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. As for the ancient beasts hidden in the darkness, they also began to hunt. Chapter 622. By the time Fang Chen and the fatty returned to the dilapidated city, the sky had already turned completely dark. The cries of countless ancient beasts could be heard throughout the entire space. There were many martialists in the dilapidated city. The bloody battle space was very wide, and the distance between the 81 cities was very far. It was simply impossible to travel from one city to another in a day, unless one was a powerful genius who was unafraid of the ancient beasts at night. They could travel between the cities without any scruples. Before this, Some weaker martialists could only go out during the day to search for opportunities and return at night. If they found some hidden treasures or ruins, they could hide inside without worrying about being attacked by the ancient beasts. When Fong Chun returned, many martialists nodded at Fong Chun. This was the treatment that only the king of the city could receive. Fong Chun also nodded along the way. Finally, he returned to the place where he had rested before. However, at this moment, a sinister voice entered Fong Chun's ears. "You are the hope of this dilapidated city." When Fong Chun heard this voice, he raised his head and looked to the front. Suddenly, he discovered a delicate and pretty cultivator looking at him with a mocking smile. "Who are you?" asked Fong Chun. "Who I am is not important. What is important is that from today onwards, I am the king of this dilapidated city." This handsome martialist seemed to be a new martialist. As soon as he arrived, he tried to intimidate Fong Chun and make Fong Chun obey him. "What does that have to do with me?" asked Fong Chun. "Since I am the king of the city, I naturally have to enjoy the benefits of being the king of the city. Each of you has to hand over 100 top-grade spirit stones to me every day," said the handsome martialist coldly. Surprisingly, the martialists did not say anything when they heard the handsome martialist's words. They did not even object. Fong Chun looked around at the crowd and saw the fear in their eyes. It seemed that this delicate martial artist had already made a move before he returned. He had used his valiant strength to intimidate these martial artists. If Yishiwen hadn't come to provoke him, he would have been willing to let him be the king of the city. However, Yishiwen had actually come to provoke him. This was intolerable. "Why should I give it to you?" Fong Chun asked. "Because I'm the king of the city." The delicate warrior sneered, as if everything was under his control. Fong Chun shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste his breath here. Seeing Fong Chun ignore his words and turn to leave, a murderous intent appeared in the delicate martialist's eyes. "Brat, do you want to die?" roared the delicate cultivator. As he spoke, Fong Chun sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The delicate warrior quickly walked in front of Fong Chun and then blasted a punch at Fong Chun. "Gotcha!" When his fist was about to reach Fong Chun, the latter suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his big hand, directly grasping the delicate warrior's fist. Fong Chun exerted a little force, and the delicate warrior's fist made a cracking sound. "You!" Seeing that Fong Chun dared to resist, the delicate warrior roared angrily. He immediately exerted all his strength and performed his strongest attack. A long sword appeared in the delicate warrior's other hand. He then performed a sword technique and slashed at Fong Chun. Bang! Fong Chun blocked the delicate warrior's attack with his fist and then said coldly, "You are far inferior to Qingwu." Just now, when the delicate and pretty warrior displayed his swordsmanship, Fong Chun realized that his swordsmanship was exactly the same as Qingwu's. From this, Fong Chun inferred that the delicate warrior should also be a disciple of the Green Lotus sect. However, his strength was much weaker than Qingwu's. "Have you seen senior brother Qingwu?" The delicate warrior's face changed slightly, and he asked coldly. If he had escaped a little slower, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to return to the Green Lotus sect, Fong Chun said indifferently. Hearing Fong Chun's words, the delicate warrior's face kept changing. He said in a deep voice, "You are lying. Senior brother Qingwu has cultivated the Green Lotus sword technique to the fourth sword. Trash like he wants to kill senior brother Qingwu?" The delicate warrior was completely enraged by Fong Chun. He exerted all his strength and performed the Green Lotus sword technique. Unfortunately, his Green Lotus sword technique was only cultivated to the third sword. He wasn't even afraid of the fourth sword, let alone the third sword. Before the delicate warrior's attack could be fully released, Fong Chun's big hand tightly grasped his long sword. The delicate warrior wanted to pull out his long sword, but he was shocked to find that Fong Chun's strength was so strong that he couldn't break free. "Damn it," the delicate warrior cursed. Crack! His early body refinement sword body was activated, and a powerful force poured into his hand. In the next moment, the delicate warrior's long sword directly shattered. The delicate warrior's heart was filled with shock. Before he could do anything, he felt an extremely powerful force that instantly sent his body flying. Scram. After Fang Chan finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and continued to rest. The delicate warrior's face was filled with terror. He looked at Fang Chan with dread and then walked to a corner, not daring to get close to Fang Chan. Early in the morning of the second day, the delicate martial artist left. Fang Chan opened his eyes and suddenly stood up from the ground. He was the only one left in the broken city. The others had all gone out to search for treasures. Fang Chan walked out of the city, looked around, and then quickly shot in a certain direction. At this time, the delicate warrior met Qing Wu in an open space. His face was filled with an excited smile. Senior apprentice brother Qing Wu called the delicate warrior. "What are you doing here?" Qing Wu asked the handsome man. Senior apprentice brother Qing Wu, "I found a broken city up ahead. I wanted to take it for myself and become the king of the city, but I was defeated by an unfamiliar warrior. You have to take revenge for me," said the delicate warrior. "Oh, someone dared to attack my Green Lotus sect," said Qing Wu. "He said he even exchanged blows with you." If what?" asked Qing Wu. "If you had fled any slower, he would have killed you," said the delicate warrior. "It's him." Qing Wu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Yesterday, Qing Wu had fought an intense battle with Fang Chan. Although he had managed to escape in the end, he had also profited from his misfortune. He had successfully comprehended the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. This had allowed Qing Wu's strength to increase once more. Hearing Fang Chan once more, Qing Wu's heart was filled with hatred. "Let's go," said Qing Wu coldly. Seeing this, the delicate warrior smiled. With his senior apprentice brother Qing Wu taking revenge for him, Fang Chan would definitely die. Just as Qing Wu and the delicate-looking man were flying towards the dilapidated city, a cultivator flew towards them. "It's him." Qing Wu recognized Fang Chan at a glance. Immediately, Qing Wu waved his sword, and a Green Lotus sword light shot towards Fang Chan. Fang Chan, who had been flying at high speed, was forced to stop by the Green Lotus sword light and landed on the ground. Fang Chan saw Qing Wu, as well as the delicate warrior. "Brat, I was just about to go look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me," said Qing Wu coldly. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to learn the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art so easily," said Qing Wu confidently. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill Fang Chan. "So what? You're still no match for me." Fang Chan was also very confident in his own strength. At the very least, he was invincible within the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hearing Fang Chan's arrogant words, Qing Wu sneered. "Brat, I'll let you have a taste of my fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art." The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art slashed the sky. As soon as Qing Wu finished speaking, he performed the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. Above the long sword, a majestic sword essence surrounded it. As the long sword slashed out, a crack appeared in the sky. It was like a crack in space. From this crack, an extremely dense Green Lotus sword essence emerged. Qing Wu let out a low roar, and his long sword slashed towards Fang Chan with the power of the fifth sword. Although he had just learned the fifth sword, he could already use it skillfully. The power of the fifth sword is not bad. Fang Chan looked at the power of the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art and nodded slightly. The power of the fifth sword was comparable to the sum of the power of the previous four swords. To be able to become the most powerful technique of the Green Lotus sect, there must be something special about it. However, he met Fang Chan. The Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chan performed the Phantom Sword Art effortlessly. An illusory aura emerged, and the Hidden Star Sword quickly shot towards Qing Wu. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding was instantly heard. Immediately after, the majestic Green Lotus Sword Essence was instantly absorbed by Fang Chan's Sword Essence. Just when Qing Wu thought that Fang Chan would definitely lose, his fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was easily broken by Fang Chan. Crack! After the Hidden Star sword broke the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art, the crack in the sky disappeared. Qing Wu's long sword was directly sent flying, and his body was also sent flying. Fortunately, Qing Wu dodged in time. Otherwise, Fang Chen's hidden star sword would not have pierced his shoulder, but his chest. Looking at the blood constantly flowing from his shoulder, Qing Wu's heart was filled with horror. How is this possible? Qing Wu cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Qing Wu finally knew where Fang Chen's courage came from. It turned out that Fang Chen had completely ignored him from the beginning. Thinking back to the battle yesterday, Qing Wu realized that Fang Chen did not go all out to kill him. Qing Wu lowered his head, feeling extremely regretful. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus Sword Art could not do anything to Fang Chen. He had already lost completely. Senior brother Qing Wu. The delicate cultivator at the side could not accept this fact, so he shouted loudly. The invincible senior brother Qing Wu in his heart was actually defeated by Fang Chen so easily and was even injured. Qing Wu was helped up by the handsome warrior. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, shook his head, and said, "I have lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. From now on, the Green Lotus sect has no grudges with you." After saying this, Qing Wu was ready to leave, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Chapter 6:23. "Give me the Green Lotus Sword technique before you leave," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qing Wu stopped in his tracks. His face was full of helplessness. The Green Lotus Sword technique was the ultimate technique of the Green Lotus sect. He was unwilling to give it to Fang Chen. However, if he didn't give it to him now, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. After weighing the pros and cons, Qing Wu took out a book from his interspatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, then turned and left. Finally, the delicate warrior was scared out of his wits by Fang Chen and didn't dare to say anything. Fang Chen put away the Green Lotus Sword technique and continued forward. While flying, Fang Chen was also observing everything below. When he passed by a certain valley, he suddenly discovered that there were some spirit fruits shining brightly below. Fang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of these spiritual fruits. "Mercury fruit," Fang Chen whispered. Then, his figure flashed and landed in the valley. While Fang Chen was stepping on the mercury fruit, another warrior entered the valley. Behind this martial artist, there were quite a few martial artists of the younger generation. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the same sect. "Senior brother, this valley seems extraordinary," a warrior said with a laugh. "There's someone in the valley," another warrior shouted when he saw Fang Chen. "It's the mercury fruit." Only the warrior called Senior Brother noticed the mercury fruit. His eyes were burning with desire. His figure flashed, and he instantly entered the depths of the valley. At this moment, Fang Chen had finished his exploration. He had gained a lot. There were opportunities everywhere in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen wasn't surprised to find the mercury fruit in this valley. The mercury fruit could improve the concept of water. Fang Chen needed to cultivate the flowing water sword technique with the concept of water. If his concept of water improved, it would be easier to cultivate the flowing water sword technique. Thinking of this, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. At this moment, Fang Chen heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, he realized that someone was coming. "Kid, hand over the mercury fruit," the martial artist called Senior Brother said coldly. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked. "Haha, brat, you don't even know about our Water Moon sect? How ignorant." A cultivator laughed. Fang Chen was shocked. Looking at the people from the Water Moon sect, his mind was racing. The Water Moon sect was a 4-star sect, much stronger than the Ancient Soul sect and the Green Lotus sect. It was said that the number one person in the younger generation of the Water Moon sect was called Xue Yun. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Water Moon sect. Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice, "Hand over the mercury fruit, and I can let you go," Xue Yun said. "Brat, it's your bad luck to run into our Water Moon sect. Hurry up and hand over the mercury fruit. That's right. If you dare to resist, you will die without a burial ground. You're Xue Yun?" Fang Chen ignored the threats of the other Water Moon sect disciples and looked at Xue Yun. Since you know I'm Shui Yun, hand over the mercury fruit, Shui Yun said. I won't hand over the mercury fruit, Fong Chen said. Do you want to die? Shui Yun said coldly. Senior brother Shui Yun, let me kill him. Just as Shui Yun finished speaking, a martial artist at the first level of the spirit vortex realm flashed and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fong Chen. You're courting death. Fong Chen activated his sword body and clenched his fist, sending a punch towards the martial artist at the first level of the spirit vortex realm. Bang! The two fists collided with a loud bang. At this moment, a mysterious knife appeared in Fong Chen's other hand. His palm suddenly slashed across the martial artist's neck. Crash! A look of horror appeared in the martialist's eyes. He wanted to touch his neck with his hand, but before his hand could touch his neck, his head fell from his neck. Senior brother Shui Bing is dead, a disciple shouted. Shui Yun was a little surprised that he killed Shui Bing in one move. Seeing Shui Bing's corpse, Shui Yun's eyes turned completely cold. He said coldly, Kid, even the heavens won't be able to save you today. Shui Yun finished speaking and launched an attack on Fong Chen. Bang! Bang! Shui Yun specialized in water cultivation techniques. Once he used it, it was like an endless stream of water that wrapped around Fong Chen's body. As for Fong Chen, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Shui Yun, who was at the second level of the spirit vortex realm. He directly used the phantom sword technique. An illusory aura swept across the land as the phantom sword technique was used. The hidden star sword blasted towards Shui Yun at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The two attacks collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. Shui Yun's attack was thus stopped. He retreated a few steps, and Fong Chen also involuntarily retreated a few steps. Shui Yun's gaze towards Fong Chen changed slightly. I underestimated you. After Shui Yun finished speaking, he once again used a fierce and domineering attack. After all, Shui Yun was a warrior at the second level of the spirit vortex realm. His attack power was very strong. With a flip of his hand, it was as if he could destroy a mountain. However, Fong Chen's Dharma Laksana was released, and the phantom sword technique was activated to the extreme. Crack! Shui Yun's large hand stretched out. Countless streams of water revolve around his palm, and he directly grasped Fong Chen's sword light. With a crack, Fong Chen's sword light was crushed by Shui Yun. Phantom sword technique. Fong Chen growled, and the phantom sword technique was activated to the extreme. At this moment, Fong Chen felt a jolt in his mind. Immediately after, he realized that the phantom sword technique had entered the realm of intricacy. The might of the illusion god sword art in the minute subtlety realm had increased by a lot. Under Fong Chen's execution, he was actually able to block Shui Yun's attack. The more they fought, the more shocked Shui Yun became. This lad was only at the first level of the spirit vortex realm, but he was able to fight him to a standstill. Damn it, this lad must have some secrets on him. Shui Yun thought to himself. He had made up his mind to capture Fong Chen and see exactly what sort of secrets he possessed. After the phantom sword technique had a breakthrough, Fong Chen was even more fearless of Shui Yun. Although he could not defeat Shui Yun, he had no problem protecting himself. No matter how fierce Shui Yun's attacks were, Fong Chen countered them as usual. The phantom sword technique in the realm of intricacy was performed to the extreme by Fong Chen. Bang! Finally, after 15 minutes of fierce fighting, Shui Yun stopped his attacks. He stood quietly on the ground and stared at Fong Chen. In a cold voice, he said, Lad, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Your strength has not exceeded my expectations, Fong Chen said in a confrontational manner. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the mercury fruit, Shui Yun said coldly. Impossible, Fong Chen refused directly. Attack together. Kill him. Shui Yun shouted upon hearing those words. Suddenly, all the disciples of the Water Moon sect exploded with powerful attacks and surrounded Fong Chen. Seeing this, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fong Chen's deep eyes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a hazy aura appeared on the ground. In the next moment, Fong Chun disappeared. Shui Yun and the others looked around and suddenly realized that they were trapped in a formation. "This lad is an array grandmaster," the disciples of the Water Moon sect shouted. They recognized the formation at a glance. It was a spiritual level formation. "Break the formation," Shui Yun shouted. Then, the disciples of the Water Moon sect joined forces and performed their strongest attacks. After a minute of continuous attacks, the formation was finally broken. After the formation was broken, they looked around and found that Fong Chun was long gone. "Damn it!" Shui Yun's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. It was the first time Shui Yun had suffered such a loss in the bloody battle space. He was unwilling to accept it. At that moment, Fong Chun had already left and was flying quickly in the sky. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, night fell again. At that moment, Fong Chun appeared in a mountain range. He did not return to the broken city. Instead, he planned to spend the night in the mountain range. After finding a secluded place, Fong Chun sat down cross-legged. "Brother Ding, when are we going to make a move?" As soon as Fong Chun sat cross-legged, he heard whispers. "What's the hurry? The bloody battle space will be open for half a year. Let's improve our strength first and then hunt human geniuses," Brother Ding said in a low voice. "Got it, Brother Ding. Let's go to that relic tomorrow." "That relic has been exposed. I think many geniuses will go there. We'll sneak in among them and take the opportunity to kill them," Brother Ding said. Fong Chun listened carefully in a hidden place. After listening to the conversation between the two people, he was certain that they were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. What did they sneak in? Fong Chun was puzzled. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect sneaked into the bloody battle space to hunt human geniuses. Could they be plotting something? Fong Chun restrained his aura and thought to himself. Not far from Fong Chun, two surviving members of Yellow Spring sect were in the middle of a discussion. "The seal that Lord's spiritual pupil king gave us is really powerful. Even the ancient beasts can't get close to it," Brother Ding said with a smile as he looked at the seal around them. The reason why they dared to be so unrestrained at night was because of the seal that the spiritual pupil king gave them. Suddenly, another member of the Yellow Spring sect asked, "Brother Ding, is there really that thing in that relic?" Hearing that, Brother Ding's expression became solemn. Then he said, "That thing is most likely in the relic." They had been chatting and did not notice Fong Chun at all. The latter also hid very well. He was also very tempted when he heard the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect discussing the relic. Fong Chun felt that the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were powerful, and there was a very powerful seal around them. Fong Chun did not make a move. It was strange. The entire mountain range was filled with the roars of ancient beasts that night, but none of them came here. Fong Chun also cultivated at ease that night. Strangely enough, Fong Chun cultivated the green lotus sword technique to perfection in one go. This shocked Fong Chun. Then he took out the flowing water sword technique to cultivate, but he could not succeed in one go. After working hard for an entire night, he only cultivated to the beginner level. In the end, Fong Chun concluded that it was because of the Golden Heart. The green lotus sword technique was a top 5th grade sword technique, while the flowing water sword technique was a 6th grade sword technique. The Golden Heart allowed him to cultivate sword techniques quickly, but high-level sword techniques could not be learned quickly. When a trace of white appeared in the sky, the roars of the ancient beasts finally dissipated. At that moment, the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect removed the seal and quickly left. As soon as they left, Fong Chun followed them. Fong Chun was also very interested in the relic that they mentioned. Chapter 6:24. Concealing his aura. Fong Chun followed the two remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. After about half a day, they finally arrived at a plain. There were many warriors on this plain. So many people. Fong Chun glanced around. Among these warriors, there was no lack of powerful geniuses. It seemed that there were quite a number of geniuses who knew about this relic. The two remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were hiding in a corner, waiting for everyone to enter the relic. As soon as Fong Chun appeared, he heard a gentle voice. He turned his head and was surprised to see a familiar face. "Xiaoka, why are you here?" Fong Chen smiled when he saw Li Xiaoke. Li Xiaoke walked to Fong Chen's side, her face full of smiles. I heard that there is an ancient relic here, so I came. Li Xiaoke was one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. She had the aura of a noble and was very beautiful. Fong Chen could feel countless burning gazes staring at Li Xiaoke. Fong Chen smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Li Xiaoke here. Where is the entrance to the relic? Fong Chen asked. There were many warriors on the plain. Fong Chen asked in a low voice what these warriors were waiting for. The entrance is in the open space in front of us. These warriors are waiting for the sun to rise, Li Xiaoke said. Obviously, she had come earlier and knew more things. Fong Chen nodded and didn't say anything. At this moment, a burning gaze looked at Li Xiaoke and said, Miss, I am Feng Yunzhong. I wonder if I can invite you for a chat? Hearing the voice, Fong Chen looked up and saw a tall, thin man walking towards Li Xiaoke. This person was Feng Yunzhong. I don't have time. Li Xiaoke rejected him without thinking. There was a hidden look in Feng Yunzhong's eyes. Anyone could see that he had improper thoughts about Li Xiaoke. Feng Yunzhong narrowed his eyes, glanced at Fong Chen, and said with a grin, Miss, the person next to you has neither strength nor looks. If you stay with him, it seems that he will hinder your future. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He stared at Feng Yunzhong. The surrounding warriors were also looking at Feng Yunzhong with interest. I can be with whoever I want to be with. It's none of your business, Li Xiaoke said coldly. Feng Yunzhong looked down on Fong Chen. Li Xiaoke was very angry. She turned her head and stopped talking to Feng Yunzhong. Feng Yunzhong was a little embarrassed, but soon after, a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes as he vented all of his resentment on Fong Chen. Brat, do you know who I am? Asked Feng Yunzhong. 45th on the 5-element state's hidden dragon ranking. Fong Chen said word by word. Since you know, then shouldn't you stay away from this girl? Feng Yunzhong said coldly. His words were filled with threat. The 5-element state had a genius ranking. It was called the hidden dragon ranking. Of course, the people on the hidden dragon ranking were basically disciples of the various powers in the 5-element state, other than the disciples of the 5-element academy. This was because any random disciple from the 5-element academy could suppress a genius on the hidden dragon ranking. In the words of the 5-element academy's higher-ups, the so-called hidden dragon ranking was just a ranking of geniuses in the secular world. Even so, those who could enter the hidden dragon ranking were monstrous geniuses. There were a total of 50 people on the hidden dragon ranking. The condition for entering the hidden dragon ranking was that one's bone age couldn't exceed 50 years old. Otherwise, no matter how strong you were, you wouldn't be able to enter the hidden dragon ranking. And Feng Yunzhong was actually ranked 45th on the hidden dragon ranking. This was enough to show how strong he was. The surrounding disciples looked at Feng Yunzhong with burning gazes. To be able to enter the hidden dragon ranking, Feng Yunzhong had his own unique points. This lady can be with whoever she wants. Could it be that an expert on the hidden dragon ranking can casually force others to be with him? Fong Chen retorted. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Fong Chen in shock. Who was this person? He actually dared to challenge Feng Yunzhong. Brat, do you want to die? Feng Yunzhong's expression changed drastically when he heard this. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it. Fong Chen retorted. Feng Yunzhong was an expert ranked 45th on the hidden dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although he was powerful in many people's eyes, in Fong Chen's eyes, he was just so. Especially since Fong Chen had cultivated the flowing water sword technique to the beginner stage. He was even more fearless of Feng Yunzhong. Although Fong Chen might not be able to defeat Feng Yunzhong, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed from Feng Yunzhong. Ha! Looks like Feng Yunzhong's deterrence isn't enough. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a man in white standing at the front of the plane, looking over. Zhong Yu, the 46th expert on the hidden dragon ranking. He was one rank below Feng Yunzhong. Zhong Yu, don't make sarcastic remarks, Feng Yunzhong said coldly when he heard this. However, after hearing Zhong Yu's mockery, Feng Yunzhong was completely enraged. He stared at Feng Chun and said, "Brat, you've successfully angered me. Now prepare to die." Just as Feng Yunzhong finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed, and he punched at Feng Chun with both his fists. Phantom Sword Technique. Feng Chun displayed the Phantom Sword Technique without hesitation. Countless illusory swords blasted towards Feng Yunzhong's fists. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Yunzhong's fists were very domineering. They directly shattered Feng Chen's illusory swords. "Is that all you've got?" Feng Yunzhong sneered and continued to attack Feng Chun. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Seeing that the Phantom Sword Technique couldn't do anything to Feng Yunzhong, Feng Chun displayed 5 swords of the Green Lotus Sword Technique in one breath. 5 powerful sword lights pierced towards Feng Yunzhong. Yes, Green Lotus Sword Technique. Feng Yunzhong recognized it. It was the Green Lotus Sword Technique, the Green Lotus Sword Technique. "You're from the Green Lotus sect?" Feng Yunzhong asked in a low voice. Feng Chun ignored Feng Yunzhong's words. He activated the Green Lotus Sword Technique to the extreme and directly pierced towards Feng Yunzhong. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the sky full of green lotuses, Feng Chen's sword light successfully blocked Feng Yunzhong's fists. At this moment, Feng Yunzhong looked at Feng Chun eerily. He clenched his fists tightly, and a wild aura emerged from his body. Everyone knew that Feng Yunzhong was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this person. However, everyone was shocked when they saw the powerful attack that Feng Chun had unleashed, especially Zhong Yu, who was ranked 46th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was even more surprised that a nobody could block Feng Yunzhong's attack. Moreover, this person's cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. "Brat, you can go die now," Feng Yunzhong bellowed. Both his fists punched out once more, causing the surrounding air to whistle. Flowing Water Sword Technique. Feng Chun displayed the Flowing Water Sword Technique for the first time. The concept of water instantly emerged and merged into the Hidden Star Sword. Then, like an endless waterfall, it fiercely pierced out. Seeing Feng Chen's sword technique, Feng Yunzhong felt very strange. The aura wasn't strong at all, but made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The Hidden Star Sword collided with Feng Yunzhong's fists. The rich concept of water instantly rushed towards Feng Yunzhong, causing him to retreat a few steps. Feng Yunzhong steadied himself and looked at Feng Chun in surprise. "Kid, although you're strong, it's too easy for me to kill you," Feng Yunzhong said coldly. Feng Chun heard this and sneered. "You're at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, and I'm only at the 1st level. If we're at the same level, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant." Feng Chun's words were very arrogant, but at this moment, some of the surrounding warriors actually thought that if they were at the same level, this person might really be able to kill Feng Yunzhong. Feng Yunzhong was furious and immediately wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Zhong Yu. "Feng Yunzhong, the relic is about to open. Let's talk about our grudges after we enter the relic," Zhong Yu said. Feng Yunzhong thought for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to stop the battle. To him, the relic was more important. "Kid, don't let me see you again." Feng Yunzhong glared at Feng Chun and said angrily. Feng Chun didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Xiaoka ran over and asked worriedly, "Feng Chun, are you okay?" Feng Chun shook his head. Although Feng Yunzhong was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Feng Yunzhong was on the Hidden Dragon roll and was high above. He thought that Feng Chun was just a slightly stronger ant. An ant couldn't be compared to a genius on the Hidden Dragon roll. As for Zhong Yu, although Feng Chun surprised him, he still believed in Feng Yunzhong. At this moment, he stopped Feng Yunzhong because he was afraid of delaying the opening of the relic. Noon was coming. As long as the sun hung high in the sky, they could enter the relic and search for opportunities. Chapter 6:25. Noon arrived, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. When the scorching sun shone on the earth, a miraculous scene appeared. All the sunlight converged on a certain spot on the plains. Under the illumination of the sun, the ground caved in. After a while, Feng Chun discovered that a pitch-black passage had appeared. The entrance to the ruins, Feng Chun said to himself. Just as Feng Chun was staring at the pitch-black passage, countless warriors suddenly poured into it. Feng Chun also entered the passage. After entering the passage, Feng Chun instantly discovered that something was wrong. What is this? Feng Chun discovered that there were many warriors just now, but after entering the passage, all of them disappeared. An array. Feng Chun sensed for a moment and discovered that they had fallen into an array. This is an origin-level array, Feng Chun said to himself. His eyes flickered as he surveyed his surroundings. An origin-level array could only be set up by an array grandmaster. With Feng Chun's current strength, it was impossible for him to set up an origin-level array. However, Feng Chun had already reached the critical point of being an array grandmaster. This origin-level array formation was not considered too difficult for him. Let's find the array base first, Feng Chun said in a low voice. After that, Feng Chun closed his eyes and began to search for the array base. Feng Chun's achievements in the Tao of array formations were not to be underestimated. After a while, he found the array base. This profound level array was a low origin level array. It was not complicated, and there were only 36 array bases. Feng Chun searched through them one by one. After about an hour, Feng Chun destroyed all 36 array bases and broke the array in one fell swoop. Rumble. After breaking out of the array, Feng Chun discovered that he was in a pitch-black palace. There were 3 prayer mats in the palace. Could it be that the inheritance is on this prayer mat? Feng Chun wondered aloud. Just as Feng Chun was speaking, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Feng Chun turned his head and saw that it was the hidden dragon ranking expert, Feng Yunzhong, who had broken the array. Ha ha ha! The legacy belongs to me, Feng Yunzhong. Feng Yunzhong grinned. No one knew that apart from being a martial artist, Feng Yunzhong was also an array master. He was also very skilled in the Tao of array formations. How could he be faster than me? Feng Yunzhong had originally thought that he would be the first to break the formation. But after seeing Feng Chun, he was flabbergasted. While Feng Yunzhong was thinking, Feng Chun had already sat on the futon and closed his eyes. Scram! The legacy is mine. Feng Yunzhong roared furiously. Then he attacked Feng Chun. Right at this moment, someone suddenly broke out of the formation. Before Feng Yunzhong could launch an attack on Feng Chun, the warrior who had broken out of the formation launched a fierce attack on Feng Yunzhong. Bang! Caught off guard, Feng Yunzhong was sent flying by a punch. He steadied himself and stared at the person in front of him with a cold expression. Who are you? Feng Yunzhong asked in a low voice. This person's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, but Feng Yunzhong did not recognize him. His strength was similar to his, but he was not an expert on the hidden dragon ranking. Who was he? The person who will kill you. The warrior sneered. A thick black aura appeared around him as he launched a fierce attack on Feng Yunzhong. Evil aura, Acheron sect. Feng Yunzhong recognized the evil aura and realized that this person was a survivor of Acheron sect. Damn it! Feng Yunzhong roared and launched a fierce attack on the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect. Although Feng Yunzhong wanted to obtain the legacy, if he did not kill the survivor of Acheron sect, he would not be able to obtain the legacy. Moreover, the survivor of Acheron sect was the enemy of the entire ancient Sword Continent. Everyone had the right to kill him. Inside the palace, the two of them were fighting fiercely. On the other hand, a gray aura appeared around Feng Chun and enveloped him in an instant. At this moment, Feng Chun's mind was filled with information about the Tao of formations. He was like a small boat that was moving forward in the vast sea. The Tao of formations. Feng Chun had great talent in the Tao of formations, so it was easy for him to receive the legacy. After fighting fiercely with the survivor of Acheron sect for 15 minutes, Feng Yunzhong finally could not hold on any longer. His eyes were cold as he stared at the survivor of Acheron sect. The blood of a genius on the hidden dragon ranking must be delicious, the survivor of Acheron sect said eerily. Feng Yunzhong's eyes flickered as he thought of a way to deal with it. Just as the survivor of Acheron's sect was about to kill Feng Yunzhong, someone suddenly broke the formation. Feng Yunzhong's face lit up. The person who broke the formation should be Zhong Yu on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, when he saw the person who broke the formation, his face darkened completely. The survivor of Acheron's sect. Unexpectedly, there was more than one survivor of Acheron's sect. There was another. He could not resist one, and now there were two. He could not resist at all. Am I, Feng Yunzhong, going to die here? Feng Yunzhong's heart was filled with unwillingness. He did not want to die. Brother Ding, why waste words with him? Just kill him and then destroy all the geniuses, the survivor of Acheron's sect said with a laugh. Brother Ding nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, an evil aura swept toward Feng Yunzhong. The latter was shocked and wanted to retreat, but he found that he was no longer at the corner. There was no way out. Just as Feng Yunzhong was about to fight to the death, a gray aura suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, he found himself trapped in a formation. What's going on? Feng Yunzhong asked in surprise. I'll control the formation. You kill the survivor of Acheron's sect. A voice entered Feng Yunzhong's ears. He turned his head and found that the person who spoke was Feng Chen. You set up the formation? Feng Yunzhong asked. Feng Chen nodded and said, Why aren't you going? Although Feng Yunzhong had a grudge with Feng Chen, he did not think too much at that moment. He directly entered the fog and fought fiercely against the survivor of Acheron's sect. Although it was only a short 15 minutes, Feng Chen had successfully accepted the inheritance. The moment he accepted the inheritance, he had already made a breakthrough in the Tao of formations and became an admired grandmaster of formations. And now, the formation that Feng Chen had set up was also an origin formation. Feng Chen needed to focus on controlling the formation, so he could only let Feng Yunzhong kill the survivors of Acheron's sect. Brother Ding, we're trapped in the formation, the survivor of Acheron's sect whispered. A mere formation can't trap us. Let's work together and break it, Brother Ding said. Bang! Before the two of them could make a move, a fist suddenly appeared in the void and sent Brother Ding flying. Damn it! Brother Ding was furious. He looked up and found that there was no one in the formation. That human just now is hiding in the formation. Protect me. I'll break the formation, Brother Ding said. Okay, the survivor of Acheron's sect said. Then, Brother Ding began to break the formation with all his might. Because the person who set up the formation was controlling it, it was a little difficult to break it. While Brother Ding was breaking the formation, Feng Yunzhong began to attack. Because of the formation, he could silently appear beside the survivor of Acheron's sect. Bang! With a punch, the survivor of Acheron's sect was instantly sent flying. Just like that, after a minute, Feng Yunzhong found an excellent opportunity. He executed a domineering and fierce attack and directly killed the survivor of Acheron's sect. Seeing this scene, Brother Ding went completely crazy. All of you are going to die. Brother Ding was furious. His body was filled with an evil aura, and his strength soared. He punched out, and the formation shook. Hurry up and stop him, Feng Chen shouted. Feng Yunzhong nodded and stopped Brother Ding. Just like that, Feng Yunzhong and Brother Ding fell into a fierce battle. In the beginning, Feng Yunzhong and Brother Ding were tied. However, as time passed, Feng Yunzhong's advantage was finally revealed. 15 minutes later, Feng Yunzhong suppressed Brother Ding, making the latter unable to fight back. Moreover, Brother Ding's body was covered in wounds. Brother Ding let out a furious roar. He originally wanted to hunt down all the geniuses who entered the palace, but he did not expect to be plotted against. Go to hell. Feng Yunzhong found an opportunity and shattered Brother Ding's head with a punch. At this point, the two survivors of Acheron's sect were both killed, and the crisis was resolved. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen sat on the ground. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Without Feng Chen's control, the formation shook violently before shattering. It was also at this moment that the formation in the passage disappeared. The cultivators who had entered the passage all appeared in the palace. When they saw Feng Chun sitting on the ground, and Feng Yunzhong's breathing was chaotic, they thought that the two of them had fought. Feng Chun. Li Xiaoke ran to Feng Chun and asked worriedly. Feng Chun shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. Feng Yunzhong, you're too incompetent. You haven't killed this kid after so long. The person who spoke was Zhong Yu on the Hidden Dragon list. Zhong Yu thought that Feng Chun had just fought with Feng Yunzhong, so he said that. Shut up, Feng Yunzhong reprimanded sternly. Feng Yunzhong. Zhong Yu frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Zhong Yu, he is my savior. You are not allowed to say such things in the future. As Feng Yunzhong spoke, he looked at Feng Chun with a smile in his eyes. Seeing this, Feng Chen's mouth parted into a smile. Everyone was puzzled. However, when Feng Yunzhong told everyone what had just happened, they finally knew how powerful Feng Chun was. Array Grandmaster. Zhong Yu's pupils shrank as he looked at Feng Chun and cried out involuntarily. He was such a young Array Grandmaster. Was he dreaming? After everyone learned that Feng Chun was an Array Grandmaster, they looked at Feng Chun differently. He had become an Array Grandmaster at such a young age. It was enough to see his achievements in the Array Dao. It could be imagined that he would definitely surpass the Array Grandmaster in the future. They had to befriend such a genius. Chapter 6:26. Array Grandmaster. Zhong Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Chun in disbelief. His heart was filled with doubt. That's right. 2 Acheron sect members sneaked in. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead, Feng Yunzhong said. He was now very regretful and ashamed of his previous actions. Fortunately, Feng Chun didn't say anything. The entire palace was in an uproar. Many warriors looked at Feng Chun in shock. After a long time, everyone finally believed Feng Yunzhong's words. At this moment, they looked at Feng Chun with eyes full of respect. It was no exaggeration to say that such a young Array Grandmaster's talent in array formation was comparable to some of the geniuses in the 5 Elements Academy. If such a monstrous warrior was placed in the outside world, he would definitely be fought over by many major forces. Of course, when everyone found out about Feng Chen's identity, they also knew that the inheritance here had already been obtained by Feng Chun. In the end, everyone left one after another. Since there was no inheritance here, they didn't want to waste any more time here. They hurried to find other inheritances. In the blink of an eye, only Feng Chun, Li Xiaoke, Zhong Yu, and Feng Yunzhong were left in the palace. Let's go too. Feng Chun glanced at Li Xiaoke and said. Li Xiaoke nodded and followed Feng Chun out of the palace. Brother, I still don't know your name, Feng Yunzhong asked. Feng Chun. After Feng Chun finished speaking, he turned and left. Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu were left looking at each other. I really didn't expect him to become an Array Grandmaster at such a young age. It's too scary, Zhong Yu whispered. Yeah, fortunately, we didn't completely offend him before. Otherwise, such an enemy would be too scary, Feng Yunzhong said as he nodded. After leaving the palace, Feng Chun quickly disappeared from the plains with Li Xiaoke. After a while, Feng Chun found a safe place and sat cross-legged. He said to Li Xiaoke, Xiaoke, guard me. After speaking, Feng Chun closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke emitted a majestic aura and protected Feng Chun. At this moment, Feng Chun's mind was filled with complicated information. This information came from the interspatial rings of the 2 Acheron sect survivors. Earlier on, Feng Chun had heard that a king of Yellow Spring sect had given these 2 surviving members of Yellow Spring sect a sealing technique. This sealing technique was extremely powerful. Just now, after Feng Yunzhong killed the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Feng Chun had already quietly taken away their space rings. The reason for that was because Feng Chun wanted to obtain the sealing technique. If he could learn this sealing technique, he wouldn't be afraid of the night. This way, he wouldn't have to return to the city every night. Sealing techniques were similar to sealing techniques. However, if one were to look at them in detail, there would be some differences. Fortunately, Feng Chun had comprehended the Tao of formations. It was very easy for him to comprehend the sealing technique. After about an hour, An invisible aura appeared around Fong Chun. This invisible aura directly isolated Fong Chun from the outside world. Crash! Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the seal around him, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's easier than I thought," Fong Chun said to himself. Fong Chun was very happy that he had comprehended the sealing technique in an hour. Fong Chun. Li Xiaoke called out when she saw Fong Chun wake up. Fong Chun stood up and said, "Let's go." Just as Fong Chun was about to leave, he suddenly felt something in his mind. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, the little mouse is in danger." Fong Chun shouted. His face was cold. Just now, the little mouse sent a message to Fong Chun, saying that it was in danger. It also told Fong Chun the location. Fong Chun knew that the little mouse was in danger. He immediately took Li Xiaoke and rushed to the little mouse's location. "You must hold on," Fong Chun said anxiously. Along the way, Fong Chun and Li Xiaoke were flying quickly. Their flying speed was especially fast. Finally, when night fell, Fong Chun and Li Xiaoke arrived at the place that the little mouse had mentioned. It was a valley. "It's here," Li Xiaoke asked. Fong Chun nodded and entered the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, Fong Chun realized that the valley was filled with the aura of ancient beasts. The aura of ancient beasts. Fong Chun's eyes were cold. He looked around but didn't find anything. However, as they got closer to the little mouse, Fong Chun could clearly feel the exact location of the little mouse in his mind. The little mouse was in the depths of the valley. Fong Chun rushed towards the depths of the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there was a lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a small green stone. On the green stone, a little mouse was squatting. Its eyes were shining, and its body was surrounded by a thick purple halo. Around the little mouse was the motionless lake. Above the lake, there were some beasts floating. If one looked closely, these beasts looked a little similar to the little mouse. Flying rats were also a type of rat. These flying rats were ancient beasts and were much stronger than normal beasts. This lake was originally the nest of the flying rats. However, the little mouse suddenly barged in and killed many of the flying rats. This made the flying rats very angry. Countless flying rats circled above the lake, preparing to encircle and kill the little mouse. However, the little mouse had its own unique methods. It resisted the encirclement of the flying rats. In the beginning, the flying rats attacked the little mouse crazily. However, they were all blocked by the little mouse. In this period of time, many flying rats died. Finally, the flying rats realized that the little mouse was unusual. They started to confront the little mouse. This confrontation lasted for a few days. Today, they suddenly became restless. The little mouse looked up and saw a huge rat descending from the sky. This rat was huge and filled with a ferocious aura. After this rat appeared, the other flying rats all called out loudly. Later on, the little mouse finally realized that this rat was the flying rat king of this area. Its cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Facing the flying rat king, who was at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, the little mouse could barely resist it. If it focused on resisting the flying rat king, it would be attacked by the other flying rats. In this way, the little mouse's life would be in danger. Helpless, the little mouse could only inform Fong Chun. After the flying rat king arrived, it was not in a hurry to attack. When it saw the purple halo on the little mouse's body, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. "What kind of rat are you?" the flying rat king asked in a deep voice. The flying rat king could speak. The little mouse was confused when it heard this because it did not know what kind of rat it was. Behind the flying rat king, a flying rat with a strong aura asked, "Lord Rat King, why don't you kill this damned little mouse? The purple halo on this rat's body is not simple. I feel a strong sense of danger," the flying rat king said. After that, the flying rat king negotiated with the little mouse, asking the little mouse to leave this place and let the matter rest. However, how could the little mouse agree to that? Within this lake, there was something very important to it. As soon as it entered the bloody battle space, the little mouse felt that something was calling out to it. When it arrived here, it could clearly feel that the calling was coming from within this lake. "Leave this place?" "Impossible," the little mouse said softly. As soon as it finished speaking, it dashed forward, wanting to enter the lake. Seeing the little mouse's actions, the flying rat king was furious. "Stop it!" the flying rat king roared. Then it stretched out its claws and blocked the little mouse's path. Bang! The flying rat king's claws directly hit the little mouse's body, forcing the little mouse back to the blue stone in the middle of the lake. "You! Leave now, and this matter will end here," the flying rat king scolded. The little mouse did not say anything. Its eyes looked at the bottom of the lake. A flying rat king behind the flying rat king said in a low voice, "This lake is the place where the ancestor of our flying rat clan fell. How can we allow other demonic beasts to disturb it?" The flying rat clan was an ancient giant beast. They were very powerful. They looked down on the little mouse in front of them, thinking that it was not qualified to be part of the rat clan. Moreover, the little mouse dared to invade the place where the ancestor of their flying rat clan fell. It really deserved to die. If the flying rat king did not feel that the purple halo on the little mouse's body was dangerous, it would have already killed this ungrateful fellow. Hearing that, the flying rat king looked at the little mouse. This was the last chance it would give the little mouse. Seeing that the little mouse did not move, the flying rat king's face became completely gloomy. It roared towards the sky. Immediately, the countless flying rats behind it began to attack the little mouse fiercely. At the same time, a layer of yellow halo appeared around the flying rat king's body. Then, the flying rat king stretched out its claws. All of the flying rat king's claws grabbed the little mouse's body in an instant. With a pull, a deep wound appeared on the little mouse's body. Crack! While the flying rat king was attacking the little mouse, the latter did not stay idle. It opened its mouth and bit one of the flying rat king's claws. It directly bit off one of the flying rat king's fingers, causing the flying rat king to roar angrily. "I will kill you!" The flying rat king was completely enraged. It was the high and mighty flying rat king, but it actually had one of its fingers bitten off by a piece of trash. The flying rat king used its fiercest attack. Together with the countless flying rats, it launched a powerful attack on the little mouse. Chapter 6:27. When Fong Chun arrived at the depths of the valley, he just happened to see a swarm of flying rats attacking the little mouse. His expression changed, and with a flick of his wrist, 108 top-grade spirit stones shot out. 5-0 crash. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had set up a Yuan tier formation above the lake. Under the lead of the flying rats, a large number of flying rats were preparing to attack the little mouse. But they suddenly realized that the little mouse had disappeared. They couldn't even see the lake anymore. Boom! Countless flying rats' attacks all missed their target. "What's going on?" asked one of the flying rats. The flying rat king was at the front, looking down. Then it gloomily said, "This is a formation." After saying that, it turned around, and a ray of light shot out of its eyes as it looked at Fong Chun. The other flying rats also noticed Fong Chun and Li Xiaoke. "Damnable humans, you dare to ruin my plans," said the flying rat king arrogantly. "We're all rats, so why must you be so ruthless?" asked Fong Chun icily. "Is it worthy of being called a rat? It really is a disgrace to us rats." The flying rat king disdainfully looked at the little mouse hiding in the formation above the lake. In its eyes, the little mouse was just an ordinary rat. It couldn't compare to ancient beasts like them. "Isn't it just an ancient beast? What's so amazing about it?" asked Fong Chun. The flying rat king didn't know how powerful the little mouse was, but Fong Chun was very clear. The little mouse gave Fong Chun an extremely mysterious feeling. That was especially true of its teeth. No matter what it was, it could crush it. Just the toughness of its teeth surpassed countless flying rats. Even these ancient beasts couldn't compare to it. Ancient beasts had the blood of ancient beasts flowing through their veins. After such a long period of time, the ancient blood in their veins had become increasingly scarce, but it had also become increasingly precious. The ancient beasts had always thought that they were much more noble than demonic beasts because of the ancient blood flowing in their bodies. However, in Feng Chen's opinion, this was not even worth mentioning. The blood in the little mouse's body was not inferior to that of the ancient beasts. Human, you dare look down on us ancient beasts? Are you courting death? The flying rat king glared at Feng Chen. The information that the little mouse sent to Feng Chen mentioned that the flying rat king's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. If he was alone, Feng Chen wouldn't be afraid of the flying rat king at all. However, there were so many flying rats behind it. Therefore, Feng Chen could not fight them head-on. Ignorant, Feng Chen said with a sneer. The flying rat king was enraged. Just as it was about to speak, it suddenly saw two humans enter the formation. Damn it! Break the formation! The Sky Rat King roared furiously. Within the black level formation, Feng Chen saw the little mouse. What's going on? Feng Chen asked. With the little mouse's intelligence, it was impossible for it to be trapped here. It must have something important to ask him for help. As expected, the little mouse nodded and said, "Something is calling me from below the lake. I feel that this is an opportunity that belongs to me." Below the lake? Feng Chen asked. The little mouse nodded. Seeing this, Feng Chen thought for a moment and said, "Go to the bottom of the lake first and search for the inheritance. I will help you block the attacks of the flying rats here." "Boss, there are so many flying rats. Can you block them?" The little mouse asked worriedly. "Although I am not their match in a head-on confrontation, I am a formation grandmaster. It is not a problem for me to deal with them," Feng Chen said. The little mouse didn't say anything else and directly dove into the lake. Just at this moment, Feng Chen felt the formation he had just set up rumble and shake, as if it was about to shatter. Crash! Feng Chen didn't hesitate. With a shake of his wrist, he once more set up a formation. Just as he finished setting up this array formation, the array formation on the outside instantly shattered. Why is there another formation? After destroying Feng Chen's formation, the Sky Rat King had thought that it would be able to kill the human and the little mouse. But it hadn't expected there to be another formation inside. "Rat King, what should we do?" asked the Sky Rat King. "Continue breaking the formation. I don't believe a human can maintain the formation for long," roared the Sky Rat King furiously. Rumble, Feng Chen could sense that the Sky Rat King was extremely furious. They were doing their best to break the formation. They couldn't maintain it. When Feng Chen heard what the Flying Rat King said, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He had over 100 million top-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. Maintaining the formation was too easy. With the top-grade spirit stones as the foundation, he was constantly setting up formations. The Sky Rat King was also constantly breaking the formations. After an entire day, Feng Chen had set up over 300 Xian grade formations. Just the top grade spirit stones had cost him over 100,000. However, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Feng Chen. On the outside, the Sky Rat King was incomparably depressed. They had been constantly breaking the formations. Each time they broke a formation, they would encounter another formation. In short, they would never be able to see the human martial artist. That infuriated the Sky Rat King. At the beginning, the Sky Rat King had still been doing their best to break the formations. But later, they had given up. "Damnable human! How can he set up so many formations?" roared the Sky Rat King. "Rat King, what should we do?" asked one of the Sky Rats. "Go and get the Tiger King," the Flying Rat King said after pondering for a moment. "Yes." One of the Sky Rats nodded and directly flew out of the mountain valley. A moment later, a huge tiger arrived in the mountain valley. "Sky Rat King, why did you call me here?" The Tiger King quickly walked over, his voice extremely resounding. Seeing the Tiger King arrive, the Sky Rat King's eyes flickered. "Tiger King, I called you here because I have something to discuss." "Oh, tell me." The Tiger King was the king of this region's tiger race. Their neighbor was the Sky Rat King, and they were also ancient beasts. Although there would often be friction between the tiger race and the Sky Rat King, when there was an important matter, the two kings would still work together against outsiders. This time, When the Tiger King had heard that the Sky Rat King had encountered trouble, he had immediately rushed over. A rat intruded into the lake where our flying rat clan's ancestor perished. I wanted to capture it, but two human warriors suddenly appeared. One of the human warriors was an array master who was proficient in array Dao. He set up an array formation to stop us, the Flying Rat King explained in detail. The Tiger King said, "You mean to say that you want me to join hands with you to break the formation?" "Exactly. If we join hands, we'll definitely be able to break the formation," said the Sky Rat King. "A mere formation can stump the Sky Rat King." The Tiger King's eyes flickered. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy, so he didn't immediately agree. The Sky Rat King bitterly smiled. "Tiger King, there's something you don't know. If it was just a single formation, then with my strength, I would definitely be able to break it. But this damned human is extremely proficient in the Tao of formations. He's actually able to set up formations without stopping. Furthermore, the amount of energy he possesses is unimaginable. From yesterday until today, I've broken over 300 formations, but I still haven't seen him," said the Sky Rat King helplessly. Hearing this, the Tiger King's eyes finally turned serious. To be able to set up over 300 formations without stopping, just how much energy did that require? It seems this brat possesses a great treasure. The Tiger King made a judgment. The Sky Rat King looked at the Tiger King, waiting for his reply. "What's in it for me to help you?" asked the Tiger King. As a king of the same clan, he naturally had to seek benefits for the clan members. Hence, although the Tiger King agreed to help, he wouldn't help for free. He wanted to ask for compensation. "Tiger King, you've guessed it, right? That human martial artist should possess a great treasure. How about this? If you can help me capture that brat, we'll split the treasures equally. How about that?" said the Sky Rat King after pondering for a moment. This was already the greatest benefit he could give the Tiger King. Any more, and it would be beyond what he could bear. The Tiger King stared at the formation above the lake and quickly thought about it. After a while, he nodded and said, "If we capture the human martial artist, let me choose the treasure first." The Sky Rat King nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two kings quickly reached a consensus and began to attack the formation together. "Let's attack together," said the Sky Rat King. As soon as he finished speaking, the two kings attacked at the same time. Extremely sharp attacks instantly bombarded the formation. Roar! The roar of a beast echoed throughout the entire valley. Within the formation, Fong Chun was resting. He was also very tired from continuously setting up more than 300 formations. If not for the large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he felt two extremely fierce auras bombarding the formation. Following that, the formation shook violently, and with a loud crash, it shattered. "Not good," Fong Chun shouted, but it was too late. The Sky Rat King and the Tiger King had already joined forces to shatter the formation. Fong Chun instinctively went to set up the formation, but before he could do it, he was interrupted by the Sky Rat King and the Tiger King. "Brat, what else can you do now?" Seeing that Fong Chun was unable to set up the formation, the Sky Rat King laughed proudly. Fong Chun stared at the Tiger King and said, "The Great Sky Rat King actually needs help to deal with a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm." How laughable! Fong Chun knew that he didn't have the time to set up the formation in front of the two kings. "Brat, it's too late to say anything now. Hand over your interspatial ring and kill yourself here," said the Sky Rat King in a low voice. Chapter 628. Just as Flying Rat King was about to take action, Tiger King suddenly spoke. "Flying Rat King, I want to add another condition. If you agree, I'll help you. If you don't, I'll leave immediately," Tiger King said. Flying Rat King was a little unhappy, but he still nodded and asked, "What condition? This girl belongs to me." Tiger King's eyes flashed with greed. The Flying Sky Rat King was startled when he heard this. Immediately, he shook his head. This stupid tiger was really lustful. However, such a request was obviously nothing much, and the Flying Rat King immediately agreed. Tiger King laughed and looked at Li Xiaoka. He said obscenely, "Beauty, come back with me and be my wife. How about that?" Although Tiger King was an ancient giant beast, he was very lustful. Ancient giant beasts couldn't transform into human form and could only stay in beast form for their entire lives. However, they had the intelligence of humans. Hearing Tiger King's words, Li Xiaoka's eyes turned cold. Stupid tiger. On the other hand, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword. His entire body was filled with extremely dense sword intent, and he was ready to fight at any moment. Tiger King's hobby was a little special. He was an ancient giant beast, but he liked human beauties. This made Flying Rat King a little helpless. "Humph, I'll make you follow me willingly in a while," Tiger King said. Flying Rat King and Tiger King looked at each other. Then, in a flash, they rushed towards Fang Chun and charged towards Fang Chun. "Xiaoka, back off!" Fang Chun roared and used the flowing water swordsmanship. The intra-level flowing water swordsmanship was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chun. Now, Fang Chun's attack was comparable to a level 2 spiritual vortex realm. Bang! The star-hidden sword ferociously collided with the Flying Rat King's claw and issued a deafening sound. What a powerful attack! Flying Rat King was shocked and retreated. At the same time, Tiger King's attack landed on Fang Chun. Fang Chun tried his best to block and was almost hit by Tiger King. Bang! Bang! The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joined forces to battle Fang Chun. Soon, Fang Chun was suppressed. "If this continues, I'll definitely die," Fang Chun thought to himself. He had been suppressed by the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King. If he could not find a solution, he would definitely be killed by the Flying Rat King. "Brat, you're dead." The Flying Rat King stretched out its claws and clawed at Fang Chun's head. Its claws contained boundless power. The Flying Rat King's battle prowess sword. As long as he was caught, Fang Chun's head would explode. At this moment, the Tiger King's head also appeared in front of Fang Chun. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Fang Chun. Tiger King and Flying Rat King were ancient giant beasts at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. They had ancient blood in their bodies and were extremely powerful. If they were at the same level, Fang Chun would definitely not be afraid of the two kings. However, Fang Chun was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even if he gave it his all, he could only block the attack of one of the kings. However, this would give the other king an opportunity. Damn it! Fang Chun could not help but curse in his heart. He wanted to set up a formation, but he was attacked by the two kings and did not have the time to do so. Am I going to die? Fang Chun felt a great sense of danger. His body kept retreating. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King's eyes flashed with a cold smile. They seemed to have seen Fang Chun's death. Bang! The Flying Rat King's claws landed on Fang Chun's body. Fortunately, Fang Chun dodged in time. His head was not caught, but his arm was caught. With a bang, the bones in Fang Chun's arm shattered and blood flowed out continuously. At the same time, Fang Chun's body was blasted into the lake. After Fang Chun's body entered the lake, he instantly fell to the bottom of the lake. The Flying Rat King stared at the lake and did not act rashly. At this moment, Tiger King also stopped and said, "That kid has been hit by you. He will definitely die." The Flying Rat King's eyes flashed, and he nodded without saying a word. As for Tiger King, he turned around and looked at Li Xiaoka greedily. "Beauty, are you willing to leave with me now? I would rather die than follow a stupid tiger like you," Li Xiaoka said coldly. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit," Tiger King said in a low voice. His body emitted a powerful aura that directly pressured Li Xiaoka. Li Xiaoka's strength was not as strong as Fang Chun's. Hence, when she was pressured by Tiger King's aura, her body was instantly restrained and she could not move. Tiger King walked to Li Xiaoka's side and gently caressed her face with his big paw. His eyes were full of smiles. "Flying Rat King, hurry up and find that kid's body. After that, we'll split the wealth equally. I'm in a hurry to go back." The Tiger King swung his claws and threw the imprisoned Li Xiaoka onto his back. He turned his head and said to the Flying Rat King. Even without Tiger King saying it, Flying Rat King already knew. He had already sent the flying rat king into the lake to search for Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen had a lot of wealth on him. They were not willing to give it up so easily. Be careful, Flying Rat King warned. The Flying Rat King warned. This lake was the place where the ancestor of their Flying Rat clan had fallen. It was extremely strange. Yes, a few flying rats dove into the lake. Flying Rat King and Tiger King waited patiently. Soon, there was movement in the lake. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Tiger King and Flying Rat King stared at the lake and waited anxiously. "It's out," Tiger King shouted when he saw the ripples spreading. It seemed like something was coming out. However, things went beyond the expectations of Tiger King and Flying Rat King. A few Flying Rat King's bodies floated quietly on the surface of the lake. "What's going on? That kid isn't dead yet?" Flying Rat King roared angrily. Tiger King was also a little surprised. A few flying rats were still fine a moment ago, but in just a short while, they had died silently. What exactly was in the lake? Tiger King and Flying Rat King looked at each other with a grave expression. At this moment, the surface of the lake shook again, and countless ripples appeared. Tiger King and Flying Rat King stared at the lake carefully. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of water shot out from the lake and into the clouds. When this water column appeared, the water in the entire lake began to swirl wildly. Countless water droplets escaped from the water pillar. Tiger King and Flying Rat King retreated in a flash. They sensed a terrifying aura and sensed danger. "What's going on?" Flying Rat King turned pale with fright. The water pillar continued to shrink. When the water pillar completely fell into the lake, a figure appeared on the blue stone. "It's you." Tiger King and Flying Rat King were shocked to see Fong Chen. But when they saw the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder, they were even more shocked. That dangerous aura actually came from the little mouse's body. "You dare attack my boss? You really don't know life from death." Little Mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder and pointed at Tiger King and Flying Rat King. "What's going on?" Flying Rat King felt his heart tremble. Even his blood was trembling. He involuntarily fell from the sky and prostrated himself on the ground. "Flying Rat King, what's going on?" Tiger King cried out. The Flying Rat King's body was trembling on the ground, and his face was filled with terror. "My blood is trembling," Flying Rat King said with difficulty. When the Tiger King heard this, its expression turned serious. It looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly raised its little paw. Immediately, a purple aura shot out and engulfed the entire valley. When this purple aura appeared, even Tiger King felt his heart palpitate. "Let her go," Fong Chen said in a low voice. Tiger King was startled. He looked at Little Mouse in disbelief. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. His body flashed, and he threw Li Xiaoka onto the blue stone. He wanted to escape. "You hit my boss, and you still want to leave?" Little Mouse was very powerful. Its body was filled with a crazy aura. Purple light surged, and its small body shot out. In an instant, it blocked Tiger King's path. "What are you doing?" Tiger King felt a little guilty. "I'm letting you stay," Little Mouse said. "I'm afraid you can't do that," Tiger King said coldly. Splash! Little Mouse acted. It was so fast that even Fong Chen couldn't see it clearly. At the same time, a terrifying aura emerged from Little Mouse. This aura made Tiger King tremble uncontrollably. What kind of aura is this? Tiger King's heart was filled with fear. This aura was too strong. He felt a little ancient aura. A minute later, Tiger King was subdued by Little Mouse. He and Flying Rat King were both on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. "This is too scary," Tiger King said in his heart. Recalling the fight with Little Mouse, he felt that he had walked through the gates of hell. If it wasn't for Little Mouse holding back, he would have died. Fong Chen was also shocked by Little Mouse's performance. When he fell into the lake, Little Mouse had just completed its transformation. When it realized that it was injured, it was furious and immediately killed a few flying rats that rushed into the lake. He didn't expect Little Mouse to be able to suppress Flying Rat King and Tiger King with its own strength in the blink of an eye. "You two idiots." The little mouse looked down at the flying Rat King and Tiger King from above and shouted. At this moment, Tiger King finally regained his composure. He glared at Flying Rat King and said, "I'm really in trouble because of you." Chapter 629. I don't care about the inheritance of the flying rat race, the little mouse said arrogantly. The flying Rat King was about to explode in anger when he heard this, but he suppressed it when he thought of how terrifying the little mouse was. The flying Rat King could feel his blood moving restlessly, especially his ancient blood. It was being suppressed by the little mouse. At this moment, the flying Rat King thought of a legend, the legend of bloodline suppression. According to the legend, some noble races of beasts had bloodlines that were so strong that they could suppress all ordinary bloodlines. The flying Rat King belonged to the ancient beasts of the flying rat race, so he had an ancient bloodline. But in front of the little mouse, he couldn't move at all. He was deeply suppressed, which shocked the flying Rat King even more. What kind of bloodline did the little mouse have? How could it suppress the ancient bloodline? Fong Chun, who was standing on a green rock, looked at the little mouse and nodded slightly. "This little mouse has exceeded my expectations," Ancestor Bronze whispered from within the python's sword. "Ancestor, you don't know what race the little mouse is?" Fong Chun asked. He had already learned about the bloodline suppression from Ancestor Bronze. He wanted to know what race the little mouse was, but even an almighty like Ancestor Bronze didn't know. "I don't know," Ancestor Bronze said after a moment of silence. While Fong Chun was talking to Ancestor Bronze, the little mouse had completely subdued the flying Rat King and the Tiger King. At first, the Tiger King was unwilling to submit, but when the little mouse completely released its bloodline aura, the Tiger King trembled and obeyed. The little mouse's aura was too strong. "Boss!" The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King stood beside the little mouse with a smile and bowed. When Fong Chun saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. As expected of a world where the strong were respected, it was even more outstanding in the world of beasts. As long as you had the strength, you could be the boss. "How's the strength of your two races?" the little mouse asked. "In our region, the Flying Rat Clan has a total of over 300 members. It can be considered the weakest branch in this space," the Flying Rat King said respectfully. "It's the same for us tigers," the Tiger King said. The little mouse nodded and said, "I will lead you to conquer all the ancient beasts in this space." Hearing the little mouse's words, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. The bloody battle space was a broken space that had been passed down since ancient times. There were countless ancient giant beast clans here. The Flying Rat Clan, led by the Flying Rat King, was only a branch of the larger Flying Rat Clan. In other regions, there were even more powerful flying rats. It was the same for the tigers. They were just a weak branch. Otherwise, how could a Tiger King at the second level of the Spirit Vortex realm lead the Tiger Clan to survive in the cruel demonic beast world? The little mouse jumped onto the bluestone and looked at Fong Chun with a smile. "Boss, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my bloodline wouldn't have awakened so easily." "Your bloodline has awakened?" Fong Chun asked. The little mouse nodded and said, "In the lake, I received the inheritance of the Flying Rat Clan's ancestor. Then, my bloodline was stimulated and awakened." When Fong Chun heard this, he finally understood. No wonder little mouse's strength suddenly changed so drastically. It turned out that his bloodline had awakened. "Then, do you know what race you are?" Fong Chun asked. The little mouse's expression dimmed when he heard that. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. After my bloodline awakened, a very strange image appeared in my mind. In the image, a mouse that looked exactly like me stepped on the sky and told me that we were a race of our own. This image is intermittent and a bit incomplete." The mouse disappeared after saying that. The little mouse said, "That's right." Fong Chun frowned. Was the little mouse's image a relative of the little mouse? "Ancestor, have you heard of it?" Fong Chun asked. Ancestor Bronze's voice was very heavy. "Fong Chun, the little mouse is not simple." "Ancestor, what did you discover?" asked Fong Chun. Ancestor Bronze fell silent and didn't say anything else. No matter how Fong Chun asked, it was as if he had disappeared. In the end, Fong Chun gave up on asking. It was at this moment that Ancestor Bronze suddenly spoke. During my peak years, I came into contact with some secrets. A demon beast race that dares to call themselves a race of their own is an extremely powerful race, even in the outer realms, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. A demon beast race that dared to call themselves a race of their own was an extremely powerful race, even in the outer realms. In that case, the little mouse was a demon beast race of the outer realms. Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at the little mouse in confusion. If the latter was a race of the outer realms, then how did it appear in the ancient Sword Continent? Could it be Fang Chen thought of the beginner scroll of the Sword Tao, True Enlightenment? When he first obtained it, Zhenren Hantian had said that the beginner scroll of the Sword Tao, True Enlightenment was an object of the outer realms. Perhaps the little mouse came here from a torn space, Fang Chen thought to himself. Although he didn't know the specific race of the little mouse, Fang Chen was very surprised to know that it was a big race of the outer realms. After the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King submitted, the little mouse became the absolute boss of this area. As it said, it was going to lead the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King to conquer this space. Boss, go look for your opportunity. I'll stay here. The little mouse grinned and said, the next time we meet, I will be the Beast King of the Bloody Battle Space. The demon beasts in the Bloody Battle Space have all survived since ancient times. They are extremely powerful. You have to be careful, Fang Chen reminded. The little mouse nodded and said with a smile, Boss, don't worry. In the end, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke left the place. Outside the valley, Li Xiaoke's eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen and asked curiously, Fang Chen, this little mouse is so mysterious. Fang Chen grinned when he heard that. After coming out of the valley, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke walked aimlessly. In a vast, bloody battle space, there were 81 cities. There were many geniuses in all the cities. Of course, there were also many geniuses who were exploring some ruins. On this day, Fang Chen came to a bustling city. The reason why it was bustling was because there were many geniuses in this city. The streets were bustling with people. After entering the city, Fang Chen was a little surprised and said, It's so lively. Fang Chen, I have some news, Li Xiaoke said. The bloody battle space has been open for a long time. Geniuses have all kinds of needs. After such a long time, some trading cities have appeared in the bloody battle space. This city is one of the 8 trading cities. After listening to Li Xiaoke's explanation, Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. Every genius who entered the bloody battle space would more or less have some opportunities if they didn't die. Some treasures were useless to them, but they were useful to other geniuses. As a result, trading cities appeared. Each of the 8 trading cities was bustling with activity. Countless geniuses with needs flocked there to trade with other geniuses. Fang Chen walked on the streets and saw many geniuses setting up small stalls on both sides of the street. As expected of the bloody battle space, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There were countless stalls on the streets of the trading cities. If the items in these stalls were taken out in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. But in the bloody battle space, it was very normal. When Li Xiaoke passed by a stall, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Miss, I obtained this 10,000-year warm jade from a certain ruin in the bloody battle space. It is very precious. If a woman wears it, she will be able to maintain her beauty. Moreover, it has a great effect on her soul, the stall owner hurriedly introduced. The 10,000-year warm jade was also a treasure, but it wasn't very attractive to man. You like it? Fang Chen asked when he saw Li Xiaoke admiring it. Li Xiaoke nodded, but her eyes quickly dimmed. How much is this? Fang Chen looked at the stall owner and asked. I'm in urgent need of spirit stones, so I only want top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the stall owner. All right, I'll buy it, said Fang Chen. The stall owner was very excited and immediately said, All right, I'll wrap it up for you. Fang Chen paid 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy the 10,000-year warm jade. Li Xiaoke held the 10,000-year warm jade, her face full of smiles. Fang Chen, thank you. Whoosh. Fong Chun was just about to speak when an ear-piercing sound rang out in his ears. A majestic aura directly came from behind Fong Chun. Fong Chun felt a trace of danger and immediately turned around. A fiery red whip came swinging from a distance. Crack! Fong Chun gripped the fiery red leather whip. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt from the impact. At this time, the owner of the whip appeared. She was a woman in a fiery red dress, and her body emitted a strong flame aura. "I want this 10,000-year warm jade," said the fiery red dress coldly. Seeing this, Fong Chun was a little displeased. This woman was too domineering. She casually attacked others, and in such a strong manner. "Miss, come and play. The 10,000-year warm jade has been bought by this gentleman," said the stall owner with an awkward smile. "I know." The fiery red dress woman looked at Fong Chun, and with a shake of her wrist, she took back the whip. She had lashed out with her whip to stop Fong Chun and Li Xiaoka from leaving. "Can you give me the 10,000-year warm jade? I'm willing to pay 10 times the price." "Sorry, I've already given the 10,000-year warm jade to a friend." After Fong Chun finished speaking, he turned and left with Li Xiaoka. Whoosh! The fiery red whip was instantly thrown out from the woman's hand, and it was aimed at Fong Chun's head. The strength of the whip was very strong. Fong Chun felt the force coming from behind him. He immediately activated his sword body and dodged the whip. Chapter 630. Attacking someone for no reason. Didn't your family tell you that it's very disrespectful? Fong Chun dodged the whip and said with a gloomy face. This article was first started by, "Give me the 10,000-year warm jade." I don't want to say it again, the woman in the red dress said in a domineering manner. In her opinion, no one would dare to take what she wanted from her. Originally, Fong Chun didn't want to lower himself to her level because she was a woman. However, this woman had attacked him twice without warning, which made Fong Chun very unhappy. "Sorry, but the 10,000-year warm jade is mine." Fong Chun's attitude was very clear. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress raised her eyebrows and said with disdain, "Are you provoking me?" Feeling the scorching aura from the woman in the red dress, Li Xiaoka was a little worried about Fong Chun. She said in a low voice, "Fong Chun, why don't you give her the 10,000-year warm jade?" Fong Chun shook his head and rejected Li Xiaoka's suggestion. "I'm not leaving." Fong Chun stared at the woman in the red dress and said in a low voice. Seeing Fong Chun ignore her words, the woman in the fiery red dress was completely enraged. She held the whip in her hand and waved it violently. The fiery red whip carried a scorching flame aura as it lashed towards Fong Chun's head. Wherever the fiery red whip passed, the air would scatter in all directions. The power of this whip was mixed with the state of fire. It was extremely strong. Many of the surrounding cultivators stopped to watch. Some warriors recognized the woman in the red dress and started to discuss. "This kid is unlucky to have met Hong Wu. Hong Wu is famous for being overbearing." "Yeah, Hong Wu is only ranked 43rd on the Hidden Dragon list. She's not very strong, but she is a very dazzling fiancé. Not many geniuses in the bloody battle space dare to not give what Hong Wu wants. This brat dares to compete with Hong Wu? He's really courting death." Fong Chun didn't pay attention to the discussions of the surrounding martial artists. He activated his sword body, and sword intent surrounded his body. When Hong Wu's whip lashed out, Fong Chun's hand suddenly grasped the fiery red whip. Crack! The fiery red whip emitted a scorching aura, burning Fong Chun's palm. Concept of fire. Fong Chun released his own concept of fire, instantly blocking the scorching aura of the fiery red leather whip. When Hong Wu saw Fong Chun holding her whip with his bare hands, her face was filled with anger. She said, "You are courting death." As soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, she suddenly brandished her whip and began fighting with Fong Chun. Green Lotus Sword Art. Fong Chun used the fifth move of the Green Lotus Sword Art, 5 swords cleaving the sky. A majestic sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The sword light contained a valiant sword essence and directly pierced towards Hong Wu's whip. Boom! With a loud sound, Fong Chun's hidden star sword chopped down on Hong Wu's fiery red whip, instantly blocking Hong Wu's attack. When her whip attack was blocked, Hong Wu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. However, when she saw that there was a sword mark on the whip, her face turned completely gloomy. "You're dead for breaking my whip," Hong Wu scolded. In the next moment, Hong Wu launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen also used the flowing water sword art. When Hong Wu's concept of fire met with Fang Chen's concept of water, it was instantly restrained. Moreover, Hong Wu's whip was also completely blocked by Fang Chen's flowing water sword art. Swoosh Fang Chen pushed the flowing water sword art to the extreme. Taking advantage of Hong Wu's mistake, the hidden star sword suddenly shot out, directly piercing towards Hong Wu. Hong Wu felt the power of the hidden star sword, and her body continuously retreated. At the same time, the whip in her hand suddenly lashed out. Puchie's section of Hong Wu's whip was cut off by Fang Chen, and it fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless cultivators were filled with shock. This kid actually cut off Hong Wu's whip. He's really brave. Bang! Hong Wu held half of the whip in her hand and used her strongest whip technique, directly lashing towards Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Bang, 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 the whip and the hidden star sword fiercely collided, and then the whip was blocked by the hidden star sword. Hong Wu's body retreated a few steps. She looked at the half of the whip in her hand, and her heart was burning with anger. "You cut off my whip. You're dead." Hong Wu looked at Fang Chen furiously, and she couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. "With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it." Fang Chen coldly snorted and said. Although Hong Wu was an expert ranked 43rd on the Hidden Dragon list, her strength was similar to Feng Yunzhong's. At best, she was only slightly stronger than Feng Yunzhong. "You will regret offending me, Hong Wu." As soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in her hand, and she gently crushed it. Suddenly, a majestic flame aura enveloped Fang Chen. "Talisman." Seeing this, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. He was already surrounded by the flame aura emitted from the talisman. Hiss, 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 the flame aura surrounded Fang Chen's body, and he activated his sword to block it. Mystic Rank Array. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to set up a Mystic Rank Array. This Mystic Rank Array was a flame attribute array, and it could absorb the flame emitted from the talisman. After a minute, Fang Chen whispered, "Fortunately, it's a low-tier Mystic Rank talisman. If it was a mid-tier talisman, I wouldn't be able to set up the array." A mid-tier talisman was extremely powerful. Once it was crushed, its power would instantly envelop the enemy. The reason why Fang Chen was able to set up a formation while fighting against the talisman was because the talisman was a low-tier talisman. Hiss! The flame attribute array quickly finished absorbing the flame aura from the talisman. In the end, the flame aura completely entered Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his flame concept had silently broken through. The peak of the second level of the flame concept. Fang Chen was a bit shocked. Not only had Hong Wu's flame talisman not injured him, but it had instead increased his strength. Crash! Just as Hong Wu thought that Fang Chen had been killed by the talisman, the flame aura instantly disappeared, and Fang Chen calmly stood on the street. What other skills do you have?" Fang Chen was completely enraged. Hong Wu had repeatedly tried to kill him. How could he let her go? What's going on? Hong Wu cried out involuntarily, with astonishment in her eyes. Crash! Without giving Hong Wu a chance, Fang Chen set up a Mystic Rank Array in the blink of an eye, trapping Hong Wu. "That's a Mystic Rank Array." On the street, someone discovered the Mystic Rank Array and shouted, "Heavens, just who is this brat? How can he casually set up a Mystic Rank Array? Could he be a Grand Formation Grandmaster? Too terrifying. Such a young Grand Formation Grandmaster is truly inconceivable." Hong Wu is trapped in a Mystic Rank Array. It seems she'll be in trouble. When Fang Chen set up a Mystic Rank Array, many martial artists were shocked. A Mystic Rank Array. Hong Wu was a bit flabbergasted. She waved her whip and began to break the array. Fong Chun silently entered the array and used it to constantly attack Hongwu. At the start, Hongwu didn't care. But when Fong Chun heavily injured her, she finally realized how terrifying Fong Chun was. "Stop! I am Hongwu. You can't attack me," shouted Hongwu. "How laughable. You're the only one allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to attack you." Fong Chun sneered. Seeing that Fong Chun was still attacking her, Hongwu said, "I'm Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. If anything happens to me, Luo Zhongtian won't let you off." Hongwu felt the danger and directly said Luo Zhongtian's name. Hearing Luo Zhongtian's name, the countless martial artists on the street all turned pale with fright. Luo Zhongtian? Just who was this martial artist that caused people's expressions to change? If you were familiar with the Hidden Dragon ranking, you would definitely know that Luo Zhongtian was one of the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Luo Zhongtian was a dragon amongst men. Among the younger generation in the entire Five Elements province, he was also very popular. Every young martial artist's eyes were filled with respect when they mentioned Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian was too terrifying. If the Five Elements Academy's geniuses didn't appear, he was practically unrivaled amongst the Five Elements province's younger generation. Hongwu was the fiancé of such a terrifying existence. Hence, although Hongwu was the 43rd genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the top 10 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking didn't dare to provoke her. In fact, many of the Hidden Dragon ranking's geniuses were sucking up to her so that they could come into contact with Luo Zhongtian. "If I was defeated today, would you give me a chance?" Fong Chun asked back. The answer was obvious. She wouldn't. Hongwu usually relied on Luo Zhongtian's name to be arrogant and domineering. She would whip anyone she didn't like. Even if someone was whipped by Hongwu, they wouldn't dare to resist. This was because she was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. This time, Hongwu had her eyes on a piece of 10,000 years warm jade, but she was a step too late. If it was in the past, the other party would definitely give it to her with both hands and wouldn't take any spiritual stones from her. But now she had hit a wall. Not only did this person not give it to her, he even attacked her. Hongwu was furious. If Luo Zhongtian was here, she would definitely ask him to kill this person. Fong Chun had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Hongwu. Chapter 631. All the cultivators held their breaths. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this kid was really going to kill Hongwu? Hongwu was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Wasn't he afraid of Luo Zhongtian if he dared to kill her so brazenly? If anything happens to Hongwu, Luo Zhongtian will definitely not let this kid off. This kid shouldn't be so stupid as to make a move on Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Many cultivators were shocked. Fong Chun had used the profound great array to control Hongwu. The hidden star sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbing towards Hongwu. If this sword hit, even if Hongwu didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Even Li Xiaoka looked at Fong Chun worriedly. She wanted to stop Fong Chun, but there was nothing she could do. Right now, Li Xiaoka could only pray that Fong Chun wouldn't kill Hongwu. Otherwise, if Luo Zhongtian was drawn out, things would become complicated. "If you dare touch me, Luo Zhongtian will not let you off." Hongwu also sensed the murderous intent from Fong Chun's body. Her heart was filled with fear as she shouted loudly. However, Fong Chun seemed to have made up his mind. The hidden star sword in his hand didn't stop as it stabbed towards Hongwu. At this moment, suddenly, a majestic energy came from the distance. This energy appeared from the void, carrying a soaring aura as it blasted towards Fong Chun. This chi came too fast, and it was also very powerful. Fong Chun didn't even have time to react before this chi hit his star-hidden sword. Bang! Fong Chun's attack was instantly dissolved. Even his body was pushed back a few steps. Fong Chun steadied himself with a serious look in his eyes. He turned around and looked outside the city. At that moment, there was a figure flying rapidly in the sky outside the city. "You even dare to touch Luo Zhongtian's woman." This figure landed on the city street, and a rough voice rang out. His voice was filled with boundless spiritual energy, causing the surrounding warriors to retreat one after another. Some cultivators recognized this person and shouted, "It's Jin Zhong, ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon list. He's also here. Jin Zhong is here for Hong Wu. It looks like this kid won't be able to kill Hong Wu. Jin Zhong's strength is much stronger than Hong Wu's. This kid isn't Jin Zhong's match." The 40th on the Hidden Dragon list isn't just for show. Amidst the crowd's clamor, Jin Zhong slowly walked in front of Fong Chun. After Hong Wu came out of the array, she walked to Jin Zhong's side, her face full of anger. "Hong Wu, what's going on?" asked Jin Zhong. Hong Wu told Jin Zhong everything that had happened. After listening, he looked at Fong Chun with an unkind gaze. "Kid, hand over the 10,000-year warm jade, and we'll let this matter rest. How about it?" The surrounding cultivators could understand Jin Zhong's words. After all, Fong Chun was a formation grandmaster. Once he was provoked, even if he wasn't a match, he could drag someone down with him. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jin Zhong wouldn't be afraid of Fong Chun. But what he really cared about was Fong Chun's profound rank formation. Once he was trapped in a profound rank formation, it would be a bit troublesome. "Jin Zhong, this kid wants to kill me. How can you let it go like this?" said Hong Wu. Just as Hong Wu's voice sounded, two sonic booms were suddenly heard from afar. Soon after, two familiar figures appeared in the city. "It's so lively," said one of the cultivators. "This is a trading city," said the other cultivator. When they saw these two people, the surrounding cultivators were once more in an uproar. They were the experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the 46th ranked Zhong Yu and the 45th ranked Feng Yunzhong. The two of them had just finished speaking when they noticed Hong Wu and Jin Zhong. Of course, they had also noticed Fong Chun. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong walked over to Fong Chun and whispered, "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" Once the two of them understood what had happened, Feng Yunzhong took a step forward and looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. "Let's just forget about this matter. If this continues, it won't be good for anyone. Feng Yunzhong, you also have to help him." Hong Wu's eyes were cold. Hong Wu's attitude was very clear. She wanted to kill Fong Chun and then take the 10,000-year warm jade. She was Luo Zhongtian's fiancée. She couldn't accept being humiliated here. For a moment, the atmosphere in the trading city was extremely tense. Everyone was looking at Fong Chun, wanting to see how he would deal with this. "You're snatching someone else's things for no reason, and you even want to kill me to silence me," sneered Fong Chun. Although he couldn't defeat Jin Zhong, if they really fought, Fong Chun wasn't afraid of Jin Zhong. Just from the fact that he could set up unlimited formations, he was already in an undefeatable position. Rumble. As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, countless top-grade spirit stones flew out of his spatial ring and floated in the air. Everyone knew that Fong Chun was about to set up a formation. Seeing this, Hong Wu's expression changed slightly. Jin Zhong stared at Fong Chun. He was just about to speak when Feng Yunzhong spoke again. Feng Yunzhong didn't want to offend Hong Wu, nor did he want to see Fong Chun die. So he wanted to be a peacemaker. "How about we both take a step back?" said Feng Yunzhong. Hearing Feng Yunzhong's words, Jin Zhong turned to look at Hong Wu and said in a low voice, "He's a formation grandmaster. It's impossible for us to kill him. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Why don't we stop here today and wait a few days for others to arrive to deal with him?" Hong Wu thought for a moment, then looked at Fong Chun. She said coldly, "Brat, you're lucky today, but sooner or later, I'll kill you." After saying that, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left the street. This farce was over. After Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu helplessly shook their heads. Then they said, "Brother Fong, although Hong Wu isn't powerful, her fiancé is. We can't afford to offend him." Luo Zhongtian? Fong Chun stared into the distance, muttering to himself. Today's incident had also indirectly illustrated a problem, and that was that the strong were respected. If he was as strong as Luo Zhongtian, he wouldn't need to look at others. Even if he killed Hong Wu, Luo Zhongtian wouldn't say anything. But now he was too weak. If it weren't for the fact that he was a formation grandmaster, Jin Zhong wouldn't have let him go. While he was deep in thought, Fang Chun was woken up by Li Xiaoke. Fang Chun, I'm sorry. Li Xiaoke blamed herself. If it weren't for her, Fang Chun wouldn't have been in trouble. Fang Chun smiled and said, "It's okay." After saying that, Fang Chun said goodbye to Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu and continued shopping with Li Xiaoke. There were countless stalls around the street. Because of Hong Wu's appearance, Fang Chun's rhythm was disrupted. So now, Fang Chun had to start shopping again. After walking for a few dozen meters, Fang Chun finally found something useful to him. "Boss, how much is this 9-colored spirit heavenly grass?" Fang Chun walked over to a stall and asked. "Use refining materials to exchange for it," the stall owner said in a low voice. This stall owner needed refining materials. Spirit stones were useless to him, so he could only use refining materials to exchange for the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass was useless to ordinary martial artists, but it was extremely useful to soul cultivators. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass targeted the soul. Fang Chun was trying to break through to the 3rd rank. If he had the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass, he would have a better chance. "How about meteoric iron?" Fang Chun asked as he fiddled with the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. "Oh, you have meteoric iron?" The stall owner was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this fellow to have meteoric iron. "I do, but I don't know the price," said Fang Chun. 5 kilograms of meteoric iron. That's too expensive." Fang Chun shook his head. He put down the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and prepared to leave. The stall owner became a bit anxious and directly said, 8 kilograms. "How about we both take a step back?" Fang Chun turned around and left, not stopping at all. Seeing this scene, the stall owner loudly shouted, "Tell me, how much do you want?" Hearing this, Fang Chun stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at the stall owner and said, 500 grams. "Little brother, 1 kilogram is too little. How about 4 kilograms? Said the stall owner awkwardly. Fang Chun shook his head and ignored the stall owner. The stall owner knew that if he continued to bargain, Fang Chun would definitely leave. Thus, he made up his mind and said, "Fine, 500 grams it is." Sigh, if I wasn't in urgent need of refining materials, I wouldn't be willing to exchange him. 1 kilogram of meteoric iron. Deal. After paying the meteoric iron, Fang Chun took the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and left the street. Then, Fang Chun found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. The buildings in the trading city were all broken. All the geniuses could only sleep outside. Even Hong Wu and the others were no exception. At this time, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were standing side by side on a tall building. They were looking at a certain corner of the trading city. That was where Fang Chun was cultivating. "Jin Zhong, do you not have confidence in fighting him?" asked Hong Wu. "He's a formation grandmaster. He can set up unimaginable formations. It'll be troublesome if he gets caught in one," said Jin Zhong. "If I don't kill this brat, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred," said Hong Wu. "Don't worry, a priest will come in a few days," said Jin Zhong. Hong Wu's eyes lit up when she heard the word priest. She knew very well that priests were best at a race. Chapter 633. Mobile reading. Fang Chun had been cultivating in the trading city for 7 days. Everyone, please read the most complete novel. During these 7 days, Fang Chun had been in the trading city, motionless. His body was emitting dense spiritual energy, as if he could break through at any time. 3 days ago, Fang Chun had adjusted his body to its optimal state and consumed the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb. Now, Fang Chun was trying his best to dissolve the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb's medicinal effects. Once the medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb were completely absorbed by Fang Chun's soul, his soul could possibly reach the yellow rank. Hiss! Hiss! After a few days, Fang Chun's mind was filled with dense spiritual energy. This spiritual energy had gradually turned from orange to yellow. Within the orange spiritual energy, there were traces of yellow spiritual energy. When he discovered this, Fang Chun's face broke into a smile. The medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb had been completely absorbed, and the orange spiritual energy had finally undergone a transformation. transforming into the yellow rank. Although this was just the beginning, Fang Chun believed that it wouldn't be long before his soul could completely reach the yellow rank. At that time, he would be an early-stage level 3 soul cultivator, and his combat strength would definitely soar. On a certain day, the streets of the trading city were in an uproar. Countless martialists were staring at the city gate. At the city gate, a man in black clothes slowly walked into the city. His arrival caused a commotion in the trading city. The priest was ranked 41st on the Hidden Dragon list. He was an expert in array formations and was considered a well-known expert on the Hidden Dragon list. The appearance of the priest shocked all the martialists. Although the priest's ranking on the Hidden Dragon list wasn't as high as Jin Zhong's, no one doubted the priest's strength. The priest was an extremely powerful array formation master. No one knew what level he had reached. In any case, many experts on the Hidden Dragon list had suffered at the hands of the priest. The priest's strength couldn't be determined by his ranking on the Hidden Dragon list. What he was truly proficient in was array formations. Once an array formation was used, no one could match it. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu walked over together to personally welcome the priest. "Priest, you're here." Jin Zhong grinned. Even Hong Wu retracted her cold aura and grinned at the priest. The priest was one of Luo Zhongtian's men. In Luo Zhongtian's camp, he was considered a capable assistant, so Hong Wu had to give him some face. Of course, Hong Wu also wanted the priest to help her kill Fang Chun. "You two are early." The priest nodded when he saw the two of them. "We were only 7 or 8 days earlier than you," Jin Zhong said. At this moment, Hong Wu walked towards the priest and said in a deep voice, "Priest, you came at the right time. Help me kill someone." "Killing people? Someone that you, Hong Wu, can't kill? Could it be that he's an expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking?" Hearing Hong Wu's words, the priest was a little surprised. The people that Hong Wu couldn't kill were definitely powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon roll. However, no one on the Hidden Dragon roll would dare to offend Hong Wu unless it was one of the 4 super geniuses who were even more insane than Luo Zhongtian. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt flashed through the priest's eyes as he looked at Hong Wu. He's not a Hidden Dragon roll expert. He's just a piece of trash at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hong Wu was furious when she mentioned Fang Chun. "I say, Hong Wu, you can't even kill a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm?" The priest was even more surprised. Hong Wu was a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and a Hidden Dragon roll expert. Her opponent was just a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. No matter how monstrous he was, he couldn't possibly be Hong Wu's match. Furthermore, even if you can't kill him, can't Jin Zhong do anything? The priest continued to ask. Jin Zhong was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Then he said, "If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be easy for me to kill that kid. But that kid is an array grandmaster. You also know that it's very troublesome to kill an array grandmaster. That's why we waited here for you," Jin Zhong said. When he heard the words, "array grandmaster," shock flashed through the priest's eyes. Then he asked in disbelief, "Are you sure that he's an array grandmaster?" Jin Zhong nodded heavily and said with certainty, "He is indeed an array grandmaster. If he was just an array grandmaster, he would have died long ago." Hearing this, the priest fell into silence. He was thinking about something in his mind. After a long while, the priest raised his eyes again and said, "Where is he?" The priest's eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. He wanted to meet this legendary array grandmaster. Among the younger generation of the 5-element state, the priest's achievements in the array Dao were considered top-notch. However, there was now an array grandmaster who was even more monstrous than the priest. Everyone thought that the priest's achievements in the array Dao were heaven-defying. However, no one knew that the priest was actually just a top-notch array grandmaster. There was a fundamental difference between an array grandmaster and an array grandmaster. Even at the top, they were still array grandmasters. However, the priest had relied on his unique understanding of the array Dao and continued to cultivate. Finally, one day, he had set up a heaven-defying array. By relying on this array, the priest had actually been able to challenge an array grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that his opponent was an array grandmaster, the priest's heart was filled with fighting spirit. When he saw the priest's expression, Jin Zhong smiled faintly. With the priest's help, even if that kid was an array grandmaster, it would be useless. Over there, Hong Wu's fair finger pointed at a certain corner in the depths of the trading city. The priest followed Hong Wu's finger and suddenly discovered Fong Chun, who was cultivating. An array grandmaster? The priest muttered to himself as he looked at Fong Chun. At that moment, Fong Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body was surrounded by extremely dense soul power. Hiss, 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 hiss. Fong Chen's soul had undergone a fundamental transformation. At that moment, Fong Chen's soul had truly become an early-stage yellow rank soul. So, this is a yellow rank soul? Fong Chun could feel that his soul had become much stronger. With just a thought, he could detect every movement in the trading city. Fong Chun was very excited that his soul had just broken through. However, at that moment, Fong Chun discovered that someone was staring at him. He raised his eyes and looked forward, meeting the priest's gaze. When Fong Chen's gaze landed on him, the priest felt his soul tremble. Under everyone's gaze, the priest walked step by step towards Fong Chen. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu followed closely behind. Hong Wu's face was especially gloomy, as if Fong Chun was already a dead man. Seeing the priest and the others approach, Li Xiaoke raised her guard and wanted to stop them. However, it was Fong Chun who spoke. "You can't stop them." As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked in front of Li Xiaoke. He stared at the priest. "You're that formation grandmaster?" The priest walked in front of Fong Chun, his dark eyes staring at Fong Chun. "That's right," Fong Chun said. The cleric looked at Fong Chun and suddenly burst into laughter. "Very good. I'm called the priest. Perhaps I'll become your nightmare." "Those who wanted to become my nightmares all died in my hands in the end," Fong Chun said, going against him. At that moment, in an empty space not far from the trading city, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were very anxious. Why would this priest appear here? Could it be that Jin Zhong and Hong Wu called him here? Feng Yunzhong's face was filled with anxiety. It must be. The priest is the top formation master in Luo Zhongtian's camp. If he comes to deal with Fong Chun, the latter will be doomed, Zhong Yu said. With the priest around, even Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu did not dare to act rashly. As experts on the Hidden Dragon list, they were very clear about the power of the priest. As long as the priest wanted to, he could easily kill them. He can only rely on himself. Feng Yunzhong shook his head slightly. At this point, there was nothing he could do. He could not lose his life in order to help Fong Chun, right? As long as he was alive, he could do anything again. However, once he died, everything would be for naught. Therefore, Feng Yunzhong did not want to die. He could not die. Deep in the trading city, Fong Chun and the priest were confronting each other. Behind the priest, Jin Zhong had been waiting for the priest to make a move, but Hong Wu seemed to be unable to wait any longer. "Priest, kill him." Hong Wu glared at Fong Chun and said coldly. The priest looked at Fong Chun, then shook his head slightly and said, "In 3 days, I will fight you here." With that, the priest turned and left. Hong Wu was a little confused, but she still followed the priest. "Kid, in 3 days, it will be your death," Hong Wu said in a low voice. After the priest and the others had left, Hong Wu asked in confusion, "Priest, why do we have to wait for 3 days? This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. In order to kill him in one fell swoop, I will set up a heaven-defying array. I need 3 days to prepare," the priest said in a low voice. Hearing this, Hong Wu did not say anything. At this time, Fong Chen was still staring at the priest's back as he left. The priest gave him a lot of pressure and also made him feel a little threatened. "Fong Chen, why don't we leave this place tonight?" Li Xiaoke reminded him. Fong Chen turned his head and looked at Li Xiaoke. "Do you think we can leave safely?" Li Xiaoke was stunned when she heard this. Her face was full of guilt. All of this happened because of her. She felt very guilty. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also came. They also tried to persuade Fong Chun to leave at night. taking advantage of the night. Even if the priest wanted to stop them, he would not be able to. However, their suggestions were all rejected by Fang Chun. It was not that he did not want to leave, but the priest had secretly set up a secret array at the city gate. Once they left, they would definitely trigger the array. At that time, the priest would definitely stop them. Rather than that, it was better to just stay here and fight in 3 days. Chapter 634. 3 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. After the priest returned, he immediately started to prepare the materials needed to set up the array formation. His opponent was an array formation grandmaster. If he wanted to restrain him in terms of array formations, he would have to set up his own trump card array formation. However, setting up this trump card array formation required a large amount of materials. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu were both looking for materials for the priest. The materials that could be obtained in the exchange city were all exchanged by the priest personally. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu had to search outside the exchange city for the materials that couldn't be obtained in the exchange city. In short, they were confident that they would be able to gather all the materials within 3 days. On the other hand, although Fang Qin knew that he was going to have a big battle with the priest in 3 days, his heart was extremely calm. According to my conjecture, he should be a top array formation grandmaster, Fang Chun thought to himself. If the priest was also an array formation grandmaster, he would have made his move today instead of waiting for 3 days. The reason he had waited for 3 days was because he wasn't confident that he would win. Hence, he needed 3 days to gather the materials needed to set up the array formation. Fang Chun thought about it carefully for a long time before deciding what array formation he would use to deal with the priest. Then, he started to search for the materials. Fang Chun wrote down a list of materials and gave Li Xiaoke a copy. Then he gave her a large amount of spirit stones and told her to purchase them in the exchange city. Although most martialists in the exchange city didn't need spirit stones, there were still a small number of martialists who needed spirit stones. Fang Chun sent a message to the little mouse and asked it to help him find some materials. In a certain valley in the bloody space, the little mouse was standing on a very large rock. Although it was petite, it was still very intimidating. Below the large rock stood the flying rat monarch and the tiger monarch. Behind the two monarchs stood a large number of ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were members of the two great races. They had already completely submitted to the little mouse. Over the past few days, the little mouse had also successfully reorganized the two great races and gained complete control of its own territory. Today, the little mouse was standing on top of a big rock, preparing to say some words before the expedition. However, just as it was about to speak, a message suddenly appeared in its mind. When it finished reading the message, its expression changed slightly. Its eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked the Flying Rat King. "The date of the expedition will be pushed back. Now, both of your races will do everything you can to find the materials on this list. You must find them within 3 days." The little mouse followed the plan in its mind and wrote down the materials that Fang Chun asked it to find on a piece of paper. "Boss, why are you looking for these materials?" Tiger King didn't understand. Today was the day of the battle against the blazing fire golden body leopard clan. What could be more important than this? "That's right, boss. If we don't go out to fight, the blazing fire gold-bodied leopard clan will definitely take this opportunity to occupy our territory," the sky-soaring Rat King said. "Just do as I say," the little mouse said in a deep voice. The bloodline aura in its body instantly erupted. Within a mountain valley, countless ancient beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Bloodline suppression. The little mouse's bloodline was too powerful. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't resist. Sensing the little mouse's fury, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King no longer said anything. They led the members of their races out of the mountain valley to search for the materials on the list. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The ancient beast time was up. Countless ancient beasts charged out of the darkness, roaring at the sky. As for the flying rat race and tiger race, they also began to search. Because the two races had lived here for a long time, they were very familiar with this place. Finding materials was also much easier. By midnight, The two races had already gathered around 60% of the materials on the list. At this time, within the territory of the blazing fire golden body leopards, a blazing fire golden body leopard was lying on the ground in a cave. Suddenly, a blazing fire golden body leopard ran in and said, "Boss, the flying rat race and tiger race didn't attack our territory." "What are they doing?" asked the leopard king. "They seem to be searching for materials through the night," said the blazing fire golden body leopard. "Searching for materials?" The leopard king was a bit confused, but still gave the order. "They previously announced that they would attack our territory today, but they gave up at the last moment and went to search for materials instead. It seems these materials are extremely important to them." A strange light appeared in the leopard king's eyes. It then said, "Since that's the case, we'll do our best to stop them from searching for materials." Under the leadership of the Flying Rat King, the members of the Flying Rat clan found the materials very smoothly. Seeing that there was only one last material left to complete the mission, they were very happy. "Rat King, there's only one material left," said a Flying Rat King. "Yes. Once we've finished gathering the last material, we can report back," said the Flying Rat King. "But Rat King, the last material you need is called hollow wood. It's at the edge of the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. If we rashly go there, won't we be attacked by the blazing fire golden body leopards?" The Flying Rat King was a bit worried. "Notify the Tiger King. We'll go search for the hollow wood together," said the Flying Rat King. No matter what, the little mouse's mission was the most important. In just a moment, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King met up. The two of them decided that they would personally go. The other members would scatter and attract the attention of the blazing fire golden body leopards. Late at night, there was no crescent moon in the sky. The entire blood battle space was pitch black. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King rapidly flew. 2 hours later, they landed in a forest overgrown with weeds. "This is the edge of the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. Be careful," said the Flying Rat King. The Tiger King nodded, and the two kings began to search for the hollow wood. It didn't take long for the two kings to find the hollow wood. "Haha, it's done. We can return now," said the Flying Rat King. While the two emperors were celebrating, a fiery glow suddenly lit up the night sky, followed by a roar that echoed across the sky. "You two idiots, you dare to come to my blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. You're courting death." The Panther King appeared. Flames coiled around its body, and its aura was terrifying. Its large eyes stared at the Tiger King and Rat King. "Panther King, you want to stop us?" demanded the Tiger King. In a one-on-one fight, the Panther King was much stronger than them. But if they worked together, the Panther King might not be able to defeat them. "Idiot, since you've come, don't leave." The Panther King sneered. The temperature in the air began to rise. "You won't be able to stop us." The Tiger King roared and joined hands with the Flying Rat King to fight the Panther King. Rumble. The three kings' battle caused the surrounding trees to be constantly destroyed. Each time the Panther King attacked, flames would soar into the sky. Its aura was extremely powerful, and its attacks were also extremely sharp. However, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King were not to be trifled with. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Tiger King clenched his claws into fists and punched out. At the same time, the Flying Rat King's claws also shot out. The two kings had found an opening in the Panther King's defense, and they launched a fierce attack. Bang! The Panther King was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the two kings. Seeing this, the two kings' figures flashed and quickly disappeared from the forest. The Panther King chased after them. However, after chasing for an hour, it returned without success. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King returned, but they were in a sorry state. After giving the hollow wood to the little mouse and telling it about the battle with the Panther King, the little mouse's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. "When I'm done, I'll go and exterminate the blazing fire golden leopard clan." After saying this, the little mouse disappeared into thin air. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the priest had finally gathered enough materials. His face was full of smiles. He was confident that he could easily defeat and even kill the Panther King. Thinking about how he was about to kill a formation grandmaster, the priest was very excited. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong accompanied the priest to the location of the battle. At this moment, Fang Chan was standing at the location of the battle, looking outside the trading city. He was waiting for the little mouse's materials. All the warriors in the trading city were watching the priest's group. When the priest and the other two arrived at the location of the battle, they saw Fang Chan. "Kid, today is the day you die," Hong Wu said coldly. The priest was already prepared and could definitely kill this person. To be able to kill a formation grandmaster, just thinking about it makes me excited. The priest grinned. In his eyes, Fang Chan was just a stepping stone on his path of formations. If he could kill a formation grandmaster with his formation skills, he might be able to break through to the realm of formation grandmaster. This was what the priest was really thinking. At this moment, the little mouse quietly entered the trading city. Then, without anyone noticing, it entered Fang Chen's special spatial ring. The little mouse put all the materials into the spatial ring. When Fang Chan noticed this, a smile finally appeared on his face. "Priest, if I'm not wrong, you should be a formation grandmaster," Fang Chan suddenly said. "You want to kill a formation grandmaster as a formation grandmaster? You're too naive." Fang Chen's words made the priest frown slightly. He was a little displeased. The priest, will declare today that I will kill you," the priest said in a deep voice. Chapter 635. The priest was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chan. The latter also believed that he was not afraid of the priest when it came to array formations. All the warriors in the entire trading city gathered around. They also wanted to see how exciting the battle between the two array masters would be. There were even some people who were secretly betting with spiritual stones to see who would win. In a short while, more than 30 warriors had placed their bets. They were all extravagant and were betting on who they thought would win. Of course, if one looked at the books, the warriors who supported the priest were the majority, while the warriors who supported Fang Chan were the minority. Although everyone knew from Fang Chan that the priest was a top-notch array master, they believed that since the priest dared to challenge Fang Chan in public, he must be very confident. Moreover, the priest's name was well known in the five-element state. Fang Chan could not compare to him at all. Therefore, even if Fang Chan could defeat the priest in terms of array formations, many warriors still believed that the priest would win. At this moment, Li Xiaoke's small hands were clenched tightly as she blinked her eyes. She was very worried, afraid that something would happen to Fang Chan. However, with her strength, there was nothing she could do even if she wanted to help. All she could do was pray that Fang Chan would defeat the priest. That was all she could do. "Priest, why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him," Hong Wu said coldly. "No, destroy his cultivation and let me kill him myself." Although Hong Wu was a beauty, her heart was as vicious as a snake's. The priest's dark eyes stared at Fang Chan as he said in a low voice, "Both of you retreat." Hearing this, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong retreated to a safe area and stared at the battlefield. Crash! The priest's palm suddenly stretched out and countless materials flew out of his interspatial ring. Then, under the priest's control, they instantly fell to the ground. Countless scorching rays of light shot out from those materials and intertwined in the sky, forming a majestic array formation. Within the array, there were scorching flames. These flames seemed to be able to roast a person alive. Just like that, Fang Chan was trapped within the array. The priest's sudden attack made countless warriors exclaim in surprise. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was very calm. He carefully sensed it and found that the array set up by the priest was a top spiritual array called the Fire Demon Array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the array formation was successfully set up, the dense flames formed fire dragons within the array formation. These fire dragons spat out scorching dragon breaths. "Just a mere fire demon," Fang Chen sneered. These fire dragon-shaped creatures were fire demons born from the fire demon formation. As long as they were in the fire demon formation, they would be constantly attacked by the fire demons. Countless fire demons attacked Fang Chen. However, before they could get close to Fang Chen, he flicked his wrist and performed a complicated hand seal. A brand new formation instantly appeared inside the fiery demon formation. Fang Chen's strategy was to fight with an array formation. Fang Chen had set up the water curtain array. Inside the array, countless water elemental auras emerged and formed ripples of water. When Fang Chen saw these rippling water, a smile appeared in his eyes. The seemingly ordinary rippling water was the best way to deal with the fire demons. Under Fang Chen's control, the dense rippling water surged out of the water curtain array and rushed towards the fire demons within the fire demon formation. Everything in the world promoted and restrained each other. Water and fire also promoted and restrained each other. Whether water restrained fire or fire restrained each other depended on which array was stronger. Hiss! Under the priest's gaze, the fire demons within the fire demon formation were swallowed by the rippling water. In the blink of an eye, the fire demon formation collapsed. This is just an appetizer. Seeing this, the priest sneered and said disdainfully, the fire demon formation was the weakest among the top spiritual level arrays. The reason why he set up this array was to test Fang Chen's ability in arrays. Now, the test was over. Although Fang Chen's water curtain array destroyed his fire demon formation, the priest knew that Fang Chen had just advanced to the array grandmaster realm. Is this all you've got? Fang Chen looked at the priest and said, splash. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the rippling water within the water curtain array floated in the air and attacked the priest directly. King Kong array. The priest shouted and cast the King Kong array, which was even more powerful than the fire demon formation. As soon as the King Kong array was cast, a strong gold element aura rushed towards them. The King Kong array and the water curtain array instantly intertwined. The water element aura wanted to envelop the gold element aura, while the latter wanted to devour the former. In an instant, the two arrays fell into a chaotic battle. Fang Chen and the priest were using array formations to fight. This made countless martialists exclaim in delight. Although many of the geniuses present had seen battles between geniuses of different levels, they had never seen a battle between array masters. As expected of an array master, he's so powerful. He can set up such a powerful array with a flip of his hand. Yeah, the two of them are fighting with arrays. It's so exciting. Any one of these arrays could trap us, but in the hands of these two array masters, they're just tools to attack each other. In the trading city, countless warriors were shocked. In their opinion, the strength of Fang Chen and the priest was beyond their imagination. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Fang Chen's name would spread throughout the bloody battle space. Using arrays to fight against the priest. What kind of explosive news was this? At this moment, at the front of the crowd, Hong Wu was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand. There was a murderous look in her beautiful eyes. The priest King Kong array is already suppressing his array, Hong Wu said. It's already very good for the priest to be able to fight against an array grandmaster as an array grandmaster. Jin Zhong couldn't help but sigh. The gap between array grandmasters and array grandmasters was too great. Bang! Not long after Jin Zhong and Hong Wu finished speaking, Fang Chen's water curtain array was shattered by the King Kong array. Fang Chen was trapped in the King Kong sect. Kid, what other arrays do you have? Just take them out, the priest said in a low voice. You're just an array grandmaster after all. Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a low-level profound array, the sky-slicing void array. The sky-slicing void array was the most powerful array among the low-level profound arrays. The moment this array was set up, the powerful King Kong array collapsed instantly. This is the sky-slicing void array. Seeing the sky-slicing void array, a hint of surprise appeared in the priest's eyes. Immediately after, the priest shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Your achievements in array formation have exceeded my imagination. You're actually able to set up the sky-slicing void array when you've just entered the Grandmaster realm. However, next, I'll completely crush your sky-slicing void array and make you the most laughable array Grandmaster in the 5-element state in 100 years." As soon as the priest finished speaking, an extremely dense aura surged out from his body. Then, 108 blood-red stones appeared in the priest's hands. These blood-red stones exuded a sinister aura as red as the blood of a martial artist. A hint of madness appeared in the priest's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the 108 blood-red stones instantly fell around the battlefield. Whoosh, 108 blood-red auras directly soared into the sky and intertwined to form a bloody array. Bloody Soul, Extinguishing Array. This was the priest's trump card. The Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was an array that the priest had developed himself. According to the ranking, it could only be regarded as a top spiritual array. However, it was powerful because it was developed by the priest himself. The 108 blood-red stones used as the array foundation were the hearts of the Bloody Sorcerer tribe sorcerers. The Bloody Sorcerer tribe was also a large tribe in the monster world, but they were very rare. There are not many of them in the entire five-element state. This array was very evil. When the priest had developed it, he had personally searched for the Bloody Sorcerer tribe and finally obtained 108 sorcerer hearts. Of course, if it were other demonic beast hearts, the priest could still set up the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. However, the effect was definitely not as strong as the sorcerer's heart. Since he wanted to kill an array grandmaster, he had to use the strongest array to kill him directly. When the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was displayed, Fong Chen's sky-slicing void array shook as if it would collapse at any time. What a bloody array! Fong Chen's eyes were solemn as he stared at the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array and said in a low voice, "The principle of his sky-slicing void array was to constantly intercept the surrounding power of heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body, then strengthen one's self, and finally kill the enemy. Of course, the sky-slicing void array could also intercept a warrior's soul. However, when faced with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the sky-slicing void array began to shake as if it would collapse at any time. Moreover, Fong Chen also felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At this time, the priest's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fong Chen and said coldly, "You should be proud to die in my Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array." Ever since he had developed the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the priest had only used it once. That time, he became famous. After that, he had never used it again. This was the second time, and it was also the most powerful Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. Sky-slicing void. Fong Chen shouted in a low voice and operated the sky-slicing void array with all his strength. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was instantly intercepted by the array. After the array was integrated with the power of heaven and earth, it became more and more powerful. Fong Chen tried to control the array to intercept the priest's soul. However, when the sky-severing void formation came into contact with the soul-destroying blood formation, a large gap suddenly appeared. Fong Chen tried his best to resist, but to no avail. Chapter 636. When the sky-severing void formation collided with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Formation, a large gap appeared. Fong Chen was trying his best to fill the gap. Once the gap widened, the sky-severing void formation would completely collapse. At that time, Fong Chen would be surrounded by the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Formation. Sky-severing. Fong Chen frantically operated the sky-severing void formation. Within the formation, the extremely rich power of heaven and earth constantly spread and poured into the gap. Fong Chen tried to use the intercepted power of heaven and earth to fill the gap, but the priest obviously would not give him the chance. Soul Extinguishing Formation. The priest shouted in a low voice, and his body emitted a scarlet aura. Within the 108 array bases, an extremely terrifying evil aura shot out. The evil aura emitted by the 108 wizard hearts filled the entire trading city. Countless warriors were shocked. Even Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were extremely shocked. This formation is too terrifying. Even Jin Zhong, who was one rank higher than the priest on the Hidden Dragon list, was terrified when he saw this formation. If he were to face this formation, he would not be able to resist at all. Formation Master, Jin Zhong said to himself. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of Formation Masters. Moreover, Jin Zhong was secretly glad that he was not reckless enough to attack Fang Chun. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Wu's eyes flickered. She glanced at the half of the fiery red whip in her hand and was furious. She wanted the priest to directly destroy Fang Chun. After about 15 minutes, the sky-severing void formation finally could not hold on. Boom! Within the sky-severing void formation, there was a rumbling sound. Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Originally, Fang Chun thought that he could defeat the priest with the help of the sky-severing void formation. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void formation was about to collapse completely. At this moment, Fang Chun made a shocking decision. It seems that I still have to use that trick. Fang Chun's eyes were filled with madness. The little mouse sensed danger and wanted to come out, but was stopped by Fang Chun. He would not give up until the very last moment. Moreover, he was an array grandmaster. If he was defeated by an array grandmaster, it would be a great humiliation. Crack the priest controlled the bloody soul extinguishing array and constantly squeezed the sky-slicing void array, causing Fang Chun's body to constantly retreat. The bloody soul extinguishing array targeted the soul directly. Once a cultivator was trapped in the array, they would not be able to last more than 15 minutes before their soul would be extinguished by the bloody aura of the array. For a martial artist, the most important thing was the soul. At this moment, Fang Chun also felt the power of the bloody soul destroying formation. The thick smell of blood penetrated the gap in the sky, slicing formation, and drilled into Fang Chun's mind, corroding Fang Chun's soul that had reached the early stage of the yellow rank. What else do you have? Fang Chun kept retreating, causing the priest to be insufferably arrogant. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he looked down at Fang Chun and spoke disdainfully. At this moment, his bloody soul extinguishing array had completely suppressed Fang Chun's sky-slicing void array. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to completely shatter the sky-slicing void array, and the battle would end as a result. Everything was going according to the priest's plan. The cultivators who supported the priest were extremely excited. Once the priest won, they would receive a large number of spiritual stones. As for the cultivators who supported Fang Chun, they were helpless. In the history of the Five Elements province, there had never been a case where an array grandmaster had lost to an array grandmaster. Many cultivators shook their heads and discussed in low voices. It seems that the priest is going to create a miracle in the Five Element State's array Dao. Yes, as an array grandmaster, he defeated an array grandmaster and created history in the Five Element State. I don't know if that kid still has any trump cards. If he doesn't, then the battle is over. If I had known, I would have bet on the priest. Who would have known that an array grandmaster would be suppressed to this level by an array grandmaster? How unlucky. Many cultivators were cursing Fang Chun, thinking that Fang Chun had disgraced an array grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chun, who was on the battlefield, did not notice these voices at all. His attention was focused on the sky-slicing void array that was about to collapse. Crack! As the bloody soul extinguishing array opened fire at full force, the sky-slicing void array could no longer withstand it. The priest walked towards Fang Chun step by step, his face full of wild smiles. You have lost. The priest stared at Fang Chun, who was in a state of struggle, and said in a low voice. Fang Chun raised his head with difficulty. There was a look of determination in his dark eyes. Then he said in a low voice, "You are only an array grandmaster after all." What Fang Chun was implying was that no matter what, the priest was only a formation grandmaster. If he wanted to defeat a formation grandmaster like him, he was still a little lacking. Fang Chun's words completely infuriated the priest. You can't even resist my array. How dare you say that you are an array grandmaster? Don't you feel ashamed? The priest sneered and said disdainfully. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong also sneered. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. No matter how capable Fang Chun was, he would not be able to make any waves after being trapped in the bloody soul extinguishing array. Everything is over. The priest opened his palm, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was also at this time that Feng Chun finally took out the most precious materials that he had prepared. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun filled all these materials into the array base of the sky-severing void array that was about to collapse. At this time, the array base was already in ruins. Seeing Feng Chen's actions, the priest sneered, thinking that Feng Chen's efforts were in vain. When all these materials were filled into the array base, a terrifying aura emerged in Feng Chen's mind. Then, Feng Chun closed his eyes slightly, and his palms were constantly forming seals. As Feng Chen's palms formed seals, countless strange auras shot out from his palms, echoing with the broken sky-severing void array. The sky-severing void array that was about to collapse actually glowed with vitality at this moment. Seeing this scene, the priest's face changed drastically, and he cried out in a low voice. Feng Chen had already thought of a countermeasure. If the sky-severing void array could defeat the priest, it would be even better. However, if the sky-severing void array could not defeat the opponent, then he still had a trump card. This trump card was also a nightmare for Feng Chun, because it would backfire. However, at this moment, Feng Chun did not care so much. He forcibly increased the power of the sky-severing void array. Boom! The sky-severing void array was quickly restored, and the energy in the array was constantly tumbling. In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void array was restored to its original state, and its power was much stronger than before. A powerful aura filled the entire trading city. At this moment, even the priest's face changed drastically. He felt a trace of danger, which meant that the array that Feng Chun had set up now was beyond his imagination. Void plundering array. Suddenly, Feng Chun opened his eyes, and at that moment, the world changed color. A majestic aura swept out from the array. At this time, the array was no longer the original sky-severing void array, but an upgraded version of the void plundering array. An intermediate profound level array. Seeing this array, the priest's face changed drastically. He controlled the bloody soul extinguishing array with all his strength, wanting to destroy Feng Chen's array in one fell swoop. However, it was too late. In the basics of array scroll, Feng Chun found a trick about the sky-severing void array that was, at a critical moment, using precious materials as the foundation to forcibly increase the power of the array. The sky-severing void array could intercept the power of heaven and earth, while the void plundering array could be seen from the literal meaning. The former intercepted, while the latter directly plundered. The void plundering array was more domineering and fierce than the sky-severing void array. When the void plundering array was formed, the priest felt that the bloody aura in his bloody soul extinguishing array was forcibly plundered by Feng Chen's array. What kind of array is this? The priest's heart was in turmoil. He had never seen such a powerful array. The advantage that he had just established was gone. In a flash, the two sides exchanged roles. The moment the void plundering array appeared, the priest's bloody soul extinguishing array showed signs of being unable to resist. Countless warriors around widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. It was too exciting, too wonderful. A battle between array masters could actually reach such a level. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong's faces were gloomy, and they were a little nervous. I don't believe that you can break my bloody soul extinguishing array. The priest was unwilling to give up and roared loudly. His bloody soul extinguishing array was fully activated to resist the void plundering array. Feng Chen's face was a little pale. This was because he had forcibly arranged the void plundering array. However, after perceiving the power of the void plundering array, Feng Chun was relieved. He would not lose today's battle. The void plundering array was constantly plundering the bloody aura in the bloody soul extinguishing array. The two arrays were resisting each other. In the beginning, the bloody soul extinguishing array was able to resist the attack of the void plundering array, but after a minute, it was unable to resist. The void plundering array actually plundered the array foundation of the bloody soul extinguishing array. Crash! A sorcerer's heart was plundered by the void plundering array and then devoured. Following that, one sorcerer's heart after another was plundered. In the blink of an eye, half of the 108 sorcerers' hearts were gone. During this time, the bloody soul extinguishing array's power was greatly reduced. No, the priest let out an unwilling roar. He was unable to resist the void plundering array. He was unwilling to accept this. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to defeat an array grandmaster. At that time, his name would have spread throughout the Five Elements province. To be recorded in the history of the Five Elements province was the highest honor for a warrior. Chapter 637. The sudden change left all the martial artists dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. The void plundering array showed itself in front of the world in an unparalleled manner, easily plundering the 108 adept hearts of the bloody, soul-destroying array. These were the painstaking efforts of the priest. However, they were mercilessly plundered by the void plundering array. It's time to end this. When the void plundering array had completely plundered the wizard hearts of the bloody soul extinguishing array, Fong Chun let out a low roar. The void plundering array directly enveloped the priest and plundered his soul power. Stop! Seeing this, Jin Zhong and Hong Wu roared and attacked Fong Chun at the same time. They wanted to force Fong Chun to give up on the void plundering array. I can't accept this. Within the array, the priest roared. He used all his strength and displayed his strongest attack. With the help of Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, he finally escaped from the void plundering array. Supported by Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, the priest's face was pale. His soul was severely injured and his breath was weak. "Priest, how are you?" Jin Zhong asked in a low voice. "I won't die," the priest said with difficulty. "How could this be?" Hong Wu's face was full of disbelief as she muttered to herself. At this time, Fong Chun removed the void plundering array. After all, forcibly using this array would cause a backlash to the warrior. Fong Chun would also be injured. Therefore, after seriously injuring the priest, Fong Chun decisively removed the void plundering array. Seeing Fong Chun remove the void plundering array, Hong Wu took the lead and wanted to rush over to kill Fong Chun. However, how could the latter not be prepared? With a flick of his wrist, an illusion array enveloped him and Li Xiaoke. Hong Wu was blocked outside the array and could not enter it. "Hong Wu, come back!" The priest used all his strength and roared loudly. He had personally experienced Fong Chen's strength. With Hong Wu's strength, she would not have any advantage against this person. Hearing this, Hong Wu reluctantly returned to the priest's side. "This person is too strong. We are no match for him. Let's go," the priest said in a low voice. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu looked at each other. Finally, they glared at Fong Chun fiercely and then left the trading city. "Boy, I will kill you someday." Hong Wu did not forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence before leaving. After seeing the three of them leave, Fong Chun, who was in the illusion array, breathed a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of his strength and was not suitable for battle. Therefore, he arranged the illusion array to block Hong Wu and Jin Zhong's attack. After the three of them left, Fong Chun was of the void of the array, illusion array. It was quite easy to maintain this illusion formation. Stay in the formation for now. I need to recover my strength. After Fong Chun said that, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. At this time, Little Mouse appeared from Fong Chen's spatial ring. After knowing that his boss was fine, he said a few words to Li Xiaoke and hurried back to the territory. In the territory of the Flying Rat Clan, there was a shocking battle going on. Under the leadership of the Leopard King, the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan started a war against the Flying Rat Clan while Little Mouse was away. The battle had been going on for a few days. The Flying Rat Clan could not hold on any longer. In a certain open space, the Leopard King was fighting the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings had to work together to stop the Leopard King. It was enough to show the Leopard King's strength. However, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan were generally stronger than the Flying Rat Clan and the Tiger Clan. Therefore, the current scene was that the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan were slaughtering the members of the two clans. In the territory, there were many corpses of the two clans. Seeing this scene, The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King were very anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. The two of them were entangled by the Leopard King and could not help at all. Leopard King, when the boss comes back, you are dead. The Flying Rat King shouted as he fought. That's right. Leopard King, it's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, there will be no turning back. The Tiger King also said in a deep voice. The Leopard King waved his claws, and two balls of flame shot towards the two kings. He said with disdain, "Humph, a mere rat, and you call him boss. How embarrassing." The Leopard King did not know how powerful the little mouse was. Naturally, he was not afraid of the little mouse. Today, he was determined to destroy the Flying Rat Clan and then the Tiger Clan to occupy these two territories. At this moment, the little mouse was on the way back. If it had not received news that something had happened to the territory, the little mouse would not have left Fangchun in such a hurry. The battle continued for an entire day and night. The Flying Rat Clan was almost completely wiped out. As for the Tiger Clan, they had also suffered heavy casualties. If the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King had not worked together to restrain the Leopard King, the two clans would have been wiped out long ago. At a certain moment, the Leopard King suddenly launched a fierce attack, forcing the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King to retreat. He wanted to kill them. "The two of you can go die now," said the Leopard King. Dense flames appeared around the Panther King's body. The temperature of the air around it rose rapidly. He used his full strength to attack the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings were forced to retreat step by step. Just as they were about to be completely suppressed by the Leopard King, a powerful aura suddenly appeared, shocking the Leopard King. Sensing this aura, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King exchanged a smile. They had finally managed to hold on until their boss returned. "Leopard King, it's time for you to die," said the Flying Rat King with difficulty. Crash! The little mouse had just appeared when the Flying Rat King's voice rang out. It stood in front of the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the Leopard King. It icily said, "You're the Leopard King? You're the trash boss they were talking about?" asked the Leopard King. The little mouse looked at the two clans that had suffered heavy casualties. Flames of fury burned in its heart, and a cold, killing intent appeared in its eyes. "The two of you, go and help them," said the little mouse in a deep voice. The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King heard it, and their figures flashed as they joined the battle of the ordinary members. With the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joining in, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard Clan continuously let out blood-curdling screams. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the Leopard King was enraged and attacked the little mouse. The little mouse's body emitted a purple halo. It opened its little claws and engaged in a fierce battle with the Leopard King. The Leopard King's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was impossible for him to kill the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse dodged the Leopard King's powerful attack in an unimaginable manner. Then, it opened its little mouth and bit the Leopard King's body. Instantly, the Leopard King felt pain all over his body. He subconsciously looked at his wound and realized that a piece of flesh had been bitten off by the little mouse. Damn it! The Leopard King was enraged. At the same time, he stared at the little mouse's teeth. The Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard's strongest point was its physical defense. However, it was powerless against the little mouse's teeth. "I'm going to kill you." The Leopard King roared furiously. The little mouse sneered and said, "Leopard King, you're too ignorant." Suddenly, an ancient bloodline aura emerged from the little mouse's body and instantly filled the area. When all the ancient giant beasts felt the bloodline aura, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. This was the fear that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was the absolute suppression of the bloodline. Even the Leopard King felt a trace of fear. Its bloodline was uncontrollably tumbling, and its body was trembling. How is bloodline suppression possible? The Leopard King's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Bloodline suppression. Only a high-grade bloodline could suppress a low-grade bloodline. The Leopard King's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. How powerful was the bloodline that could suppress it? The absolute suppression of the bloodline greatly reduced the Leopard King's battle strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little mouse fought back and bit the Leopard King's body with big mouths. In a short while, the Leopard King's body was badly damaged. Its entire body was bleeding, and it let out a miserable cry. Under the suppression of the bloodline, the Leopard King was unable to block the little mouse's attack. Bang! In the end, the little mouse sent the Leopard King flying with a kick. At this moment, the Leopard King no longer had its previous bravery. It curled up on the ground and trembled. "Let me go. I can pledge my loyalty to you." The Leopard King begged for mercy. Under the suppression of the bloodline, it was no match for the little mouse. "When you attacked this place, did you think of the consequences?" The little mouse coldly said. The Leopard King fell into silence and no longer spoke. In the human world, the strong were respected. In the world of demonic beasts, the strong were respected. The Leopard King had lost. It had lost completely and could only be dealt with by the little mouse. When the Flying Rat King and Tiger King saw this, they cheered loudly. After the little mouse withdrew its bloodline aura, the Flying Rat King ran over and asked, "Boss, what should we do with them?" "Kill them." The little mouse said, "If you follow me, I'll guarantee your safety. Anyone who dares to attack my subordinates won't have a good ending." The little mouse's words directly sentenced the blazing fire golden body leopards to death. The Leopard King was unresigned and was killed by the Flying Rat King. As for the blazing fire golden body leopards, they were all killed by the Tiger King. In the end, they took over the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory and expanded it once more. The entire territory was bustling with noise and excitement. At this time, the exchange pool was also in an uproar. Although Fong Chun had defeated the priest for over a day, the excitement still hadn't died down. Many martial artists only looked at the result. They believed that Fong Chun had won. As for Fong Chun, he knew that he hadn't won that battle. Chapter 638. Countless martialists were discussing this on the streets of the trading city. Although a few days had passed, there were still endless discussions about Fong Chun in the trading city. Whenever Fong Chun was mentioned, countless warriors would think of his battle with the priest. Using formations to fight was too shocking. At this time, in a spacious area of the trading city, there was a hazy, illusory formation. Within the illusory formation, Fong Chun sat cross-legged while Li Xiaoka stood beside him, waiting for Fong Chun to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, Fong Chun opened his eyes. A strong aura surged from his body, and he was in high spirits. When Li Xiaoka saw this, a smile appeared on her face. Looking at Fong Chun's appearance, he should have completely recovered. "Fong Chun, are you okay?" Li Xiaoka looked at Fong Chun and asked apologetically. All of this happened because of her. If she didn't like the 10,000-year-old warm jade, Fong Chun wouldn't have had a conflict with Hong Wu, and the subsequent series of events wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Fong Chun raised his head. In his dark eyes, there was a trace of a smile. "You don't have to blame yourself. This matter isn't your fault." Fong Chun stood up slowly. The battle with the priest had caused him to suffer a backlash. Fortunately, he had fully recovered after recuperating. Fong Chun had also gained a lot from the battle with the priest. In particular, his understanding of formations had deepened. As Fong Chun spoke, he shook his wrist and removed the illusory formation. In an instant, the trading city appeared in front of Fong Chun. "What are we going to do next?" Li Xiaoka asked. "Go out and look for opportunities," Fong Chun said. For the time being, Fong Chun's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't be able to break through for a while, so he went out to look for opportunities. After Fong Chun and Li Xiaoka appeared on the streets of the trading city, countless warriors stopped in their tracks to look at them. Of course, to be exact, they were looking at Fong Chun. Their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at Fong Chun. An array grandmaster, even in the Five Elements province, had a very revered status. Moreover, Fong Chun was so young. He might even be accepted by the Five Elements Academy. In short, his future was limitless. When he was about to reach the city gate, Fong Chun met Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong. "Brother Fong, have you fully recovered?" Feng Yunzhong laughed mischievously. "Brother Fong, I'm afraid there's no one within 100 miles who doesn't know your name. Even the warriors in the cities near the trading city know your name, Zhong Yu said with a smile. As early as Fong Chun defeated the priest, his reputation had already spread. When Fong Chun heard this, he grinned. From his conversation with Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong, he learned that the two of them were going out of the city. Brother Fong, do you have anything to do next? Feng Yunzhong asked. Fong Chun shook his head. When Feng Yunzhong saw this, he was overjoyed. He immediately said, Brother Fong, the two of us discovered a mutated ancient beast in a mountain range 100 miles away from the trading city. This ancient beast body seems to contain a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. The two of us are preparing to capture and kill this demonic beast. Are you interested in coming with us? The reason Feng Yunzhong said this was because they didn't have much confidence in that mutated ancient beast, so they wanted to invite Fong Chun. Mutated ancient beast? Fong Chun was a bit puzzled. It's a huge underworld void bird, Zhong Yu said solemnly. Underworld void bird? When Fong Chun heard these three words, he was also startled. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fong Chun had read a book about the bloody battle space, which had introduced the countless ancient beasts that lived in the bloody battle space. Among them was the underworld void bird. It was said that the underworld void bird race was very rare and also very powerful. The underworld void bird's bloodline was very powerful. There were many bird-type demonic beasts in the world, and a large portion of them possessed the underworld void bird's bloodline. Just the underworld void bird was already very powerful. He hadn't expected Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong to discover a mutated underworld void bird. What shocked Fong Chun the most was that this mutated underworld void bird actually possessed a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. Are you sure? Fong Chun asked. The undying bird was also an ancient divine beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. As for the legends of the undying bird, everyone had only read about it in ancient books. As for the real undying bird, no one had ever seen it. Even an expert like Ancestor Bronze had never seen a real undying bird. The mutated underworld void bird is very powerful. We didn't dare to get close. We only observed it from a distance. I'm 80% sure that it possesses the undying bird's bloodline, Feng Yunzhong said in a low voice. Fong Chun nodded when he heard this. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they must have some unknown treasures on them. Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu were able to detect the undying bird's bloodline in the mutated underworld void bird. Fong Chun wasn't curious at all. After receiving Feng Yunzhong's confirmation, Fong Chun became even more curious about this mutated undying bird. Okay, I'll go with you, Fong Chun said. The undying bird was said to be an ancient divine beast that lived in flames. It was said that every undying bird could completely master the great Tao of fire. If this mutated underworld void bird really possessed the undying bird's bloodline, even if it was very rare, it was enough to benefit Fong Chun and the others. After Fong Chun agreed, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu's faces lit up. After that, the four of them discussed for a while, and then quickly left the trading city. After Fong Chun and the others left the trading city, an ordinary-looking martialist appeared out of nowhere and stood on the street. He took out a communication jade pendant and said in a low voice, Fong Chun has left the trading city. After saying that, the martialist disappeared from the trading city. At the same time, four figures were sitting cross-legged on a secluded mountain peak. Fong Chun knew three of them. They were the Array Grandmaster's priest, Jin Zhong, Hong Wu, and the last person. He looked very ordinary, but the three of them were very respectful to him. The four of them were chatting when suddenly, Jin Zhong's communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, Jin Zhong received news that Fong Chun had left. Fong Chun has left the trading city. Jin Zhong's eyes were solemn as he said in a low voice. He has left. Hong Wu was very excited when she heard this. She immediately wanted to stand up, but was stopped by the ordinary-looking martialist. Hong Wu, don't be so excited. Brother Cohen, how can I not be excited? This is a great opportunity to kill him. Hong Wu said. Zhou Kunshin, ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation base had reached the late second level of the condensing reality realm. Although his ranking was relatively low, he had a shocking assassination skill. There were many martialists in the five-element state who would pay Zhou Kunshan to kill their enemies. And this time, after the priest was defeated, the first person the three of them thought of was Zhou Kunshan. Because of Hong Wu and Luo Zhongtian's relationship, Zhou Kunshan readily agreed to their request and agreed to help them kill Fang Chun. Moreover, he did not charge them any fees. This made the three of them very happy. With Zhou Kunshan's help, Fang Chun would definitely die. Brother Kunshan, we will listen to you, the priest said in a low voice. The battle that day was a huge blow to him, but fortunately, he managed to endure the pressure in his heart. You guys wait here for my good news. Zhou Kunshan stood up and said with a smile. With Brother Kunshan's help, this kid will definitely die. But Brother Kunshan, you have to be careful of this kid's array. Jin Zhong warned. Zhou Kunshan nodded, then looked at Hong Wu and said, Sister Hong Wu, when you see Luo Zhongtian, remember to tell him for me. Brother Kun, don't worry. When I see Zhongtian, I will tell him about you. Hong Wu said. Hearing this, Zhou Kunshan was very happy. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with unconcealable shock. Zhou Kunshan disappeared in front of their eyes, but they did not notice at all. This was the power of the assassination king, Zhou Kunshan. Fang Chen's group of 4 hurried and finally arrived at the mountain range that Feng Yunzhong had mentioned. At this time, they had no idea that they had already been targeted by the Hidden Dragon Rankings assassination king, Zhou Kunshan. This is the mountain range where we found the Dark Void Bird? Fang Chen asked. Feng Yunzhong nodded and said, Yes, this is the place. The 4 of them paused for a moment, then entered the mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Fang Chun felt that something was wrong. This mountain range gave people a very strange feeling. Everyone be careful, Fang Chun warned. After the 4 of them walked for an hour, Fang Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother Fang, what is it? Feng Yunzhong asked curiously. Fang Chun closed his eyes and used his early yellow rank soul to carefully examine the surroundings. After a long time, Fang Chun opened his eyes. His expression was incomparably grave as he said in a low voice, The temperature in the mountain range has increased. That mutated dark void bird should be nearby. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other 3's expressions instantly became grave as they looked around. Let's go. Fang Chun waved his hand and continued forward. Fang Chun possessed the concept of fire, so he was very sensitive to the fire element in the air. While the others were unaware, he had already sensed the scorching temperature in the air. Following the guidance of the scorching temperature, Fang Chun quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, there was a huge bird-type demonic beast on top of a bluestone. This bird-type demonic beast's entire body was pitch black, but its eyes were filled with a scorching aura. The temperature in the air around the bluestone was extremely scorching. The lake to the side had completely evaporated, but this ordinary bluestone was actually able to withstand the scorching temperature. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this bird-type demonic beast was intentionally controlling the scorching aura it emitted. Chapter 639. When Fang Chen's group of 4 reached a certain depth, they stopped. They didn't dare act rashly. The temperature here has risen sharply. If my guess is correct, the mutated dark void bird you spoke of should be nearby, said Fang Chen gravely. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also carefully looked around. Although they didn't find any traces of the dark void bird, they could feel a scorching aura. Brother Fang, are we going straight ahead? Asked Zhong Yu. Fang Chun shook his head. The mutated dark void bird is abnormally strong. We can't fight it head-on. Then how do we catch it? Asked Feng Yunzhong. Li Xiaoke smiled brightly and reminded them. Have you forgotten that Fang Chun is a formation master? Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were enlightened by Li Xiaoke's reminder. They gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Brother Fang, we'll be relying on you to catch the dark void bird this time. Fang Chun nodded and said, I need to make some preparations. You guys protect me. Fang Chun began to organize the materials in his interspatial ring. If he wanted to fight the mutated dark void bird, he had to set up a mid-tier profound void plundering formation. Only the void plundering formation could withstand the mutated dark void bird's attack. Of course, setting up the void plundering formation required a lot of materials. Fang Chun checked to see if he had enough. Before long, Fang Chun finished checking. The materials in the interspatial ring were enough for him to set up another void plundering formation. Fang Chun then began to set up the void plundering formation. At that moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke from within the python's sword. Use the purple crystal as the base and the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the formation. Fang Chun was startled by Ancestor Bronze's words. Ancestor, have you discovered something? Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. I discovered the mutated dark void bird you spoke of. How strong is it? Asked Fang Chun hurriedly. Although Ancestor Bronze was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, it was still far stronger than Fang Chun's yellow-level soul. At the very least, Fang Chun couldn't find the exact location of the mutated nether void bird, but Ancestor Bronze could. You're no match for it. You can only place your hopes on the void plundering array, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chun nodded as he understood old Ancestor Bronze's words. Forefather Bronze had told him to use the purple crystal as the base of the formation, and the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the formation. This meant that the mutated nether void bird was very strong. Even if the four of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At the thought of this, Fang Chun's eyes turned serious as he took out the purple crystal. After checking, Xiao Chun found that there were still 290 purple crystals in his spatial ring, enough to be used as the foundation of the formation. As for purple crystal soul stones, there were still 30-odd purple crystals, enough as well. True to his word, Fang Chun began to arrange the void plundering array. Hiss, 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 Fang Chun shook his wrist, and immediately 108 purple crystals flew out of the spatial ring and floated in the sky in an orderly manner. Finally, under Fang Chun's control, they drilled into the ground. Crash! When all the purple crystals drilled into the ground, suddenly, countless purple rays of light broke through the clouds and intertwined. This is the time. Fang Chun felt that the time was right. With a low shout, he placed a purple crystal soul stone into the control center of the array formation. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound suddenly spread out. The void plundering array was activated and a majestic aura swept across the land. At the same time, a loud and clear cry came from the depths of the mountain range. It was the cry of the mutated nether void bird. Hurry up and enter the array formation. Fang Chun shouted as he pulled the other three into the array formation. Just as Fang Chun set up the array formation, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was the king of assassins, Zhou Kunshan. There's a scorching aura here. Zhou Kunshan had just appeared when he sensed the scorching aura. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Kunshan's mind flashed, and he was stunned. He immediately looked at the depths of the mountain range in disbelief. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhou Kunshan was extremely excited. Then his body flashed, and he instantly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. However, after advancing for 100 meters, Zhou Kunshan stopped in his tracks. He had discovered a formation in front of him. This formation, Zhou Kunshan could feel the power of this array formation. He probed it for a while, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Void plundering array, Zhou Kunshan said in a low voice. The purpose of his trip was to kill Fang Chun. The owner of this void plundering array was Fang Chun. Roar! A loud cry spread throughout the mountain range. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. This was the suppression of bloodline. The mutated dark void bird on the bluestone was furious when it discovered that a human had intruded. It spread its wings and flew into the sky. The mutated dark void bird flew in the sky and looked down with its pitch-black eyes. It instantly discovered Zhou Kunshan outside the formation. Damn human. The mutated dark void bird spoke in a human voice. It flapped its huge wings and swooped down. Rumble. The mutated dark void bird swooped down and flapped its wings. Countless spatial currents instantly surrounded Zhou Kunshan. Not good. Zhou Kunshan shouted subconsciously. Then his body flashed and he dodged the airflow. Bang! At the same time, the mutated dark void bird landed in front of the void plundering array. Its huge eyes stared at Zhou Kunshan and it said coldly, "Human, you dare to intrude into my territory. Are you courting death?" Zhou Kunshan steadied himself and looked at the mutated dark void bird. His eyes were filled with passion. It really is a dark void bird. I never thought that Zhou Kunshan, would actually encounter a dark void bird. Zhou Kunshan shouted excitedly. Crash! When the mutated nether void bird saw this, it flapped its wings. Immediately, a scorching flame aura shot towards Zhou Kunshan. Zhou Kunshan's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When a mutated dark void bird was fighting with Zhou Kunshan, Fang Chun, who was inside the formation, saw everything clearly. "Who is fighting the mutated dark void bird?" asked Fang Chun. "I didn't think that he would also come," said Zhong Yu with a grave expression. "He's the expert ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the king of assassins, Zhou Kunshan," said Feng Yunzhong. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Kunshan, who was flickering in and out of existence. He came at just the right time. Let him fight the mutated dark void bird. Once both sides are injured, we can reap the benefits, said Li Xiaoke. Fang Chun exchanged a glance with Feng Yunzhong and then nodded. They had just finished setting up the void plundering array when Zhou Kunshan appeared. He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. However, there was no time to think about this. The mutated dark void bird was more important. Bang! Bang! After a fierce battle, Zhou Kunshan was at a disadvantage. The mutated dark void bird had actually discovered his body that was hidden in the void. The latter's attacks were very powerful. In one of the attacks, Zhou Kunshan was sent flying by the mutated dark void bird's claw. He immediately felt his blood boil. Too strong, Zhou Kunshan said with difficulty. This mutated dark void bird was at least at the 3rd level of the spirit vortex realm. I can't continue like this. Zhou Kunshan glanced at the void plundering array and then thought to himself. Whoosh! Zhou Kunshan once again fell into the void. This time, he didn't wait for the mutated dark void bird to attack. He appeared above the mutated dark void bird's head, and a large axe appeared in his hand. He directly chopped at the mutated dark void bird. Crack! The large axe shattered and Zhou Kunshan's body was sent flying again. During this process, Zhou Kunshan used the recoil force to plunge into the void plundering array. Seeing Zhou Kunshan enter, Fang Chun and the others raised their guard and stared at Zhou Kunshan. Fang Chun, right? Zhou Kunshan looked at Fang Chun and asked, You saw the situation outside. How about we join forces to defeat the mutated dark void bird? Fang Chun thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The mutated dark void bird discovered that Zhou Kunshan had entered the array and began to attack the array with all its might. Rumble. The void plundering array shook under the attack of the mutated dark void bird. However, every time it shook, a purple aura would appear from the array base and the control center of the array, stabilizing the void plundering array. The void plundering array this time was the most powerful array that Fang Chun could set up. According to Ancestor Bronze, once trapped in this array, even a 3rd-level Spirit Vortex Realm Martial Artist would not be able to break free. When the mutated Dark Void Bird attacked the array, it discovered the purple aura. Roar! The mutated Nether Void Bird seemed to have recognized the purple aura. Its eyes blazed with desire as dense flames surged around its body. Then it dove into the void plundering array. I feel the aura of purple crystals. The mutated dark void bird stared at Fang Chun and the others and said coldly, It has been a long time since I felt this aura. The mutated dark void bird sucked in the aura of purple crystals in the array and enjoyed it very much. What should we do? Zhong Yu asked. Let's attack together, Zhou Kunshan said. Crash! Under Fang Chen's control, their figures instantly disappeared into the array, leaving only the mutated dark void bird covered in flames. Humans, you have completely infuriated me. I will kill all of you and take the purple crystals here, the mutated dark void bird said coldly. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and bombarded the array with wild energy. However, at the same time, the void-plundering array was also forcibly plundering the fire element aura of the mutated dark void bird. Fong Chun and the others, who were hiding in the dark, were waiting for an opportunity to act. That mutated dark void bird is injured, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. It's injured? Fong Chun was startled. Nonsense. Otherwise, how could a few of you trap it? Ancestor Bronze said. Ancestor, do you have any ideas? The mutated dark void bird was much stronger than they had imagined. He needed to ask for Ancestor Bronze's opinion. Chapter 640. In ancient times, the Kongming bird clan was extremely powerful. They claimed to be the descendants of the divine beast, the undying bird. During the dark times, they could be called emperors. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Kongming bird clan was. They had ancient bloodlines in their bodies. Some of the top geniuses in the clan could even activate the undying bird bloodline. Any Kongming bird with the undying bird bloodline would eventually become a peerless powerhouse. The Kongming bird in front of him had experienced a great battle in ancient times. Because of that, its cultivation had fallen to the spiritual vortex realm. It had been severely injured in that battle and had almost died. Although it had survived, it had taken countless years to recover from its injuries. It had been living in the bloody battle space, absorbing the ancient aura here to recover. This year, its cultivation had recovered to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. However, the injuries from that battle back then were deeply rooted and difficult to remove. Fortunately, it would be able to return to its peak with time. In these long years, it was unwilling to be mediocre for the rest of its life. It had fought fiercely on the edge of life and death and unintentionally activated the undying bird bloodline. After activating the undying bird bloodline, it was very excited. There were very few members of the Kongming bird clan who had the undying bird bloodline. Since it could activate the undying bird bloodline, it was destined to become an emperor-like existence in the future. It would then lead the Kongming bird clan to rise again. This time, it had discovered the purple crystal and was very excited. The purple crystal was very useful for its stubborn illness. Therefore, it wanted to obtain the purple crystal at all costs. The mutated Kongming bird kept attacking the void plundering formation, and the formation was plundering the fire element aura on its body. Time passed slowly. Fong Chen did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when the mutated Kongming bird exposed its injuries. Just like that, about an hour later, the opportunity finally came. The mutated Kongming bird flapped its wings. Suddenly, a powerful force bombarded the void plundering formation. At the same time, the mutated Kongming bird's left wing came to Fong Chen's side. Attack its wing with all your might. Fong Chen suddenly let out a loud roar and immediately displayed the flowing water swordsmanship. Within the formation, countless ripples of water appeared out of nowhere. They turned into cold streaks of light, stabbing towards the mutated nether void bird's left wing viciously. Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, Zhou Kunshin and the others launched their attacks in unison. Puchi Fong Chun controlled the void plundering array to restrain the mutated nether void bird's body. Although the effect was very weak, it still bought him some time. By the time the mutant nether void bird broke free, Fong Chen's swordlight had already pierced its wings. Roar the mutated nether void bird let out a deafening roar. On its wings, ripples of water continuously extinguished the flames, causing it great pain. Bang, bang, bang before the mutated nether void bird could counterattack. The other four's attacks also landed on the same spot. Poochie the mutated nether void bird's left wing actually started to bleed under the repeated attacks of the 5 people. Upon seeing this, the mutated nether void bird became even more enraged. Its left wing had been severely injured in ancient times and had yet to fully recover. It hadn't expected that these damned humans would actually attack its left wing. At this moment, the mutated nether void bird only wanted to kill these humans. Humans, you've successfully angered me. You're all going to die. The mutated nether void bird roared furiously. Attack its left wing. Under Fong Chen's command, the 5 of them attacked the mutated nether void bird's left wing repeatedly. The mutated nether void bird was furious and attacked the 5 of them. However, with Fong Chen controlling the void plundering array, the 5 of them were able to evade the attacks without suffering any real harm. This way, one side would weaken while the other would strengthen. Before long, the aura around the mutated nether void bird had weakened significantly. When they realized that this was effective, the 5 of them continued to increase their attacks. Fong Chen controlled the void plundering array and did his best to absorb the fire element aura around the mutated nether void bird's wound. In a short 15 minutes, the mutated nether void bird had weakened significantly. It raised its head to the sky and roared angrily to express its anger. Damn it! The mutated nether void bird could feel its aura fading away. It had completely sunk into a state of madness. Rumble! The flames around the mutated nether void bird had turned scarlet. Its body exuded an aura that made people shudder. What's going on? At the same time, Fong Chen's group of 5 felt their souls tremble. They cried out involuntarily. When the mutated nether void bird's body emitted that terrifying aura, all the monsters in the mountain range prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. The first to react was Fong Chen. Bloodline suppression. Following Fong Chen's roar, Zhou Kunshan seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he stared at the mutated nether void bird. The aura of the undying bird. It actually possesses the bloodline of the undying bird. Zhou Kunshan had also gone crazy. He knew very well how precious the undying bird's bloodline was. His heart was in turmoil. If he could obtain the undying bird's essence blood, his strength would skyrocket. The undying bird's essence blood is mine, Zhou Kunshan shouted in his heart. The mutated nether void bird's bloodline aura shook the souls of Fong Chen's group of 5. Even the void plundering array was shaking. The void plundering array can't hold on any longer, Fong Chen shouted. Crack! As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, many cracks appeared on the void plundering array. The 5 of them were directly exposed to the mutated nether void bird. Damned humans! The mutated nether void bird used the bloodline aura of the undying bird to suppress the 5 of them, preparing to kill them in one fell swoop. Brother Fong, we can't hold on any longer, Zhongyu shouted. The mutated nether void bird was much stronger than they had imagined. Crack! As soon as Zhongyu's voice fell, the void plundering array became even more damaged and was about to collapse. We can't let the void plundering array collapse, Zhou Kunshan roared. At the same time, a talisman appeared in his hand. You maintain the array. I'll deal with it. In order to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, Zhou Kunshan took out his trump card. This trump card was prepared to be used in the fight against the experts on the Hidden Dragon list. But now, he had no other choice. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhou Kunshan. He had to obtain it. As long as he could kill the mutated nether void bird, he didn't care about Fong Chen's group at all. He could easily kill them. After taking out the talisman, Zhou Kunshan stepped forward and stared at the mutated nether void bird. Fong Chen continued to add purple crystals to fill the gaps in the array. In the blink of an eye, the broken void plundering array looked brand new again. At the same time, Zhou Kunshan activated the water element talisman. A thick stream of water shot out from the talisman, forming a small lake in the air. The water in the lake kept spinning. In the end, the whirlpool fell directly on the mutated nether void bird. Boom! This water element talisman was a high-level talisman. It was very powerful. Zhou Kunshan had discovered that water could suppress fire. That was why he had decided to take a gamble. The water whirlpool carried a powerful aura as it struck the mutated nether void bird. The latter did its best to resist, but it was still heavily injured by the talisman. Crack! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The mutated nether void bird's body fell heavily to the ground. A large wound had appeared on its left wing. Fresh blood was flowing out of the wound. The fire element aura within the mutated nether void bird's body was also gradually disappearing. Under the dual attacks of the water element talisman and the void plundering array, It was finally unable to resist. "I can't accept this." The fallen mutated nether void bird suddenly roared. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Zhou Kunshin, and then it attacked Zhou Kunshin with all its might. Damn it! Zhou Kunshin discovered that the mutated nether void bird was making a final struggle. He did his best to dodge. Whoosh! A beam of light appeared within the array. In the next moment, Zhou Kunshin's arm shattered, turning into a bloody mist. His body was sent flying. After the final attack, the mutated nether void bird's huge body also slowly fell to the ground. Its aura was weak, and it was still struggling. "Human, I admit defeat," said the mutated nether void bird. Fang Chen's group of 4 looked at each other. Their eyes were burning with desire. "Brother Fang, we actually succeeded." "Ha ha ha." Feng Yunzhong laughed heartily. "The undying bird's essence blood is ours," said Zhong Yu excitedly. "Humph, you want my undying bird's essence blood?" "Impossible," snorted the mutated nether void bird. "Even if it had to die, it would die proudly. The nether void bird race would never lower their heads. After killing you, we'll personally take the undying bird's essence blood," said Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu prepared to kill the mutated nether void bird, but he was stopped by Fang Chun. "Brother Fang, why are you stopping me?" asked Zhong Yu. "Even if we kill the mutated nether void bird, we won't be able to get the undying bird's essence blood," said Fang Chun. "Oh, why is that?" asked Feng Yunzhong. "The undying bird's essence blood comes from the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. How can such a powerful bloodline be obtained so easily?" asked Fang Chun. "Then how do we get it?" asked Zhong Yu. "There's only one way to obtain the undying bird's essence blood. That is to obtain its acknowledgement," said Fang Chun. In truth, this was what Ancestor Bronze had told him. Hearing this, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. As for the mutated nether void bird, it looked at Fang Chun with surprise. "I didn't think there would still be someone who knew of this method." Hearing the mutated nether void bird's words, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong believed Fang Chun. "In that case, the 4 of us will rely on our own abilities," said Zhong Yu. He walked in front of the mutated nether void bird, preparing to try and obtain its acknowledgement. Chapter 641. The strength of the mutated dark void bird exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fang Chun and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. "Let me go first." The first to step forward was Zhong Yu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Fang Chun had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then he would have a chance of being recognized by the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult to gain the recognition of the undying bird's blood essence. It might even be impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Chun the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Hiss! When Zhong Yu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhong Yu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhong Yu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhong Yu shout, the other 3 people's expressions changed slightly. They immediately stared at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then, he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhong Yu was getting excited, a powerful force came from the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhong Yu away. Zhong Yu's chi and blood were in turmoil as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhong Yu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark void bird in astonishment. "It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence," the mutated dark void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Fang Chun and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhongyu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhongyu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nether void bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhongyu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly unwilling to accept this. He roared loudly. Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this. The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhongyu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhongyu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me, Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Chun and Li Xiaoke were left. Xiaoke, you go first, Fang Chun said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, Fang Chun, you're the main force in defeating the mutant nether void bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhou Kunshan. Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhou Kunshan staggered into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Zhou Kunshan. Feng Yunzhong saw this and called out in a low voice. You can only obtain the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval. Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhou Kunshan would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Chun did not speak. Although Zhou Kunshan was strong, he was clearly injured. Moreover, he was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Zhou Kunshan at all. I'm the main force in defeating the mutant nether void bird. Let me try. With that, Zhou Kunshan walked up to the mutant nether void bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhou Kunshan's situation was even worse than Zhongyu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nether void bird when he was sent flying by a wing. If it weren't for your talisman, I wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Don't even think about getting the undying bird's blood essence, the mutant nether void bird said coldly. Zhou Kunshan was stunned when he heard this. Then his face twisted and he roared. The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me. Zhou Kunshan once again arrived in front of the mutant nether void bird. However, he was sent flying again, just like before. After 3 or 4 attempts, Zhou Kunshan finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chun and said in a deep voice, Kid, go and try. Zhou Kunshan's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chun to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chun. Zhou Kunshan was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chun nodded when he saw this. He walked over to the mutant nether void bird and sat down in a lotus position. He smiled at the bird and said, Senior nether void bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's blood essence. We'll talk about it after you get its approval, the mutant nether void bird said coldly with its eyes closed. Fang Chun nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nether void bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was absorbed by Fang Chun's body. After the blood of the mutant nether void bird entered Fang Chun's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chun's golden heart. See. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started beating rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura was emitted from Fang Chun's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nether void bird that had entered Fang Chun's body. The mutant nether void bird, which had its eyes closed, suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chun. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be stirring restlessly. What's going on? The mutant nether void bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chun's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, the Golden Heart had absorbed enough blood of the mutant nether void bird. Finally, its beating speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, the mutant nether void bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was stirring restlessly within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nether void bird was actually unable to control it. Impossible! The mutant nether void bird cried out involuntarily. However, it was clear that there was nothing it could do. A mass of red blood instantly shot out of its body and floated in front of Fong Chen's eyes. When this mass of blood appeared, the entire area fell into a state of silence. The majestic aura caused Zhou Kunshan and the others to feel as if their heads were about to split open. They all let out miserable cries. Fong Chun felt an ancient vicissitude aura. His eyes lit up with excitement. Is this the undying bird's blood essence? Fong Chen cried out in delight. At the same time, the Golden Heart released a trace of summon. It enveloped the undying bird's blood essence and started to absorb it. When the undying bird's blood essence sensed the aura of the Golden Heart, it didn't resist at all. It immediately burrowed into Fong Chen's body and entered the Golden Heart. Dong! Fong Chen felt his body instantly become scorching hot. The Golden Heart had undergone a huge change. The undying bird's blood essence was residing within the Golden Heart. It was also at this moment that the powerful pressure between heaven and earth instantly disappeared. Fong Chen's body was burning with intense flames. The power of these flames was enough to burn an ordinary first-level spirit vortex realm martial artist to death. Hiss! The intense flames surrounded Fong Chen's body, making Li Xiaoke extremely worried. Did he succeed? Zhou Kunshan muttered to himself as he stared at Fong Chen. At the same time, Fong Chen felt his fire intent realm soar rapidly. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. The mutant nether void bird beside Fong Chen was completely shocked. There is actually a human martialist in this world who is compatible with the undying bird's blood essence. Boom! A deafening sound came from Fong Chen's body. Then he realized that his fire intent realm, which had been at the peak of the second minor boundary, had easily broken through to the third minor boundary. My fire intent realm has broken through. Fong Chen's face was filled with surprise. The harvest this time was too great. Not only had he obtained the undying bird's blood essence, but his fire intent realm had also successfully broken through to the third minor boundary. This was simply a double blessing. Crash! At a certain moment, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying flames shot out from his eyes. Then, all the flames within the void plundering array disappeared. Fong Chen returned to his original state. He could clearly see that the undying bird's blood essence was residing within his Golden Heart. Fong Chen, you obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Zhou Kunshan was the first to react. He asked anxiously. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also looked curiously at Fong Chen. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Fong Chen looked at Zhou Kunshan and narrowed his eyes. He did not speak. Fong Chen, did you obtain the undying bird's blood essence? Zhou Kunshan asked in a low voice. What does that have to do with you? Fong Chen said. He could see the killing intent in Zhou Kunshan's eyes. It seemed that the latter wanted to steal his undying bird's blood essence. Then you must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Hand it over. You can't keep it. Zhou Kunshan spread out his hand and smiled. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhou Kunshan. He had to obtain it. For this reason, he could give up on killing Fong Chen as long as he handed over the undying bird's blood essence. Chapter 642. The strength of the mutated dark void bird had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they had still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fong Chen and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor-like existence, leading the Dark Void Bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first person to step forward was Zhongyu. He walked up to the mutated Dark Void Bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Feng Chen had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated Dark Void Bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then there would be hope for him to gain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence. On the contrary, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, gaining the approval of the undying bird's blood essence had been very difficult. It had even been close to impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Feng Chen the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Hiss! When Zhongyu's hands landed on the mutated Dark Void Bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhongyu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhongyu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhongyu's shout, the other three people's expressions changed slightly as they stared at Zhongyu. Zhongyu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then, he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhongyu was getting excited, a powerful force came out of the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhongyu away. Zhongyu's chi and blood surged as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhongyu just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated Dark Void Bird in astonishment. It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, the mutated Dark Void Bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Feng Chen and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhongyu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhongyu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant Nether Void Bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhongyu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly a little unwilling. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this." The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhongyu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhongyu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me, Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Feng Chen and Li Xiaoke were left. "Xiaoke, you go first," Feng Chen said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "Feng Chen, you are the main force in defeating the mutant Nether Void Bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhou Kunshin." Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the Void Plunder Formation. In the next moment, Zhou Kunshin wobbled into the Void Plunder Formation. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Zhou Kunshin. Seeing this, Feng Yunzhong called out in a low voice, "You can only get the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval." Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhou Kunshin would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Feng Chen did not speak. Although Zhou Kunshin was strong, he was clearly injured and was in the Void Plunder Formation. He was not afraid of Zhou Kunshin at all. "I am the main force in defeating the mutant Nether Void Bird. Let me try." With that, Zhou Kunshin walked up to the mutant Nether Void Bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhou Kunshin's situation was even worse than Zhongyu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant Nether Void Bird when he was sent flying by a wing. "If your talisman had not injured me, I would not have been reduced to this state. You can forget about getting the undying bird's blood essence," the mutant Nether Void Bird said coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Kunshin was stunned. Then his face twisted and he roared angrily, "The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me." Zhou Kunshin came in front of the mutant Nether Void Bird again, but he was sent flying again just like before. After 3 or 4 times, Zhou Kunshan finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chun and said in a deep voice, "Kid, go and try." Zhou Kunshan's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chun to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chun. Zhou Kunshan was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chun nodded when he saw this. He walked up to the mutated nether void bird and sat down cross-legged. He smiled at the mutated nether void bird and said, "Senior nether void bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's essence blood. Wait until you get its approval," the mutant nether void bird said coldly with its eyes shut. Fang Chun nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nether void bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was sucked into Fang Chun's body. After the blood of the mutant nether void bird entered Fang Chun's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chun's golden heart. See. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started to beat rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura emanated from Fang Chun's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nether void bird that had entered Fang Chun's body. The mutant nether void bird suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chun. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be restless. "What's going on?" The mutant nether void bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chun's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed bit by bit. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough of the mutant nether void bird's blood. Finally, it started to beat a lot slower. At the same time, the mutant nether void bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was restless within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nether void bird was actually unable to control it. Impossible. Chapter 66656973757 A77-636 F6 Chapter 643. Hearing Zhou Kunshan's words, Fang Chun's expression turned grave. He icily said, "You won't be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood." The mutated nether void bird sneered and disdainfully said, "Humph, trash like you doesn't deserve the undying bird's essence blood." After Fang Chun obtained the undying bird's essence blood, the mutated nether void bird's attitude toward Fang Chun had changed greatly. Seeing that Zhou Kunshan wanted to steal Fang Chun's undying bird essence blood, the mutated nether void bird sneered. For Fang Chun to be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to obtaining the ancient undying bird's approval. As a descendant of the undying bird, it naturally had to follow its ancestors' decision. Furthermore, the mutated nether void bird could sense that Fang Chun's body had a terrifying aura. That kind of aura was even able to attract the undying bird's essence blood. So the mutated nether void bird felt that Fang Chun was very mysterious. "You're just a dying bird. How dare you speak to me like that?" said Zhou Kunshan icily. At this moment, Zhou Kunshan's ugly face was instantly revealed. Crash! Zhou Kunshan's body flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of the mutated nether void bird. Then he used his full strength to send a punch at the mutated nether void bird. Bang! However, his attack was blocked by Fang Chun. "Brat, are you courting death?" asked Zhou Kunshan. "What's the point of bullying an injured nether void bird?" As he spoke, Fang Chun placed one of his palms on the mutated dark hollow bird's body. Then, the third minor level of the concept of fire instantly opened. Countless dense, fire elemental auras poured into the mutated dark hollow bird's body. The mutated nether void bird was a bit surprised by Fang Chun's actions, but it immediately became wild with joy. Now that it had obtained enough fire attribute energy, the mutated nether void bird's injuries were instantly healed. Originally, the nether void bird race was especially fond of fire attribute energy. Now that it was heavily injured, it urgently needed more fire attribute energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss when Feng Chun gave it the fire element aura. The undying bird's essence blood residing in the golden heart also emitted a scorching aura. When this scorching aura entered the mutated Kongming bird's body, it instantly regained its fighting strength. Bastard, what did you just say? Feng Chun moved his hand away, and the mutated nether void bird became active again. It stared at Zhou Kunshin and said coldly, Feng Chun, are you crazy? You're actually treating it, roared Zhou Kunshin furiously. Bastard, let me kill you. The mutated nether void bird let out a furious roar and flapped its wings. Suddenly, a wild aura surged out from within the void plundering matrix and bombarded Zhou Kunshin. Zhou Kunshin, known as the King of Assassins, instantly disappeared into the void. Too bad this is the void plundering array. Feng Chun sneered and said disdainfully when he saw Zhou Kunshin's body disappear. In the next moment, Feng Chun activated the void plundering array to forcibly plunder Zhou Kunshin's spiritual qi. Zhou Kunshin's body was instantly exposed in front of the mutated nether void bird. The latter let out a sharp cry, and its body was bathed in flames as it launched a powerful attack on Zhou Kunshin. Bang! Bang! With Feng Chen's help, the mutated nether void bird had gained the upper hand and was constantly suppressing Zhou Kunshin. As for the King of Assassins, Zhou Kunshin was unable to escape within the void plundering matrix. Everything was under Feng Chen's control. I'll kill you, roared Zhou Kunshin furiously. He had already won, but at the critical moment, Feng Chun had actually played such a trick on him. His hatred and anger soared. Die, bastard. The mutated nether void bird's hatred for Zhou Kunshin was monstrous. Its claws clawed at Zhou Kunshin's body, directly tearing it apart. The King of Assassins had fallen just like that. After Zhou Kunshin died, the mutated nether void bird turned to look at Feng Chun. You're pretty gutsy, brat. After healing me, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Feng Chun faintly smiled. I believe in the choice of the undying bird's essence blood. What about you? Hearing Feng Chen's question, the mutated nether void bird was startled. Its eyes flashed. You won the bet. I won't attack the owner of the undying bird's essence blood. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that the mutated nether void bird would go crazy and attack them. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at Feng Chun with burning eyes. That was the undying bird's essence blood, and Feng Chun had obtained it just like that. However, they knew their own limits. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to act like Zhou Kunshin and forcefully take the undying bird's essence blood. Brat, I don't know what's in your body, but since you've been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood, I won't attack you. You can leave, said the mutated nether void bird. If one day you're strong enough that you don't need the undying bird's essence blood, I hope you can return it, said the mutated nether void bird. A human who had been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to being recognized by the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Naturally, the mutated nether void bird wouldn't attack him. Many thanks, Senior. Feng Chun cupped his hands. Feng Chun waved his hand and removed the void plundering formation. The mutated nether void bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A voice entered Feng Chen's ears. I hope we'll meet again one day. After that, the mutated nether void bird completely disappeared. Feng Chun stared blankly at the nether void bird that had disappeared. In truth, the reason he had healed the mutated nether void bird was because of Ancestor Bronze's guidance. Otherwise, how would Feng Chun know all this? In short, using the mutated nether void bird to successfully solve a problem could be considered a good thing. Brother Feng, congratulations on obtaining the undying bird's essence blood. Zhong Yu walked in front of Feng Chun and grinned. Yes, Brother Feng, you've gained a lot this time. However, since you obtained the undying bird's essence blood, can you give Zhou Kunshin's spatial ring to the two of us? Asked Feng Yunzhong. Feng Chun was startled and immediately said apologetically, It's all thanks to the two of you that I was able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood this time. You can take Zhou Kunshin's spatial ring, and we'll give each of you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. After that, Fang Chun took out 2,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the two of them. This, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, Chapter 6665, 697, 3757, 77 to 636 Your Majesty, 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 Your Majesty. Chapter 644. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had killed all the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect. Not even their corpses were left behind. Fiction. Ex-Li Xiaoke was a little worried. She reminded him, Fang Chun, Lei Dong of the Thunder Fantasy sect, is very strong. You have to be careful. The Thunder Fantasy sect was a 5-star sect. It was much stronger than a 4-star sect like the Green Lotus sect. The two were not on the same level at all. Moreover, Lei Dong was a top genius of the 5-element state. It was said that he was already in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. He was a very terrifying warrior. Don't worry, they won't know, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun deliberately used the fire concept to burn the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect and destroy their corpses. The bloody battle space was so big that it was impossible for the people of the Thunder Fantasy sect to know. The disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect relied on the prestige of their sect to burn, kill, and rob in the bloody battle space. If they encountered a weak warrior, they might be able to rob the treasure. However, they were unlucky to have met Fang Chun. After killing a few disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect, Fang Chun took Li Xiaoke and quickly left the place. In a hidden cave, Fang Chun was refining the undying bird's blood essence. Li Xiaoke was also cultivating with her eyes closed. The undying bird's blood essence contained a majestic flame aura. It was very difficult for Fang Chun to refine it. After absorbing the undying bird's blood essence, Fang Chun's fire concept reached the 3rd minor realm. The strength of the fire concept was directly related to the difficulty of refining the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Fang Chun's body was surrounded by thick flames. These flames had an ancient aura. As Fang Chun closed his eyes, the undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart began to rotate gradually. A trace of blood flowed out from it, and finally flowed through Fang Chun's body. When the undying bird's blood essence spread to every part of Fang Chun's body, he felt very comfortable. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. It seemed to be helping Fang Chun refine the undying bird's blood essence. In the beginning, Fang Chun's refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence was very slow. However, with the help of the golden heart, the refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence became faster and faster. In the end, Fang Chun smiled excitedly. It's just a matter of time. Fang Chun thought to himself. With the help of the golden heart, the refining of the undying bird's blood essence was on the right track. He only needed a little time to completely refine the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the cleric had been waiting for several days on a mountain peak in the bloody battle space. However, they still hadn't received any news from Zhou Kunshin, which made them very anxious. What's going on? Why hasn't Zhou Kunshin replied yet? Hong Wu asked. Could it be that Zhou Kunshin still hasn't found that brat? Or could it be that Zhou Kunshin is no match for that brat? The priest asked in a low voice. Jin Zhong shook his head slightly. Of the three of them, he was the clearest about Zhou Kunshin's strength. As the king of assassins on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Zhou Kunshin was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. Once he hid himself in the void, even powerful martial artists wouldn't be able to sense his existence. so each of Zhou Kunshan's assassinations would succeed. There was almost never a time when he failed. "How about we go take a look?" suggested the priest. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy. Only by personally going would he know what was going on. The three of them exchanged a glance and then reached an agreement to go to that mountain range. Several hours later, the three of them arrived at that mountain range. Because there were no longer any mutated nether void birds, the stifling aura within the mountain range had long since disappeared. It was just like an ordinary mountain range. The three of them directly entered the depths of the mountain range. There are traces of a battle here. Suddenly, the priest shouted. Hongwu and Jin Zhong hastily walked over to where the priest was. They were shocked to see that there was a large pit here. Furthermore, this open space was extremely damaged. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. It seems Zhou Kunshan came here and even fought with Fang Chun. The priest closed his eyes, sensing the remnant aura of the void plundering formation in the air. Back then, he had been defeated by Fang Chen's void plundering formation. So he was very clear about the aura of this formation. There's a corpse over there. Hongwu saw a disheveled corpse beside the huge crater. The three of them immediately walked over to the corpse and examined it carefully. This is Zhou Kunshan. How could it be him? Jin Zhong's heart was in turmoil when he saw Zhou Kunshan's corpse. Zhou Kunshan was ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He was much stronger than him. Yet he had died here. Could have been killed by Fang Chun, asked Hongwu gravely. The priest's pupils shrank. His face was filled with shock. In such a short time, Fang Chen's strength had increased once more? Damn it. Jin Zhong's expression was extremely gloomy. He had originally planned to use Zhou Kunshan to assassinate Fang Chun, but he hadn't expected that even Zhou Kunshan would die here. Although there was no evidence that Zhou Kunshan had been killed by Fang Chun, the three of them knew that this matter couldn't be separated from Zhou Kunshan. If Zhou Kunshan was really killed by this kid, then his strength is too terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match, said Jin Zhong in a low voice. Are we just going to let it go? Hongwu was a bit unwilling. In such a short time, that kid's strength had reached such a level. He would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. They had to get rid of him. The priest shook his head. As a formation grandmaster, he knew the power of a formation grandmaster best. He whispered, for the time being, it's not appropriate to confront that kid head-on. Let's leave first. In the end, the three of them left. In the hidden cave, Fang Chun was still refining the undying bird's blood essence. 3 days had passed. At a certain moment, the red flames around Fang Chen's body instantly turned into black flames. Then, the temperature in the cave instantly spread. Fang Chen's clothes instantly turned to ashes. His bronze skin was exposed to the air. His whole body was wrapped in black flames. The aura on his body was rapidly increasing. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The undying bird's blood essence residing in the golden heart had been completely refined by Fang Chun. Countless undying bird's blood essence had been integrated into Fang Chen's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the black flames around Fang Chun disappeared instantly. Then, Fang Chun opened his eyes. The refining was successful. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After completely refining the undying bird's blood essence, his understanding of the fire intent realm had deepened. Fang Chen's mind moved. Suddenly, dense black flames appeared on his palm. The power of these flames was much stronger than the flames that Fang Chun had used before. This is just the most ordinary undying flame. If it can be truly transformed into the undying flame, it will be very powerful, Ancestor Braun suddenly said. Fang Chun naturally knew what the undying flame was. It was the true flame that the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, possessed. The divine beast, the undying bird, had mastered the complete great path of fire. Its control of flames had reached an unprecedented level. The reason Fang Chen's flames had turned black was because he had refined the undying bird's blood essence. The flames had started to transform into the undying flame. Of course, it was too difficult to transform an ordinary flame into the undying flame by relying on one's own ability. In the history of the ancient sword continent, many geniuses had tried, but they had all failed. However, even though the black flames had just started to take shape, their power was still terrifying. Fang Chun did not think too much about Ancestor Bronze's words. He was already lucky enough to have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. As for transforming it into the true undying flame, that was still a long way off. After Fang Chun put away the black flames, he suddenly realized that his cultivation had silently reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. It is indeed the undying bird's blood essence. Fang Chun said excitedly. All of this was because of the undying bird's blood essence. However, before Fang Chun could finish his excitement, he suddenly heard a loud shout. He turned around and saw Li Xiaoke covering her eyes with her pale hands. She was shouting loudly. "Xiaoke, what's wrong?" Fang Chun asked curiously. Fang Chun thought that Li Xiaoke had encountered a problem with her cultivation. Hearing Fang Chun's question, Li Xiaoke's face instantly flushed red. She said softly, "Your clothes." Fang Chun subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. What he saw gave him a fright. His expression changed drastically. With a thought, he took out a set of clothes from his interspatial ring and put them on. After that, Fang Chun adjusted his emotions. Finally, he looked awkwardly at Li Xiaoke and said, "Xiaoke, I just refined the undying bird's blood essence. My clothes were burned. I didn't know." Li Xiaoke's face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not speak. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the cave. Fang Chun wanted to change the topic, but he happened to feel the change in Li Xiaoke's aura. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Xiaoke, you broke through?" Hearing Fang Chun ask about her cultivation, Li Xiaoke nodded gently and said, "Yes, I broke through." Li Xiaoke had successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made Fang Chun very happy. "Xiaoke," Fang Chun called out. Li Xiaoke raised her head and looked at Fang Chun with her dark eyes. "Have you heard from Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue during this period of time?" Fang Chun asked. After entering the bloody battle space for so long, he had only met Li Xiaoke. He did not know anything about Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "The bloody battle space is too big. The two of them should be somewhere else." Fang Chun nodded and did not say anything. He turned around and left the cave. Li Xiaoke's face was still a little hot. Looking at Fang Chun's departing figure, she had a complicated feeling that did not dissipate for a long time. "What kind of person are you?" Li Xiaoke's face was slightly hot. Her eyes were hazy as she asked softly. Chapter 645. While Fang Chun was refining the essence blood, a piece of very important news came from the northern region of the bloody battle space. As soon as the news came out, countless geniuses flocked to the northern region of the bloody battle space. On the northern plain, the old site of a dilapidated ancient sect was found. This news was too shocking. Fang Chun and Li Xiaoke also heard the news while walking in the bloody battle space. In an open space somewhere, Fang Chun and Li Xiaoke were hurrying along. "Fang Chun, are we going to the old side of the sect too?" Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chun nodded his head. The reason he entered the bloody battle space was to search for opportunities and constantly become stronger. After that, he would join the legendary 5 Elements Academy. This time, he had finally obtained such important news. How could he not go? One had to know that those ancient super sects were all dukes that intimidated a region. Their forces were extremely tyrannical. Although no one knew why they had fallen, there were many inheritances in their sect. This was what Fang Chun wanted. Of course, there were many warriors who had the same idea as Fang Chun. They were all aiming for the inheritances in the dilapidated sect. This plain was called the Shattered Plain. It had been split into 2 by something, and there was a bottomless gully in the middle of the plain. The air above the gully was filled with an ancient aura. It was said that the old site of the dilapidated sect was in this gully. After several days, Fang Chun and Li Xiaoke finally arrived at the Shattered Plain. At this moment, there were countless warriors on the Shattered Plain. They were all here for the ancient sect. At the front of the Shattered Plain, there were some powerful geniuses and even some experts on the Hidden Dragon list. Behind them were some powerful warriors who couldn't make it to the Hidden Dragon list. As soon as Fang Chun arrived at the Shattered Plain, he saw a few familiar faces: Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the Reverend. The three of them were standing quietly at the forefront of the group. Standing side by side with them were all-powerful experts on the Hidden Dragon list. It seems that the super-powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon ranking are not in the north. Fang Chun squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. Fang Chun glanced around. Almost all the top experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking were not here, which meant that these geniuses were not in the north. After all, the bloody battle space was very vast. The northern region was also very far away from the other three divisions. Even if the news spread to the other three divisions, those geniuses were not willing to travel long distances to compete for the opportunity, because there were more important things waiting for them. At that moment, Hong Wu, who was sitting in the front row, discovered Fang Chun. Her eyes were filled with rage. "Damn it, that brat has appeared again," Hong Wu said coldly. She was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand, which had been cut in half by Fang Chun. Jin Zhong also discovered Fang Chun. His eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Yeah, he's here too. There are quite a few Hidden Dragon ranking experts here. Given his strength, he'll definitely die if he enters the sect," the Reverend said in a low voice. Hong Wu and the other two didn't act rashly. However, the red-faced cultivator at the side seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the three. He immediately followed their gazes and discovered Fang Chun. "Who is he?" the red-faced warrior asked curiously. "He's a formation grandmaster," the Reverend said. Upon hearing the Reverend's words, the other warriors all looked at Fang Chun in astonishment. They had never expected that a formation grandmaster would appear here. As expected, the powerhouses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had different expressions when they heard the words Formation Grandmaster. The red-faced warrior smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Reverend, you must have suffered a loss when he was injured." Upon hearing the red-faced warrior's words, the Reverend said in a low voice, "If I'm also a Formation Grandmaster, destroying him would be as easy as flipping my hand." "Reverend, stop bragging. It's ridiculous that a Formation Grandmaster wants to defeat a Formation Grandmaster," the red-faced warrior said disdainfully. Subsequently, the red-faced warrior slowly walked in front of Fang Chun under everyone's gaze. He smiled and said, "My name is Fan Xinjue. Can we be friends?" Fan Xinjue. Upon hearing this name, Fang Chun was stunned. This person was ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was said that he had once killed a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm and became famous overnight. Fan Xinjue specialized in water cultivation techniques. His water cultivation technique was very powerful. Every time he attacked, it would be accompanied by majestic waves. Hence, he was known as the Wave Jew. Fan Xinjue took the initiative to greet Fang Chun because he saw his potential. To be able to become a Formation Grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Such a martial artist was worthy of being friends with Fan Xinjue. Seeing Fan Xinjue's outstretched hand, Fang Chun grinned and said, "My name is Fang Chun. Fang Chun, this ancient sect is very strange. After we enter, how about we travel together?" Fan Xinjue asked. "Sure," Fang Chun said. In the front row, Hong Wu and the others' faces were ashen. They wanted to kill Fang Chun, but there was nothing they could do. Rumble. Just as Fang Chun was talking to Fan Xinjue, a deafening sound suddenly came from the bottomless ravine. Following that, everyone felt the ground tremble. "What's going on?" Many martial artists cried out in panic. The expression of the Hidden Dragon rank expert standing in the front row flickered slightly as he gazed at the bottomless gully. All of a sudden, a beam of golden light shot out of the gully, and a floating bridge appeared in it, connecting it to the edge of the shattered plain. "Could it be?" Jin Zhong and the others exclaimed. Immediately, countless martial artists realized that they had to cross the pontoon bridge to enter the ancient sect. For a moment, many martial artists were eager to step onto the pontoon bridge. However, at this moment, A golden light suddenly flashed, and an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. If you want to enter my water god sect, you have to pass the pontoon bridge. This ancient voice made many martial artists cry out in surprise. They didn't know what kind of test the pontoon bridge was, but after the voice came out, they didn't say anything. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Jin Zhong took the lead and said, "Let me Jin Zhong try." Because they didn't know what kind of test was on the pontoon bridge and whether it was dangerous, Jin Zhong was willing to be the first to try. No one objected. After Jin Zhong stepped onto the pontoon bridge, he disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at the pontoon bridge in confusion. Before long, a dazzling light burst out from the pontoon bridge. In that light, a large, vigorous character vaguely appeared. Xian. Xian? What does that mean? When everyone saw the character, they exclaimed in surprise. Why would there be a character? At this moment, Jin Zhong came out. His figure flashed, and he directly jumped onto the shattered plains. In his hand was a wooden tablet with the character Xian written on it. Jin Zhong, what's going on? The priest asked first. The pontoon bridge is actually a comprehensive test for martial artists. The Water God sect has set up a total of 4 levels of tests: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The higher the level of the test, the greater the opportunity after entering the Water God sect, Jin Zhong said in a low voice, his face a little pale. Out of the 4 major tests of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, he had only barely passed the Profound grade test. This left him speechless. I see. The priest nodded. Even you could only pass the Xian level test. How strong are the Earth level and Heaven level tests? Hong Wu asked coldly. Instantly, countless martial artists on the shattered plains began to discuss spiritedly. They were all trying to figure out what this so-called pontoon bridge test was all about. After a brief commotion, the priest made his move. The priest was a formation grandmaster. Although his fighting strength was definitely not as good as Jin Zhong's, his comprehensive fighting strength was still extremely formidable. At this moment, Fang Chun and Fan Xinjue arrived at the back of the shattered plains side by side. The two of them were discussing. Brother Fang, what kind of test do you think the priest will pass? Fan Xinjue asked. It might be the Earth level test, Fang Chun said. He had fought the priest head-on before, and had to admit that the priest was a genius in formations. If he hadn't suppressed the priest with his attainment in formations, he would have been the one to lose that day. Oh, Brother Fang thinks so highly of the priest. Fan Xinjue was a little surprised. Before long, the priest came out. He had really passed the Earth level test. His vigorous and powerful Earth character in the sky illuminated the entire land. The priest held the wooden tablet with the character Earth in his hand, his face full of excitement. The Water God sect had 4 major tests in total. Since he had passed the second major test, he should be able to obtain a lot of treasures. I wonder who among you will be able to pass the Heaven level test. The priest looked at Fang Chun as he spoke. After the priest passed the test, one hidden dragon ranking expert after another took the pontoon bridge test. Several of them passed the Xian level test, while 2 passed the Earth level test. They were Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th, and Sha He, who was ranked 32nd. In just an hour, all of the hidden dragon ranking experts had passed the pontoon bridge test. Now, it was time for the ordinary disciples to take the pontoon bridge test. So far, only Fan Xinjue, Sha He, and the priest had passed the Earth level test. As for the others, they had all passed the Xian level test. After Fan Xinjue came out of the pontoon bridge, he looked at Fang Chun and said, Brother Fang, why don't you go try it? Fang Chun nodded and took a step forward, stepping into the pontoon bridge. The pontoon bridge test isn't a joke. It'll be ridiculous if you accidentally lose your life, said Hong Wu coldly. Her heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chun. She wished that Fang Chun would die in the pontoon bridge test. Chapter 646. After Fang Chun stepped onto the pontoon, his figure disappeared in an instant. Shihuan net when he saw his surroundings clearly. He found himself in a hazy sealed space. In this sealed space, there was only extremely dense spiritual energy. This place seems like a battlefield, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Crash! At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, followed by the appearance of a warrior. This warrior's face was stiff, without any signs of life. It was a puppet. A puppet! Fong Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Human, I am a yellow-grade puppet. Defeat me, and you will be able to challenge a black-grade puppet, the yellow-grade puppet said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fong Chen instantly understood. So the so-called test of the pontoon was to defeat the puppet in front of him. Just as Fong Chen stared at the puppet, the yellow-grade puppet instantly launched a fierce attack. Bang! In his haste, Fong Chen exchanged a punch with the puppet. In an instant, the puppet's body was sent flying. It's not that strong, Fong Chen muttered, and then a dense black flame appeared around his body. He clenched his fist, and the black flame wrapped around his fist as he threw a punch at the yellow-grade puppet. Bang! Without any fancy movements, Fong Chen's simple punch directly landed on the puppet's body. Suddenly, the black flame from his fist was transmitted into the puppet's body. Crack! Fong Chen heard a cracking sound, and then the yellow-grade puppet actually shattered in front of him. Looking at the shattered puppet, Fong Chen was speechless. This puppet was too weak. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, a dazzling light suddenly shot out. Then, a puppet appeared. Human, you have damaged the yellow-grade puppet. You will be punished by the Water God sect, the puppet said. Punishment won't happen, right? Fong Chen was a little speechless. Could it be that he could only defeat the puppet, but not damage it? However, the puppet didn't give Fong Chen any chance to explain, and directly said, Human, the Water God sect's punishment is to accept the heavenly trial. If you fail, you will be directly kicked out of the Water God sect. If you win, you will receive a heaven-grade wooden token. Hearing the puppet's words, Fong Chen was speechless. Didn't he just damage a yellow-grade puppet? The Water God sect actually sent a heaven-grade puppet to fight him. Even Fan Xinjue could only defeat an earth-grade puppet. One could imagine how strong a heaven-grade puppet was. Even Fong Chen didn't have any confidence in defeating it. However, he had no choice but to brace himself and fight. The heaven-grade puppet bellowed and suddenly launched a fierce and overbearing attack. Water ripples appeared in the air, and then the heaven-grade puppet's palm. The ripples turned into a long spear directly pierced towards Fong. How is this possible? Seeing the heaven-grade puppet's technique, Fong Chen was completely shocked. What kind of sect was the Water God sect? Even a puppet could control the water element aura like this, and it could even turn water ripples into a weapon at will. As expected of the Water God sect's heaven-grade puppet, it was too overbearing. Although he was shocked, Fong Chen was still the fastest to act. He used the flowing water sword technique. In the sealed space, water ripples constantly emerged and finally turned into sword light that pierced towards the long spear. Bang! Under Fong Chen's gaze, the long spear directly pierced through Fong Chen's sword light and rapidly shot towards Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen discovered that the illusory long sword actually contained the concept of water. Was this heaven-grade puppet so heaven-defying? Void plundering array. Fong Chen knew that it was impossible to defeat the heaven-grade puppet with just the flowing water sword technique, so he did not hesitate to set up the void plundering array. Of course, this time, Fong Chen used supreme-grade spirit stones to set up the array. Even if he was a tycoon, he did not have that many purple crystal stones, and purple crystal stones were so valuable. Crash! After the void plundering array appeared, it immediately enveloped the heaven-grade puppet. However, the heaven-grade puppet did not change at all. It still controlled the concept of water and launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Hiss! Fong Chen controlled the void plundering array and constantly plunder the heaven-grade puppet's water concept. The heaven-grade puppet seemed to have realized this, and its attacks on Fong Chen became even fiercer. Flowing water sword technique. The intra-level flowing water sword technique was displayed to the extreme by Fong Chen. Countless sword lights of water suddenly shot out and collided with the heaven-grade puppet's water spear. With the void plundering array, Fong Chun could clearly feel that the concept of water on the heaven grade puppet was slowly dissipating. Without the support of the concept of water, the heaven grade puppet was just SOSO. After discovering this, Fong Chun adopted a roundabout strategy. He did not meet the heaven grade puppet head-on. Instead, he constantly dodged. At the same time, he urged the concept of fire to use the black flames to attack the heaven grade puppet. Of course, the biggest threat to the heaven grade puppet was the void plundering array. The void plundering array was constantly absorbing the concept of water on the puppet's body. After a short while, the puppet became much weaker. After 3 minutes, the heaven grade puppet's combat strength had dropped to the level of an earth grade puppet. This allowed Fong Chun to defeat it very easily. Boom! When Fong Chun defeated the heaven grade puppet, a golden light rushed out of the pontoon. At this time, on the shattered plane, everyone was curiously staring at the pontoon. Fong Chun had been in there for a long time, but he still had not come out. What was going on? Humph! He hasn't come out for such a long time. Did he die in the pontoon test? Hong Wu's eyes flickered as she said coldly, "Even if it's an Earth grade test, it shouldn't have taken so long." The priest was a little confused. Jin Zhong gazed at the pontoon and said in a low voice, maybe he was arrogant enough to challenge the heaven grade puppet and was killed by it. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, the experts on the hidden dragon list around him nodded. If a formation grandmaster and a priest could pass the Earth grade test, then Fong Chun must have been arrogant enough to challenge the heaven grade test and was killed by the heaven grade puppet. Fan Xinjue narrowed his eyes and stared at the pontoon. He did not believe that Fong Chun had died in the pontoon test. On the shattered plane, many martial artists were also discussing the matter. After a while, Fong Chun still did not come out. Hong Wu and the others were even more convinced that Fong Chun had died in the pontoon. Her face was full of smiles. Humph, he overestimated himself, Hong Wu said disdainfully. Jin Zhong was about to say something when he suddenly saw a change in the pontoon. He shouted, "The pontoon is changing." As soon as Jin Zhong's words left his mouth, a beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. The power contained in the beam of golden light was so strong that it made countless warriors on the shattered plains tremble. The golden light floated in the sky for a long time. The golden light slowly spread out, and in the center of it was a large Tian character. Tian! Fan Xinjue exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the character in the golden light. How is that possible? The character has appeared. Did Fong Chun pass the test? Many experts on the hidden dragon list exclaimed in disbelief. Hong Wu, Fan Xinjue, and Fan Xinjue's faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at the pontoon. At this moment, a figure walked out of the pontoon with a faint smile on his face and a wooden token with the character Tian in his hand. Fong Chun, I told you that you wouldn't die so easily, Fan Xinjue said with a smile. The way the other experts on the hidden dragon list looked at Fong Chun also changed slightly. The appearance of the wooden token with the character Tian shocked all the martial artists. It's actually the wooden token with the character Tian. Even Fan Xinjue didn't get it. Priest got the wooden token with the character Earth, while Fong Chun got the wooden token with the character Tian. Both of them are experts in formations. Does the pontoon test have something to do with formations? It must be. Otherwise, with Fong Chun's strength, he wouldn't have been able to get the token with the character Tian. Among the 4 tests, the Tian test was the most difficult one. Even Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th on the hidden dragon list, couldn't pass it, let alone Fong Chun. Although a formation grandmaster was very powerful, in front of absolute strength, everything else was nothing. And now, Fan Xinjue was the absolute strength for Fong Chun. Many martial artists thought that since even Fan Xinjue and Shahi couldn't pass the heaven grade test, Fong Chun must have passed it by luck because of formations. However, even so, it was still shocking enough. Some martial artists who had underestimated Fong Chun felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped. Hong Wu, who was dressed in red, had a gloomy face. Her heart was full of hatred as she stared coldly at Fong Chun. How could this be? Why is he so lucky every time? Li Xiaoke also walked up to Fang Chun and congratulated him in a low voice. For a moment, Fang Chun became the focus of everyone on the shattered plain. Of course, although everyone was shocked, the pontoon test had to continue. All the martial artists had to pass the pontoon test. Only those who got a wooden token could enter the Water God sect. Because of Fang Chen's Tian wooden token, almost none of the martial artists who took part in the test attracted attention. The strongest one only got a Xian wooden token. Of course, there were also some weaker martial artists who actually died directly within the pontoon bridge test. 2 hours later, all the cultivators had finally passed the floating bridge test. On the entire shattered plain, Fang Chun was the only one with a Tian wooden token, followed by 3 earth wooden tokens. As for the others, they had Xian wooden tokens and Huang wooden tokens. The pontoon test is over. Next, those with wooden tokens will be sent to the Water God sect. The ancient voice rang out once again. As soon as the voice sounded, the hazy aura on the pontoon instantly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw a bottomless gully. This was the first time the gully had shown its true appearance. The bottomless gully was filled with an extremely rich ancient aura, which shocked countless martial artists. Chapter 647. It was said that the bloody space used to be a continent, and there were many sect members on it. Chapter 11, however, for some unknown reason, the continent was shattered into countless small fragments, and the bloody space was one of them. The Water God sect was a sect that existed on this small fragment, and their sect was destroyed here. The almighty experts of the Water God sect had set up 4 major tests here, hoping that their successors would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect and rebuild it. Therefore, Fang Chun and the others encountered the test of the pontoon bridge. In fact, for Fang Chun, this was a great advantage. Although the heaven-rank puppet was strong, it was still a puppet in the end. It couldn't effectively resist the plundering of the void plundering array. Therefore, the concept of water in its body became weaker and weaker, and its combat strength increased until it was easily defeated by Fang Chun. If the almighty experts of the Water God sect knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood in the underworld. The test they had set up on the verge of death had been easily solved by Fang Chun. In any case, it was a fact that Fang Chun had obtained the Heaven Wooden Token. Therefore, after the Water God sect opened, the hazy aura on the pontoon bridge instantly disappeared, and the bottomless ravine revealed its true appearance for the first time. It was also at this moment that all the martialists holding wooden tokens felt a strong, attractive force pulling them in. Their bodies uncontrollably moved toward the ravine. What's going on? Some of the martial artists were terrified by this scene. This bottomless ravine was too terrifying. Once they fell in, they would die without a doubt. "No, I don't want to die," a martial artist shouted. On the other hand, the experts on the Hidden Dragon list were much quieter. Since the Water God sect had set up a test of the pontoon bridge, and they had passed it, this attractive force should be attracting them to the Water God sect. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists holding wooden tokens appeared on the pontoon bridge. Then the pontoon bridge disappeared. Bang! All the martial artists directly fell into the ravine. At this moment, all the martial artists' expressions changed dramatically. They wanted to stop it, but there was nothing they could do. They fell very fast, and soon they couldn't see the shattered plains anymore. It was also at this moment that the falling crowd suddenly disappeared into thin air. Fang Chun felt himself being sucked into a very quiet area by a mysterious force. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast city. Where is this? Fang Chun was puzzled. Human, it's been a long time since someone was able to obtain a Heaven Wooden Tablet. You're not bad. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in the sky above the city. This illusory figure looked at Fang Chun and said in a deep voice, "Someone has been here before." Fang Chun asked curiously, "Every time the bloody battle space opens, our Water God sect will look for outstanding geniuses. However, the cultivators that have come here in the past are simply too weak. They can't even pass the Heaven rank test," the illusory figure said. Fang Chun was stunned. Whenever the bloody battle space opened, many warriors would come here to take the test. In other words, He was the first martial artist to obtain the Heaven Wooden Tablet. That's right. Since our Water God sect was destroyed, you're the first martial artist to obtain a Heaven Wooden Tablet, so you were directly sent here, the illusory figure said. Where is this? Feng Chen asked. The Water God sect is most famous for its 4 cities, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The city you're in is the Heaven City of the Water God sect, the illusory figure said. Feng Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Whichever wooden tablet one obtained would be sent to the corresponding city. What's in the Heaven City? Feng Chen asked. The Heaven City contains the Water God sect's supreme cultivation methods and many inheritances. As long as you can find them, you can take them away at will, the illusory figure said. Human, you're the first one to come here, so you can obtain everything here. However, some of the martial artists who went to the other 3 cities might even return empty-handed. No martial artist had ever come to the Heaven City. As for the other 3 cities, who knew how many martial artists had gone there? Every time they went there would be one less inheritance treasure. Over time, the inheritance treasures in the other 3 cities would be pitifully few. As for the Heaven City, it was Feng Chen's first time here. No one had come here before, so nothing had been touched. Moreover, the Heaven City contained the Water God sect's top cultivation methods and the Water God sect's top inheritances. Thinking of this, Feng Chen was extremely excited. Human, don't be happy too early. In the Water God sect, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. The illusory figure pointed at the tower in the center of the Sky City and said, That tower is called the Sky Tower. Everything in the Sky City is in the Sky Tower. You need to go and challenge the tower. It will depend on your luck if you can reach the basic level of the saber. Hearing the illusory figure's words, Feng Chen couldn't help but curse. Originally, when he came to the Heaven City, he would be able to obtain the Water God sect's inheritance treasure. He didn't expect that he would have to challenge the tower. However, you have obtained the Heaven Wooden Token. Naturally, there will be a reward. As the illusory figure spoke, a laser suddenly shot towards Feng Chen. The latter reached out and caught it. Then, he looked down and found that it was the map introduction of the Heaven Tower. This, before Feng Chen could speak, the illusory figure spoke first. This is the detailed introduction of the inheritance treasure in the Heaven Tower. You can take a closer look and challenge the tower accordingly. After the illusory figure finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Feng Chen looked at the map in his hand and felt a little helpless. However, since he had come here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. Then, Feng Chen began to carefully study the map in his hand. At the same time, in the other 3 cities, many martial artists were challenging the tower. They were different from Feng Chen. Without a map, they could only challenge the tower randomly. Moreover, they had to worry about others successfully challenging the tower and snatching the inheritance. In the center of the Earth City, before the Earth Tower, 3 figures stood quietly. I'll go in first. Fan Xinjue grinned and entered the Earth Tower. Seeing this, Shahi also quickly went into the Earth Tower. Only the priest was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the Earth Tower and began to cultivate. As long as I study this array, everything in here will be mine, the priest whispered. Just now, during the test on the pontoon bridge, the priest felt that he seemed to have a clue about the array that he had been painstakingly studying. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to enter. Relatively speaking, the competition in the Xian City was more intense than in the Earth City. Those who could come here were basically experts on the Hidden Dragon Roll. With Hong Wu as the leader, many experts on the Hidden Dragon Roll quickly went into the Xian Tower. Feng Chen, after I receive the inheritance, it will be the time of your death. A terrifying, murderous intent shot out from Hong Wu's eyes. She held half of the fiery red whip in her hand and entered the Xian Tower. Among the 4 cities, the competition was the fiercest in the Yellow City. In the huge Yellow City, everyone had started fighting before they even entered the Xian Tower. In just a short period of time, the Yellow City was filled with countless corpses. There were even some powerful warriors who joined forces to clean up the weaker warriors. In short, the four cities of the Water God sect were all different. When Fang Chun and the others entered the Water God sect to look for opportunities, the geniuses of the other three divisions were also looking for their own opportunities. In a secluded place, there was a dense forest filled with evil aura. There were several martial artists from the Yellow Springs sect here. "How's the harvest?" one of the Yellow Springs sect members asked in a hoarse voice. "The harvest is great. In just a short period of time, we've killed more than 30 geniuses," another Yellow Spring sect member said. "What about the losses?" "Currently, the losses have not been calculated. However, according to preliminary estimates, our losses should be very small. Only a few people." The Nether Springs sect member from before revealed a trace of a gloomy smile when he heard this, and then he said, "Next, our target will be the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Only the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings have the best chance of entering the 5-Element Academy. The geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list are all looking for opportunities. It's very difficult to find one, but we have plenty of chances. Okay, pass down the message. Be careful. Don't ruin the Spiritual Pupils King's plan." The few remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect finished their discussion in a short while and then disappeared into the darkness. The remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect carried out a series of assassinations on the Hidden Dragon list experts. However, the geniuses in the bloody battle space were unaware of this. On a mountain peak in the south, a white-clothed martial artist had just come out of ruin. Suddenly, he felt a vibration from his communication jade pendant. He immediately took out his communication jade pendant. After a short while, the white-clothed man's face became completely gloomy. "Fang Chun," the white-clothed man said in a cold voice. His body was emitting a terrifying, murderous intent. The message was sent by Zhou Kunshin a few days ago. He was in a ruin. Due to the special environment, he did not receive the message. He only received it now. Before Zhou Kunshin died, he sent a message to inform him that he was about to die. It was a martial artist called Fang Chun who killed him. "Kunshin, I will definitely avenge you," Zhu Hai said in a hoarse voice. Bang! As soon as Zhu Hai's voice fell, he suddenly threw a punch. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was shaking. Zhu Hai was venting his anger. Zhou Kunshin was his good brother. Before they entered the bloody battle space, they had once said that no matter who obtained a powerful inheritance, they had to share it with the other party selflessly. Now, Zhu Hai had received the news of Zhou Kunshin's death. Zhu Hai was infuriated. Chapter 648. In the Water God sect, countless warriors in the four great cities were fighting for opportunities and challenging the tower. In the Sky City, Fang Chun leisurely entered the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower contained the highest inheritance of the Water God sect. Fang Chun was the only one who came to the Sky City, and no one fought with him. The Sky Tower had a total of 2 floors. The first floor contained treasures, while the second floor contained cultivation techniques and 2 great inheritances. After Fang Chun entered the Sky Tower, his surroundings instantly changed. Immediately after, he found himself in a sealed space, and there was a strong aura of water element around him. Is this the first floor of the Sky Tower? Fang Chun squinted his eyes, looked around, and said softly. Ever since he entered the Water God sect, Fang Chun found that this place was filled with the aura of water element. If he guessed correctly, the Water God sect should be good at water cultivation techniques. Fang Chun possessed the water essence. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect, his water essence would definitely improve. At that time, his flowing water swordsmanship might also improve. If that was the case, Fang Chun's strength would be even stronger. Crash! Just as Fang Chun was pondering, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chun. "Human, if you defeat me, you can obtain any treasure in the first floor of the Sky Tower," the skinny old man said. Before Fang Chun entered the Heaven Pagoda, he had obtained a detailed map of the Heaven Pagoda. He had already studied it thoroughly. The map also said that the test of the first level of the Heaven Pagoda was to defeat this skinny old man. Although the skinny old man's aura was weak, his strength was very strong. His combat strength had to be at least at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm to defeat the old man. Of course, what Fong Chen feared the most was that the old man had mastered the water essence. He had already reached the complete realm of the third minor realm and could use the water essence freely. This was what Fong Chen feared the most. The water god sect was good at water cultivation techniques. Coupled with the complete realm of water essence, Fong Chen wasn't sure how strong it would be. Fong Chen looked at the skinny old man warily. A smile appeared on the old man's withered face. He had been alone here for a long time. Finally, a martial artist came here. Human, take note. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a rich aura of water elements suddenly appeared around him. Immediately after, the perfect realm of water concept exploded. The majestic aura engulfed the entire first level of the Heaven Pagoda and instantly enveloped Fong Chen's body. Seeing this, Fong Chen's pupils shrank. He instantly activated the concept of water with all his might to resist it. However, Fong Chen's water concept was only at the peak of the second minor realm. It was far from the skinny old man's water concept. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the gentle concept of water wrapped around Fong Chen, it became extremely powerful and directly bound Fong Chen. Flowing water sword technique. Fong Chen struggled to free his hands. Then he took out the hidden star sword and directly displayed the flowing water sword technique. The beginner-level flowing water sword technique was displayed. The majestic sword light directly pierced the rich water concept around him. Too weak. Seeing this, the skinny old man shook his head slightly. His palms trembled constantly. The rich water concept in the air appeared and disappeared mysteriously under his control, constantly attacking Fong Chen. Crack! Under the attack of the skinny old man, Fong Chen's flowing water sword technique couldn't even hit the skinny old man. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fong Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man with a punch. Human, you're too weak, the skinny old man said. However, after so many years, you're the first person to come here. I won't kill you. Come back after you've cultivated well. After saying this, the skinny old man disappeared. Fong Chen was sent out of the Heaven Pagoda. His heart was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. Is that the water concept at the perfection realm? Fong Chen was shocked. That skinny old man has mastered the complete concept of water. Furthermore, he is very strong. If you wish to defeat him, you will need to at least break through to the third minor realm of the concept of water or increase the power of your flowing water sword technique, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fong Chen nodded as a determined glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The battle with the skinny old man had deepened his recognition of the concept of water. Fong Chen believed that this was also an opportunity. In the process of fighting with the skinny old man, his concept of water had also been improving. Maybe I can break through during the battle, Fong Chen whispered with a burning gaze. Then, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the water concept. Fong Chen's body was filled with a rich water concept. The water element aura between heaven and earth was quickly absorbed into his body. At this moment, Fong Chen's mind was also filled with endless water concept. He was comprehending the water concept. Recalling the water concept that the skinny old man had mastered, Fong Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel the power of the perfection realm of the water concept. At this moment, at the top of the Heaven Pagoda, the skinny old man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He looked at Fong Chen, who was cultivating below, and said in a low voice, "This kid has good comprehension." After fighting with him once, he could comprehend the water concept. It was indeed good. After 6 hours, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His comprehension of the water concept had deepened. Moreover, Fong Chen found that the water concept had reached a bottleneck. He needed an opportunity to break through to the third minor realm. "Let's try again," Fong Chen said inwardly. Then he entered the first level of the Heaven Pagoda. The skinny old man appeared out of thin air with a smile on his face. He looked at Fong Chen and said, "Human, you can't beat me. How do you know if you don't try?" Fong Chen said. This time, Fong Chen took the lead. The boundless water concept immediately merged into the hidden star sword, and the flowing water sword was directly used. The exquisite and peerless sword technique was operated from the hidden star sword. Combined with the water concept, it displayed an extremely powerful power. The skinny old man glanced at Fong Chun and nodded in satisfaction. He could clearly feel that Fong Chen's control of the water concept seemed to have improved a little. However, just this alone is not enough. The skinny old man shouted in a low voice. He continued to use the perfection realm of the water concept to directly crush Fong Chun. Bang, 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 the entire battle was almost one-sided. Fong Chun could not resist the skinny old man's attacks. This made the skinny old man feel very helpless. Let's try this move. After Fong Chen's attack was defeated by the skinny old man, his eyes flickered as he thought to himself. At this moment, the rich ripples of water around Fong Chen's body instantly disappeared and were replaced by boundless black flames. After these black flames appeared, they directly wrapped around Fong Chen's body. The surrounding air temperature rapidly increased. The water element aura around Fong Chun was instantly evaporated by the black flames. The skinny old man was surprised when he saw this scene. He immediately discovered that Fong Chen's black flames were a little similar to the undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Undying flame, the skinny old man exclaimed. However, he immediately shook his head. After careful observation, he discovered that the black flames were very different from the undying flame. After thinking for a while, the skinny old man knew that Fong Chun must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence and refined it. What a lucky guy! The skinny old man naturally knew how precious the undying bird's blood essence was. Even in ancient times, the undying bird's blood essence was extremely precious. He did not expect this kid to be able to obtain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence and refine it. Even his own flames were transformed into black flames. Fortunately, it's not the undying flame. Otherwise, you would have easily passed the first level. After the skinny old man finished speaking, he continued to activate his perfect realm of water concept. Then, his body flashed and a trace of light flickered on his fist. Oscillating fist. The skinny old man growled and performed oscillating fist. Suddenly, the rich concept of water in the sky turned into ripples and blasted towards Fong Chun with a tyrannical force. Bang, bang, bang when the light of the oscillating fist blasted towards Fong Chun. The latter discovered that the black flames could not evaporate the light of the oscillating fist. Bang, bang in the end. Fong Chun was sent flying by the skinny old man's punch. Kid, you have great potential. Cultivate well. The skinny old man looked at Fong Chun with a strange expression. After saying this, he disappeared from the first level of the Heaven Pagoda. Fong Chun left the Heaven Pagoda gloomily and continued to cultivate. Even the black flames could not do anything to the skinny old man. This made Fong Chun speechless. However, this time, he clearly felt that the skinny old man attached great importance to the black flames. I will definitely defeat you, Fong Chun said in a low voice. Anyway, the bloody battle space would be open for a long time. Fong Chun was not worried. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, Fong Chun fought with the skinny old man no less than 10 times. However, he was sent flying by the old man's punch each time. Chapter 649. One day, half a month later, Fong Chun's body was surrounded by a strong essence of water. He suddenly opened his eyes. In half a month, I haven't had a breakthrough in the essence of water, but my flowing water swordsmanship has reached a small success level, Fong Chun whispered. The flowing water swordsmanship was a rank 6 cultivation technique. It was very powerful, and the flowing water swordsmanship that had reached the small success level was even more powerful. Let's try again. Fong Chun slowly stood up and said in a low voice. Then, he entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda again. Human, you've had a breakthrough. The skinny old man stared at Fong Chun and asked. I've had a breakthrough, Fong Chun said. Okay, let me try, the skinny old man said. For a long time, he had been very lonely here. Now that a warrior had come here, of course, he had to play with him. Take this, Fong Chun shouted and waved the hidden star sword in his hand. A strong essence of water emerged around him, and the flowing water swordsmanship at the small success level was fully activated. Suddenly, countless water ripples appeared in the sky. These water ripples turned into water splashes under the control of Feng Chun. The water splashes contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crash! Above Feng Chen's head, the golden Dharma idol sword was activated. A strong sword essence shot out from the golden Dharma idol sword and poured into Feng Chen's hidden star sword. This was Feng Chen's strongest attack. If even this move couldn't defeat the skinny old man, then he could only cultivate again. The skinny old man noticed the abnormality of Feng Chen's Dharma idol. His face changed slightly, and he immediately used Hadouken. During this time, whenever Feng Chun came to challenge him, the skinny old man would use Hadouken against Feng Chun. The result was that Feng Chun was blown away by Hadouken. Hadouken was a unique skill of the Water God sect. It was very powerful. Moreover, Hadouken contained the perfect essence of water, which allowed Feng Chun to deeply understand the mysteries of the essence of water. Rumble the skinny old man used his oscillating fist and punched towards Feng Chun. At the same time, the latter controlled the water in the sky and blasted it toward the fluctuating fist aura. Bang! After the two collided, the shockwave of the fist shattered Feng Chen's water splashes. However, one of the water splashes still slipped through the net. Poochie, this water splash dodged the fluctuating fist light and hit the skinny old man's body. In an instant, the skinny old man's clothes were torn apart. The skinny old man lowered his head and looked at his tattered clothes. A smile of admiration appeared on his face. "Human, your improvement is very fast," the skinny old man said. Feng Chen curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. Even a lesser mastery of the flowing water swordsmanship couldn't defeat the skinny old man. However, being able to hit the skinny old man was still a small improvement. Just as Feng Chan was about to speak, the essence of water suddenly vibrated in his mind. Then, his face became very serious, and he hurriedly left the Heaven Pagoda. Just a moment ago, Feng Chun suddenly had an epiphany. He had a new understanding of the essence of water and needed to quickly go into seclusion to cultivate. Seeing Feng Chun leave, the skinny old man nodded his head in satisfaction. "Although this kid's strength is a little weak, he has great potential," the skinny old man said. Especially when the skinny old man felt Feng Chen's golden Dharma idol, he was a little puzzled. A Dharma idol that even he couldn't see through was really strange. "It's a pity that this kid was born to be a sword cultivator," the skinny old man said with a little loneliness. The Water God sect was good at water cultivation techniques. Therefore, when looking for a successor, they hoped to find a water warrior. Although Feng Chun also had the essence of water, the skinny old man knew that he was a natural sword cultivator. He was most suitable for the way of the sword. In the Heaven Pagoda, Feng Chun sat cross-legged. In his mind, he recalled the oscillating fist that the skinny old man had just used. The fist radiance contained a majestic essence of water. In his soul, there was a vast ocean. There were surging waves in the ocean. Feng Chun carefully observed every wave that flew up. Time passed bit by bit. The essence of water around him became more and more intense. After about 6 hours, the vast ocean in Feng Chen's mind suddenly disappeared. Then, a deafening sound came from Feng Chen's body. Feng Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy on his face. After 6 hours of enlightenment, he finally discovered the true essence of the essence of water. "Breakthrough!" Feng Chen shouted. The aura of the essence of water around him rose rapidly. In a short while, it rose to the critical point. Then, it easily broke through to the third minor realm. When the state of water rose to the third minor realm, Feng Chen's mind suddenly opened up. Countless ripples of water filled his mind and spun around. Essence of water, the third minor realm. There was a hint of joy on Feng Chen's face. In more than half a month, he had raised the essence of water to the third minor realm. It could be considered a great improvement. Of course, this was all thanks to the skinny old man on the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. Now, I think I should have the strength to defeat the skinny old man, Fang Chun said to himself. Half a month ago, he couldn't even touch the skinny old man's clothes. Half a month later, he was confident that he could defeat the skinny old man. Even the skinny old man blushed with shame at such a speed of growth. Since the essence of water had just broken through, Fang Chun didn't rush to challenge the skinny old man. Instead, he first stabilized the essence of water. After a day, he completely stabilized the essence of water. At this time, Fang Chun stood up and entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. Senior, I think I should be able to defeat you this time. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said to the skinny old man. Oh! Hearing this, the skinny old man's eyes lit up. He carefully sized up Fang Chun. Then, he discovered that Fang Chun's essence of water had reached the third minor realm. Kid, I was right. You have great potential. If there are no accidents, you will definitely be famous in the ancient sword continent. The skinny old man laughed. Fang Chun's essence of water could reach the third minor realm. He was also very happy. Senior, I'm going to make my move. Fang Chun said. Don't worry. Make your move. The skinny old man said. Swoosh, the third minor realm of the essence of water instantly emerged. Then, Fang Chun displayed the small success level of the flowing water swordsmanship. In the sky, countless water splashes with biting cold sword essence pierced towards the skinny old man. This attack was clean and neat. The skinny old man's Hadouken was actually unable to block Fang Chun's attack. Poochie, countless water splashes directly shattered the skinny old man's Hadouken and then bombarded the skinny old man's body. Hiss, 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 the skinny old man's body slowly collapsed. Human, you have passed the first level. You can choose any treasure on the first floor. After the skinny old man finished speaking, his body collapsed in the first floor. Seeing this scene, he was a little disappointed. After fighting with the skinny old man for more than half a month, he couldn't accept this fact for a while. Senior, Fang Chun called out, but no one responded. In the end, Fang Chun shook his head and restrained his emotions. While at this moment, countless weapons appeared on the first floor. These weapons were placed in an orderly manner on the first floor. These are the weapons of the Water God sect. Fang Chun thought to himself. Fang Chun only took a cursory look and found that the lowest grade of these weapons was a spiritual grade weapon. There are also many profound grade weapons. What treasure should I choose? Fang Chun was puzzled. As a sword cultivator, you already have the hidden star sword. There is no need to choose a weapon. Choose some other treasures. Ancestor Bronze reminded. Fang Chun nodded and then left the weapons area and walked to the treasure area. There were many weapons on the first floor, but very few treasures. Fang Chun took a closer look. There were a total of 5 utmost treasures here. Only 5 treasures. Fang Chun was a little puzzled, but he still walked to the treasures and began to choose. Water Cloud Shuttle, infused with the essence of water. It can explode with the combat power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Waterfall, infused with the essence of water. During battle, it can change its form at will. It is extremely powerful. The 5 treasures were all water attribute treasures. Fang Chun took a closer look and finally fixed his eyes on a jade pendant. Water jade, this is an auxiliary treasure. It contains a majestic essence of water. The warrior who wears this jade pendant can increase his comprehension of the essence of water. When Fang Chun saw the aqua jade, a smile appeared on his face. He said, "This is it." Then, Fang Chun picked up the water jade and wore it around his neck. Suddenly, a cool feeling came from the water jade. In an instant, Fang Chun felt the essence of water in his mind rolling. Good stuff. The other 4 true treasures were all combat-type true treasures. Only this one was an auxiliary true treasure. If it was someone else, they might want to increase their strength and choose the other 4 treasures. But Fang Chun chose the auxiliary treasure, the water jade. Through his conversation with the skinny old man, Fang Chun knew that after passing the first level's test, he could only choose 1 treasure because it had to be left for the later generations. As for the weapons, he could take any. After Fang Chun chose the water jade, he naturally didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, He put all the weapons into his spatial ring. Although these weapons were useless to him, he could give them away. I wonder how powerful the second level's inheritance is. After Feng Chun put away the weapons, he looked at the entrance to the second level with a burning gaze. The water god sect's treasures weren't very useful to Feng Chun. But as for the inheritance, Feng Chun cared a lot about it. When Feng Chun obtained the treasures, the priest in the Earth City suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. Ha ha! I've finally researched this array formation. The inheritance treasures in the Earth City pagoda all belong to me, the priest. The priest laughed wildly. After spending half a month, he had successfully upgraded the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array by 1 level. This allowed the priest to vaguely touch the threshold of the Array Grandmaster Array. Chapter 650. Feng Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the entrance to the second level, and then directly entered the second level. After entering the second level, Feng Chun discovered that it was still a sealed space, very similar to the first level. Is this the second level? Feng Chun muttered to himself. Just as Feng Chun was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sealed space of the second level. When Feng Chun saw the figure, he was completely shocked. Wasn't this the skinny old man from the first level? He was clearly defeated by Feng Chun on the first level and then scattered. Why would he appear on the second level? As if he knew Feng Chun's doubts, the skinny old man chuckled and said, "Kid, the one on the first level was just a clone of mine. Of course, I'm also just a clone now." Hearing the skinny old man's words, Feng Chun was shocked. If a clone could have such powerful combat power, then how powerful was his original body? Feng Chun's gaze towards the skinny old man was filled with a fiery passion. The skinny old man's strength was completely beyond Feng Chun's expectations, and it shocked Feng Chun. "Kid, the strength of this clone of mine is comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only pass the second level's test if you defeat me." The skinny old man chuckled and said. After interacting with Feng Chun on the first level, the skinny old man realized that although Feng Chun's strength was not strong, his potential was extremely heaven-defying. One had to know that the weak looked at strength, while the truly strong looked at potential. This was because in the early stages, one could make up for the lack of potential through hard work. However, in the later stages, especially when advancing to the real martial realm, one could not advance to the real martial realm without heaven-defying potential. The ancient sword continent was huge, and there were very few strong people who could advance to the real martial realm. Countless martial artists spent their entire lives and were eventually trapped in the spiritual vortex realm. When their time came, they died unwillingly. Feng Chun's rapid improvement surprised the skinny old man. The skinny old man believed that with Feng Chun's heaven-defying potential, as long as he did not die halfway, advancing to the real martial realm was just a matter of time. It was not impossible for him to surpass the real martial realm in the future. The skinny old man seemed to be a keeper, but he was actually a qualified sparring partner. Feng Chun was stunned when he heard the skinny old man's words and felt a little helpless. After half a month of hard work, he had finally improved his strength and defeated the skinny old man who was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not expect the skinny old man on the second level to be comparable to a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. One should know that a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm could already enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Roll. However, Feng Chun was not discouraged. After all, he still had a long time. With the skinny old man as his sparring partner, he could quickly improve his strength. He could imagine that if he could successfully leave this place, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, it would not be impossible for him to challenge the top experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Chun would not let it go so easily. "Senior, I'm going to make my move." Feng Chun cupped his hands at the skinny old man and said. Just as he finished speaking, a rich water concept emerged, and he took out the hidden star sword. Feng Chun pushed the small success flowing water sword technique to the extreme. Combined with the water concept of the third minor realm, the power of this sword could easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even a martial artist at the beginning of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm would be injured if they faced it head-on. However, Fang Chun was facing the skinny old man. Playing with water in front of the skinny old man was a joke in itself. Sure enough, when he saw that Fang Chen's star-concealing sword was about to pierce his body, a trace of a smile appeared on the skinny old man's face. After that, he suddenly pulled back his palm. Instantly, the wild water concept directly turned into countless splashes of water that shot towards the star-concealing sword. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, Fang Chun was defeated by the skinny old man in one move. His body immediately retreated. When Fang Chun stabilized his body, his face was filled with helplessness as he looked at the skinny old man. The skinny old man nodded and said, "You have great potential, but you can't defeat me for now. Go out and cultivate." Fang Chun cupped his hands at the skinny old man and left the Heaven Pagoda. In the following time, Fang Chun cultivated in Heaven City. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm in one go. Then, he would be able to compete with the skinny old man. However, it was very difficult to raise his cultivation after reaching the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chun had been stuck at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm for a long time. However, he was unable to break through to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made him very frustrated. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through. However, his flowing water swordsmanship had a breakthrough. The flowing water swordsmanship's power increased once again when it was upgraded from small completion to great completion. On the day of the flowing water swordsmanship's breakthrough, Fang Chun excitedly rushed into the Heaven Pagoda to challenge the skinny old man. However, he was still met with a punch. A simple punch negated his 1 month of hard work. However, Fang Chun was not discouraged. He continued to cultivate after he came out. After 2 months in the Water God sect, all the warriors in the other 3 cities had left. Only Fang Chun in Heaven City was left. In the outside world, many important things were happening as well. Countless ruins were discovered by martialists one after another. Of course, Fang Chun continued to cultivate in Heaven City as usual. Including the time before, the bloody battle space had been opened for 3 months. Half of the time had passed. During this time, Fang Chun's overall strength had improved a lot. One day, Fang Chun was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was cultivating when his eyes suddenly opened. He quickly stood up, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with the flowing water swordsmanship again and again. After his water concept had reached the third minor realm, Fang Chun's comprehension of the flowing water swordsmanship had deepened. Swoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand suddenly stabbed out. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared in the void. They carried a majestic sword essence and shot into the distance. Crash! These sword shadows stabbed into the walls of Heaven City, causing the already dilapidated Heaven City to become even more dilapidated. At this moment, the sword essence around Fang Chun's body was extremely dense. His aura was constantly rising. When his aura reached its peak, Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword. My cultivation did not break through, but my sword essence has reached the peak of the first minor realm, Fang Chun said with a grin. Ever since he had taken the second step of the sword principle and started cultivating his sword essence again, his sword essence had not improved. During the 2 months he had been cultivating the flowing water swordsmanship, Fang Chun's sword essence had also been quietly improving. Finally, his sword essence had reached the peak of the first minor realm today. Fang Chun's control of the flowing water swordsmanship was as pure as fire. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would definitely be able to reach the great completion realm. I wonder if I can defeat the skinny old man now, Fang Chun muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun once again entered the second level of the Heaven Pagoda. The skinny old man appeared instantly. Why? You want to challenge me again? The skinny old man asked as he looked at Fong Chun. Senior, I have gained a lot in the past 2 months of cultivation, but I have been unable to break through. I have thought about it carefully. The reason for this is because there is no pressure, Fong Chun said. Indeed, there was no pressure at all when cultivating here. There was no pressure even when breaking through the levels. If he failed this time, there would be another time. If he failed the next time, there would be another time. In short, every time he fought the skinny old man, he did not feel threatened and could not stimulate his own potential. Therefore, Fong Chun made a decision this time. He wanted to feel the threat of death and seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death. The path of martial arts was in itself a path that defied the heavens. If one cultivated too smoothly, it would not awaken the hidden nature in the depths of a martial artist's heart. "Oh, what do you want?" the skinny old man asked after hearing this. If it was within the scope of his duties, the skinny old man was willing to help Fong Chun. After all, Fong Chun was the first martial artist to come to the Heaven City in such a long time. Moreover, Fong Chun's potential had already been recognized by the skinny old man. If it was possible, he was still very willing to help. "Senior, please don't hold back in the battle later. Put pressure on me and let me feel the threat of death. Let me seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death," Fong Chun said in a deep voice. The skinny old man nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a biting, cold, murderous intent suddenly filled the entire second level and directly pressed towards Fong Chun. What a strong, murderous intent! Seeing this, Fong Chun's eyes revealed a burning look. This was the kind of battle that he wanted. The skinny old man released such a strong, murderous intent to make Fong Chun feel threatened. "Kid, watch carefully." As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, the murderous intent that filled the second level suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle intent. The more it was like this, the more Fong Chun felt frightened. Before the battle even started, Fong Chun felt a trace of panic, a horror that came from the depths of his soul. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Fong Chun became. For the first time in more than 2 months, he felt a biting, cold, murderous intent. A terrifying light shot out from the skinny old man's eyes as he stared straight at Fong Chun. In an instant, Fong Chun felt his vision blur as a blurry scene appeared in front of him. At this moment, a trace of icy aura flowed out from the golden heart, immediately waking Fong Chun up. At this moment, Fong Chun's heart was filled with shock. What a strong illusion technique. Just by looking at him, he could make him fall into an illusion. The skinny old man's strength was too terrifying. Chapter 651. Flowing Water Swordsmanship. Above Fong Chun's head, the giant golden sword of Dharma Laksana floated in the air. Within the human-level Dharma Laksana, there was a strong sword essence that resonated with the golden heart. Then, Fong Chun performed the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. Crash! Fong Chun waved his hand, and suddenly, countless ripples of water appeared in the sky. This was the strongest attack of the great mastery, flowing water swordsmanship. At the entry level of the flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 16 ripples of water. At the small mastery level, one could perform 32 ripples of water at once. At the great mastery, flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 64 ripples of water at once. In the sealed space, 64 ripples of water floated in the sky. The strong sword essence was directly absorbed by the ripples of water. At the same time, Fong Chun's figure flashed, and the hidden star sword in his hand was constantly waving. "Go!" Fong Chun shouted, and the 64 ripples of water in the sky, carrying a strong sword essence, directly pierced towards the skinny old man. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man's expression did not change. He clenched his fist, and the sword essence of water shrouded him. Then, he performed the Hadouken. Hadouken! The skinny old man was not surprised by Fong Chun's strength. He calmly performed the Hadouken. Crash! As soon as the Hadouken was performed, all the water elemental aura in the sealed space, with the skinny old man as the center, seemed to be sucked out and poured into the Hadouken. This Fong Chun, who was performing the flowing water swordsmanship, was also shocked. This was probably the true essence of the Hadouken, to be able to suck out all the water elemental aura in the sealed space in an instant, so that his flowing water swordsmanship could not be replenished. This was very clever. Boom! The 64 ripples of water violently hit the Hadouken. Bang! Bang! The Hadouken only paused for a moment, and then continued to carry the strong sword essence of water into the center of the 64 ripples of water. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard from the 64 rippling waters. In the next moment, Fong Chun discovered that the rippling waters had been shattered by the fist aura. As the first water ripple was shattered, the water ripples behind it were unable to stop the fist light at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all shattered. What a powerful, oscillating fist! Fong Chun could not help but exclaim. The skinny old man's oscillating fist was several times stronger than the one he had used on the first floor. His strongest flowing water sword art attack had been easily broken by the skinny old man. It seemed like he had to show his trump card. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the skinny old man. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he once again rushed in front of the skinny old man. While using the flowing water sword technique, Fong Chun was also secretly arranging an array. His only trump card now was the Void Plundering Array. However, he did not know if the Void Plundering Array would work on the skinny old man. Crash! When the skinny old man once again blocked Fong Chun's attack, he discovered that he had fallen into an array. Array! The skinny old man looked around the array and said faintly, "Kid, since you want to feel the threat of death, I will make an exception this time." The skinny old man knew that the Void Plundering Array was Fong Chun's trump card. This time, in order to make Fong Chun feel the threat of death, he was prepared to use an even more powerful force. Rumble! Fong Chun was controlling the Void Plundering Array when he suddenly felt the array shaking. Then, a shocking aura rushed out from the skinny old man's body. Feeling this aura, Fong Chun's body could not help but tremble. Even his soul was trembling. At this moment, the powerful Void Plundering Array collapsed in an instant. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Fong Chun could not help but let out a miserable cry. His soul was in pain. He felt the threat of death. Such strength! Fong Chun's heart was filled with shock. The aura released by the skinny old man was not an aura that a spiritual whirlpool realm expert could possess. It was definitely an aura that surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm. Could it be the true martial realm? No matter what, the skinny old man had successfully made Fong Chun feel the aura of death. No! The skinny old man only glanced at Fong Chun, and the latter felt a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to explode. At this moment, he did not have the strength to fight back. He could not even move his body. At this moment, Fong Chun truly felt the threat of death. That fear came from the depths of his heart. Fong Chun shouted unwillingly. At this moment, he had already forgotten that the skinny old man had no intention of killing him. He only wanted him to fight on the edge of life and death. Fong Chun let out a miserable cry. He had fallen into an illusion. Fong Chun's hair was disheveled. His eyes were scarlet red. He saw himself in a battlefield. This battlefield was foul and incomparably bloody. At a glance, there were piles of bones on the battlefield. He was standing on top of a pile of bones. The entire battlefield was filled with dense, killing intent. No! Suddenly, Fong Chun saw his father, Fong Tianyu, appear on the battlefield. After that, a martial artist whose entire body was shrouded in a black aura appeared without anyone noticing. He directly launched a fierce attack on his father. Fong Tianyu was not a match for this black figure. In an instant, his chest was pierced by the black figure's spear. Fong Tianyu's body softly fell to the ground. Before he died, he looked at Fong Chun with a complicated gaze. Fong Chun wanted to save him, but he found himself unable to move. His heart was filled with helplessness. No! Fong Chun cried out miserably. He did not want to see his loved ones leave one by one. He had to work hard to change the reality in front of him. I don't believe it. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fong Chun's scarlet eyes. In the next moment, The golden heart trembled rapidly. Fang Chen's soul trembled incessantly. Rumble! Father! Fang Chun roared loudly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The white bones had completely disappeared. Standing in front of him was a skinny old man. At this moment, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. His body was still trembling. Obviously, the illusion just now was too realistic. Fang Chun was unable to break free for a while. If it was not for the golden heart, he would probably still be in the illusion. That was an illusion. After coming out of the illusion, Fang Chen's eyes were unusually cold. In his qi sea, the spiritual spirals were constantly rotating. A majestic aura was emitted from his qi sea. I want to become stronger. I don't want my loved ones to die. Fang Chun screamed in his heart. Although it was an illusion, it had touched his weakness. He did not want to see this happen. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger. With this desire to become stronger, the spiritual energy in Fang Chen's qi sea began to rotate wildly. Fang Chen's temperament was changing. In his qi sea, the second spiritual spiral was rapidly condensing. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man retracted his majestic aura. He stood quietly in the sealed space of the second level and watched Fang Chun break through. This kid's state of mind is really terrifying, the skinny old man said to himself. Others might not know, but the skinny old man knew best. The illusion just now was so powerful that even some experts in the advanced spiritual spiral realm would not be able to extricate themselves from it. Fang Chun, on the other hand, had relied on his own willpower to wake up from the terrifying illusion. Moreover, he had used it to break through. This kind of genius was considered top-notch, even in the water god sect back in the day. Of course, the skinny old man was referring to his potential. As for his strength, Fang Chen's strength was nothing. At this moment, Fang Chun closed his eyes. The surrounding power of heaven and earth surged into his body. The second spiritual spiral in his qi sea was gradually forming. As long as the spiritual spiral began to form, it was only a matter of time before it formed. The skinny old man looked at Fang Chun with a smile on his face. In fact, when he had released that despairing aura, he had already broken the rules. However, if he could create a peerless expert, it did not matter even if he broke the rules. According to the rules of the Heaven Pagoda, the strength of the clone on the second level was at most comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. However, with the strength of the third level of the spiritual spiral realm, it was obviously impossible to put Fang Chun in a life-threatening situation. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the skinny old man finally chose to help Fang Chun. "Young man, I hope you can become a peerless expert in the future," the skinny old man said softly. 2 hours later, Fang Chun's qi sea let out a loud explosion. In the next moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying golden light. Second level of the spiritual spiral realm. Fang Chun stared at his qi sea and realized that there were two spiritual spirals floating side by side in his qi sea, rotating quietly. Forming the second spiritual spiral meant that he had stepped into the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. There was a huge difference between the first and second level of the spiritual spiral realm. Fang Chun finally understood. Now he felt that his entire body was filled with strength. He calmed himself down and raised his head to look at the skinny old man. At this moment, the latter was sizing him up with a smile. "Not bad." The skinny old man only said 2 words. "Thank you, senior." Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked him. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. If not for the skinny old man's help, Fang Chun would have needed a period of time to break through to the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. "This is your own effort. I just helped you along the way," the skinny old man said. No matter what, Fang Chun was very grateful to the skinny old man. "Since you have broken through to the second level of the spiritual spiral realm, you have passed the test of the second level," the skinny old man said with a smile. "Huh?" Fang Chun was a little surprised. Was he not going to fight anymore? "After fighting with you for so long, I naturally know your combat power. Although you're only at the second level of the spiritual spiral realm, your true combat power is definitely comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. There is no need to fight, the skinny old man said. Chapter 652. Thank you, Senior. Fong Chun cupped his hands in thanks to the skinny old man. Although he didn't know who the skinny old man was, Fong Chun guessed that he was most likely a powerhouse of the Water God sect. Since you've successfully passed the second floor's test, you can choose any of the inheritances on the second floor. The skinny old man smiled. Fong Chen's eyes blazed. The Water God sect was an ancient sect. The inheritances within the sect must be extraordinary. Moreover, he could choose any of these inheritances. Crash! As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, 8 yellow mats appeared in the sealed space of the second floor. Each mat had a completely different aura. Fong Chun guessed that these should be the 8 great inheritances on the second floor. However, what kind of inheritances were these 8 great inheritances? Fong Chun wasn't in a hurry to choose an inheritance. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the skinny old man. He wanted to ask the skinny old man a question. This question had always been hidden in his heart. Senior, Fong Chun said hesitantly, I know what you want to ask. The answer can wait until you accept the inheritance. The skinny old man waved his hand and said in a low voice. This time, the skinny old man's clone didn't disappear. He just smiled at Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded and walked in front of the 8 mats. On these 8 mats, there are 8 different inheritances. They were all passed down by the upper echelons of the Water God sect. If any of these inheritances were placed in the outside world, it would cause a sensation. Choose carefully, the skinny old man reminded him. Fong Chun nodded and walked to the first mat. As soon as he sat on the first mat, a strong wind blew out. This wind contained an extremely obscure aura. Fong Chun guessed that this first inheritance should be related to the concept of wind. After carefully sensing it, Fong Chun shook his head and stood up. He walked to the second mat. Not every inheritance should be accepted. A cultivator should choose the inheritance that was most suitable for them. The concept of wind inheritance was of no use to Fong Chun, so he directly gave up on it. Fong Chun sat on 8 prayer mats in a row. In the end, he was surprised to discover that besides the inheritance of the concept of water on the 8th prayer mat, the inheritances of the other 7 prayer mats didn't have much to do with him. Fong Chun glanced at the skinny old man and finally sat on the 8th futon. Seeing this, the skinny old man nodded as if everything was within his expectations. Fong Chun sat on the 8th futon. Suddenly, the rich concept of water surged into his body, and the information of the inheritance drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fong Chun fell into a state of epiphany. I hope you can fully accept the 8th legacy, the skinny old man said with a smile. If Fong Chun could accept the 8th inheritance, perhaps he could try that thing. However, the most important thing now was to wait for Fong Chun to accept the inheritance. Time passed by slowly. Because Fong Chun had the 3rd minor realm of the concept of water, it was exceptionally easy for him to accept the 8th legacy. In just one day, he had completely accepted the 8th legacy. The rest of the time was to joke about the inheritance and improve his cultivation. Half a month later, Fong Chun had digested most of the inheritance. At this time, his concept of water had risen to the complete realm. This made Fong Chun very happy. Seeing that Fong Chun's concept of water had reached the complete realm, the skinny old man's face also revealed a smile. After another half a month, Fong Chun had completely accepted the 8th legacy. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes. Congratulations, the skinny old man said with a smile. Fong Chun's face was full of smiles. He stood up and cupped his hands at the skinny old man. After entering the Water God sect, he had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation reached the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, but even his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Of course, because he had accepted the 8th legacy, his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Naturally, his level 6 cultivation technique, the flowing water sword technique, had also reached the transformation realm. The transformation realm level 6 sword technique was even more powerful. One sword strike could shock the world. Now, Fong Chun's overall strength was enough to fight against a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. With such strength, he was fully qualified to be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, or even the top 5. Of course, no one in the outside world knew of Fong Chen's strength. "Senior, how do I get out?" Fong Chen asked. After spending 3 months in the Water God sect, he had finally accepted the inheritance completely. His strength had increased to the limit, so it was time to get out. There were still 2 months before the bloody battle space closed. During this time, Fong Chen wanted to strive to be in the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. If possible, he also wanted to fight for the first place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, this was not an easy thing to do. "Kid," the skinny old man wanted to say something, but stopped. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It was the first time Fong Chen had seen the skinny old man reveal such an expression. He asked doubtfully, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing this, the skinny old man said, "Kid, actually, I've been helping you with all my strength because I'm a little selfish." "Oh, what does Senior want me to do?" Fong Chen asked. Fong Chen was very touched that the skinny old man was willing to help him like this. Therefore, when he learned that the skinny old man wanted him to do something, he directly asked. Under the Water God sect, there is an ancient beast king suppressed. This beast king went crazy during cultivation and became deranged. Back then, it went on a killing spree. In the end, it was suppressed by the Water God sect. However, not long ago, the seal suppressing this beast king seemed to have loosened a little. If this beast king escapes here, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, the skinny old man said. Hearing this, Fong Chen asked, "Senior, what do you need me to do?" "Help me completely wipe out this beast king's life force," the skinny old man said. Fong Chen was startled and immediately said, "Senior, if even you can't deal with this beast king, then I'm not worth mentioning." The skinny old man waved his hand and said, "I can't deal with this beast king." "Why is that?" Fong Chen clearly felt that the monstrous aura released by the skinny old man had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. Fong Chen guessed that the skinny old man was a true martial realm expert. Even a true martial realm expert couldn't deal with this beast king. Wasn't Fong Chen a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, courting death by going to deal with it? Although Fong Chen was grateful to the skinny old man, he wouldn't blindly send himself to his death. "Because my real body has fallen into a deep sleep," the skinny old man said sadly when he mentioned this matter. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. His real body had fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Seeing Fong Chen's expression, he knew what Fong Chen was thinking. The skinny old man seemed to recall the events of the past and slowly said, "The battle that year directly led to the destruction of the Water God sect. My real body was also severely injured and fell into a deep sleep." Speaking of this, the skinny old man paused for a moment and then said, "An eternal deep sleep." An eternal deep sleep was no different from death. Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. "Senior," Fong Chen asked doubtfully, "my real body is no different from death. The only 2 clones left are guarding the Heaven Tower, waiting for the fated person to arrive," the skinny old man said. "The reason why I want you to eliminate the life of the Beast King is not only because it will bring disaster to the entire ancient sword continent once it escapes. There's an even more important reason, and that's because my true body might have a chance at survival," the skinny old man said with a deep voice. Fong Chen's mouth was agape, but he was unable to say anything. The skinny old man's words had completely shocked him. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the skinny old man's ears. "Water God, long time no see." Fong Chen was stunned when he heard this voice. It was clearly Ancestor Bronze's voice. Did he know the skinny old man? Then why hadn't Ancestor Bronze told him on the first floor? "Who is it?" the skinny old man asked in a low voice. "Water God, it's been so long. Have you even forgotten me?" Ancestor Bronze continued. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python's sword and could not appear, so he could only communicate with the skinny old man. "It's you. You're still alive." At this moment, the skinny old man finally recognized Ancestor Bronze's voice and cried out involuntarily. "Ancestor Bronze, you're actually still alive," the skinny old man cried out excitedly. Ancestor Bronze was also an expert from the ancient times and had known the skinny old man since the ancient times. I'm only left with a remnant consciousness, and I'm barely alive, Ancestor Bronze sighed and said. The two of them could be considered good friends in the past. Now, one of them was reduced to at least a remnant consciousness, while the other's real body was in an eternal slumber, leaving behind only two clones, one of which had already dissipated. Bronze, I didn't expect to meet you here. The skinny old man revealed a smile on his face. After such a long time, to be able to meet a familiar face was a great joy in life. Of course, the skinny old man was even more shocked that Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was residing in Fong Chen's body. One had to know that Ancestor Bronze was an extremely arrogant warrior in the past. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could catch his eye. Water God, I didn't expect that even your Water God sect would be destroyed, Ancestor Bronze said. Fong Chen was shocked. The skinny old man in front of him was the sect master of the Water God sect, the Water God. He was a peerless expert from the same era as Ancestor Bronze. Yes, things have changed with the passage of time. Those old farts from the past are now either dead or in deep slumber. No matter how powerful a warrior is, they will eventually turn into a pile of dirt with the passage of time. The Water God sighed. Chapter 653. You two know each other? After recovering from his shock, Fong Chen licked his dry lips and asked in a low voice. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the Water God looked at Fong Chen and nodded. Kid, I'm the Water God that Bronze mentioned. I'm also the sect master of the Water God sect. We are warriors of the same era, so of course we know each other. Fong Chen, if you can, please help the Water God, Ancestor Bronze said. His remnant consciousness was residing in the Python sword. With the energy provided by Fong Chen, it was fine for the time being. Perhaps one day, when Fong Chen's strength reached an unprecedented height in the ancient sword continent, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. The Water God was different. His true body was in eternal slumber. Once this clone dissipated, he would completely disappear from this space. Ancestor Bronze naturally hoped that Fong Chen could help the Water God, if possible. Ancestor, don't worry. Senior Water God has helped me so much. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help, Fong Chen said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the Water God smiled and said, Bronze, let's talk later. Let's get down to business first. After saying that, the Water God grabbed Fong Chen's body and disappeared from the Heaven Pagoda. In the next moment, Fong Chen realized that he was already high up in the sky. Strong winds blew past him. This is the sky above the Water God sect. Look down, the Water God said. When Fong Chen heard this, he lowered his head and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were 4 cities under his feet. These 4 cities were the 4 main cities of the Water God sect. At first, Fong Chen didn't notice anything. However, when he looked at it for the second time, he finally discovered the mystery of the location of the 4 main cities. The 4 cities were located in the Water God sect, according to different rules. This seems to be the Chimin Duanjia technique. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He wasn't sure what it was. In any case, the location of the 4 cities was a little strange. As expected of a genius recognized by Bronze, he was able to see the abnormalities in the 4 cities with a single glance. That's right. Back then, in order to suppress the Beast King who had turned into a demon, the 4 cities were specially built. The 4 cities vaguely formed a seal that suppressed the Beast King. The Water God nodded and said. Fong Chen instantly came to a realization after hearing this. Presumably, the Beast Kings were being suppressed under the 4 great cities. Senior, with my strength, can I kill a Beast King? Asked Fong Chen. That Beast King has been suppressed for such a long time that its spiritual sense is about to collapse. At this time, its weakest point is its spiritual sense. As long as you can destroy its spiritual sense, you can completely kill it, the skinny old man said. Then, Fong Chen wanted to ask, but was stopped by the Water God with a wave of his hand. I know what you want to ask. You also know that this is a clone of mine. Although it can release an aura that surpasses the spiritual vortex realm, its true battle strength is only at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. Once the clone collapses, I will completely disappear. The reason why I ask for your help is because if you take action, there's at least an 80% chance of success, said the water god. 80%? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The water god nodded and said, "You are a formation grandmaster. You can set up the void plundering formation. This is a great advantage for you." Fang Chen nodded and said, "I will try my best." Fang Chen's true battle strength had indeed surpassed the water god's clone. Furthermore, Fang Chen could set up a black-level formation casually. Altogether, it was very likely that he could wipe out the Beast King's spiritual sense. "Wait a moment. I will open a sliver of the seal and send you underground. When you enter, the Beast King will definitely reject you. But don't worry. Once you enter, set up the formation and stabilize yourself first." The water god said, "Once you are no match for it, just crush this jade pendant and I will send you out immediately." As the water god said this, he gave Fang Chen a jade pendant. "Fang Chen, be careful. When you set up the void plundering formation, use purple crystals directly," reminded Ancestor Bronze. Hearing the words purple crystals, the water god's eyes burned and he hurriedly asked, "You have purple crystals?" Fang Chen was taken aback and immediately nodded, saying, "I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some." "Ha! You actually have purple crystals. This way, our plan will be flawless. Even the heavens are helping me." The water god was extremely excited and did not have the temperament of a grandmaster at all. However, Fang Chen could understand. His true body was in eternal slumber and he had finally found a glimmer of hope. He was naturally overjoyed. Fang Chen looked at the water god in confusion. Purple crystals are ores from the outer realms. The energy contained within is extremely great. When you set up the void plundering formation, the Beast King's spiritual sense will definitely crazily absorb the energy within your formation. When that happens, your formation will not be able to maintain itself. If you use purple crystals to set up the formation, its energy will be too great. If the Beast King crazily absorbs it, it will directly cause its spiritual sense to explode, said the water god happily. Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. Since that was the case, it was time to begin. "Get ready," said the water god. Seeing that Fang Chen was ready, the water god waved his hand, and the four cities below began to slowly move. A crack appeared on the ground, and a ferocious aura instantly spread out. Fang Chen could faintly hear a frenzied roar of rage. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a huge suction force pulling his body. Following that, he found himself in a pitch-black space. "I'm in." Fang Chen carefully observed his surroundings and found that it was pitch black and filled with an evil aura. Roar! Fang Chen could hear the deafening roar of a beast. He did not hesitate to set up the void plundering formation. Purple crystals flew out of the interspatial ring and landed on the pitch-black ground. Instantly, purple light intertwined and the void plundering formation was formed. Hiss! As soon as the void plundering formation was formed, Fang Chen discovered that a strong suction force was absorbing the energy within the formation. Fang Chen was delighted when he saw this. As expected, said Fang Chen to himself. He could clearly feel that there was a weak aura underground. This should be the Beast King's spiritual sense. After so many years, the suppressed Beast King had become weaker and weaker. Fang Chen quietly observed his surroundings from within the formation. An hour later, the suction force disappeared. The void plundering formation shook and was about to collapse due to the lack of energy. It was at this moment that a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from the dark underground. Roar! It was the Beast King's roar. At this moment, its spiritual sense was filled with the energy of the purple crystal, and it seemed like it was about to explode. The Beast King was unwilling to give up, but the energy of the purple crystal was not something it could withstand. Crash! It was at this moment that the void plundering formation instantly shattered. Fang Chen saw the huge body of a demonic beast in the depths of the underground. There was a huge head on the demonic beast body. At this moment, Cracks appeared on the head. It was obvious that the energy of the purple crystal had caused it to explode. "Attack the head," commanded Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and displayed the flowing water sword technique at the great success stage. He activated the power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and attacked the huge head. Swoosh! 64 water ripples appeared in the dark underground. They carried a majestic sword intent and pierced into the huge head. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the head. The cracks widened, and the Beast King's spiritual sense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. "Humans," a broken voice came from the huge head. "Cooperate with me and unify the world." The Beast King wanted to persuade Fang Chun, but it was obviously impossible. "Go to hell," Fang Chun growled, and the power of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm exploded. The cold hidden star sword stabbed into the Beast King's head. Crack! The Beast King's head was already cracked. When it was stabbed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword, it instantly exploded. Bang! A majestic aura shot out from the Beast King's exploded head and hit Fang Chen directly. The latter's body was instantly sent flying. Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. He felt that his bones were about to shatter. He got up and looked at the Beast King's head. He realized that the Beast King's spiritual sense had completely disappeared. The Beast King's body was also gradually collapsing. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Beast King had completely disappeared from this space. A heart floated in the dark underground. It was the Beast King's heart. The Beast King's heart is also a good thing. "Keep it and give it to the little mouse," Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and kept the Beast King's heart. At this time, he crushed the jade pendant. On the ground, the water god had been waiting anxiously for news. Suddenly, the jade pendant emitted a bright light. He did not hesitate to send Fang Chen out. "How is it?" the water god asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, "The Beast King has completely disappeared." Hearing this, the water god's face was filled with excitement. "Ah, that's great." The water god was very excited. The Beast King had completely disappeared. This meant that his real body had a glimmer of hope to wake up from his eternal slumber. Chapter 655. He had killed a top-array grandmaster with a single move. This shocked all the martialists in the city. Among them, some of the martialists knew Fang Chun. However, the current Fang Chun gave them a very strange feeling. He was terrifying. With a simple slash of his sword, he had directly split the priest in half. Fang Chun ignored the shock of the crowd and turned to leave. The moment the priest died, two figures suddenly rushed in from outside the city. They had just sensed a majestic aura in the city. They guessed that someone was fighting. The first thing they thought of was the priest. Immediately, their figures flashed and flew directly towards the city. "Priest!" As soon as they entered the city, they saw the priest who had been split in half. They shouted loudly. Fang Chun turned his head and saw that it was Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. His eyes flickered and he stopped in his tracks. "I don't care who you are. How dare you kill the priest? I want you dead." Jin Zhong roared angrily. He saw Fang Chen's back and did not recognize Fang Chun. A strong aura surged around him, and he was ready to kill Fang Chun. However, just as he finished speaking, Fang Chun suddenly turned around with a disdainful look on his face as he looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. "It's you." Obviously, Jin Zhong was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had killed the priest would be Fang Chun. His pupils shrank, and he immediately seemed to think of something. He immediately shouted, "Run!" If it had been someone else, he would still have had the strength to fight. However, he did not have the courage to fight against an array grandmaster. Moreover, Fang Chun seemed to have had an opportunity at this moment. He felt a dangerous aura. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, Hong Wu's delicate body also flashed in an instant. In the next moment, the two of them directly rushed out of the city. "Stay!" Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Suddenly, a shocking sword light slashed towards Jin Zhong at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Jin Zhong and Hong Wu's speed was still a little too slow. Fang Chen's life-demanding sword light, which carried an extremely majestic aura, pierced towards the two of them. No! Jin Zhong sensed the danger. He roared unwillingly, but it was to no avail. Pucci! In the end, the shocking sword light pierced into Jin Zhong's body, causing him to lose all signs of life. While Jin Zhong was killed by the sword light, Hong Wu's figure flashed. She used blood escape technique and disappeared from the city. Fang Chun, Luo Zhongtian, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong's words. Jin Zhong was Hong Wu's, Luo's, Luo Luo, Luo, Luo was Luo. However, if she wanted to escape, so be it. Fang Chen didn't care about a mere Hong Wu. Even if it was the Luo Zhongtian she spoke of, the current Fang Chun still had the strength to fight against him. The martialists in the city retreated one after another, afraid that they would provoke Fang Chun. The strength that Fang Chun had displayed was too strong. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. However, while everyone was still in shock, Fang Chun suddenly received a piece of news. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately left the city. In a few days, the news that Fang Chun had killed the priest and Jin Zhong had spread throughout the bloody battle space. Countless martialists were shocked when they heard the news. The priest was an array grandmaster, and Jin Zhong was a powerhouse on the Hidden Dragon list. However, he had actually been killed by an unknown martialist. Some people rejoiced when they heard the news, while others were shocked. Of course, there were also some people who were furious. However, this was nothing to Fang Chun. At this moment, he was rushing to the place where the little mouse was at full speed. A few days later, Fang Chun arrived at a plain. On the plain, there were two groups of demonic beasts confronting each other. One of them was led by the little mouse. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Fang Chun's arrival, the little mouse smiled and said. Fang Chun nodded and asked, "What's going on?" There were many ancient beasts behind the little mouse. These were the races that the little mouse had conquered in the past few months. The little mouse's current power was also very large. When the ancient beasts heard the little mouse call this human martialist boss, their eyes changed slightly and they fell into deep thought. On the other hand, the little mouse pointed at the group of ancient beasts and said, "Boss, I received news that the old faker from the Banksian shoe encountered some trouble. I originally wanted to leave my subordinates to help, but they intercepted us halfway. I was worried about the old faker's safety, so I sent a message to you." After hearing the little mouse's explanation, Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the opposite side. The ancient beasts standing opposite the little mouse were the lizard race. The lizard king was at the front, and behind him were countless members of the lizard race. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the little mouse's side. What a joke! A dignified ancient beast actually recognizes a human as its boss, the lizard king said coldly with disdain. The lizard king was the most tyrannical ancient beast in the north of the bloody battle space. The lizard race that it led was also the most powerful race in the north. Their territory was very wide, but not long ago, the lizard king received news that a little mouse had appeared out of nowhere. He first led the flying rat race, then the tiger race. Later on, he led the two races to destroy the blazing fire golden leopard race. In these few months, the little mouse led his subordinates to war in the north and south, constantly expanding their territory. The little mouse invaded the lizard race's territory. At first, the lizard king looked down on the little mouse, thinking that they were just a bunch of mobs. But later on, the little mouse occupied a large amount of territory and was comparable to the lizard race. Only then did the lizard king realize that he had underestimated the little mouse. He knew that the lizard race and the little mouse would eventually fight, so he had been secretly investigating the little mouse. Today's attack was premeditated. This time, the lizard king wanted to completely destroy this potential threat. The little mouse's strength was obviously not as strong as the lizard king. So, after being stopped by the lizard king, it did not resist. Instead, it called for its boss, Fang Chun. "You ugly lizard, get out of the way," Fang Chun said directly. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the ancient beasts on the little mouse's side all laughed. They had lived in the north for so long and did not dare to call the lizard king ugly. They did not expect the little mouse's boss to dare say that. After the Lizard King heard this, he was furious and roared, "Brat, do you want to die? With your strength, you can't kill me," Fong Chen said casually. The Lizard King's strength was only comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. The current Fong Chen did not take him seriously. As long as he was not a genius at the peak of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm, Fong Chen could easily deal with him. "Since you want to die, then I'll let you die without a burial ground." The Lizard King roared angrily and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Fong Chen. "Wait," Fong Chen said. "What are you doing?" the Lizard King asked coldly. "How about this? Let's make a bet." Fong Chen's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile as he said, "What bet?" the Lizard King said impatiently. "If you lose, take your lizard race and submit to it," Fong Chen said as he pointed at the little mouse behind him. "In your dreams, I will never lose," the Lizard King roared. "What if you lose?" Fong Chen had a playful smile on his face. The Lizard King's eyes flashed as he carefully sized up Fong Chen. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "You really want to bet with me?" Fong Chen nodded. The Lizard King laughed and said, "Since you want to bet, then I'll bet with you. If I lose, then I'll do as you say. If you lose, then this stupid rat will take his subordinates and submit to me. How about that?" Before Fong Chen could speak, the little mouse directly nodded in agreement. It had already secretly communicated with Fong Chen earlier, so it had a new understanding of Fong Chen's strength. It believed that Fong Chen could win. "Boss, you're too careless," the Flying Rat King hurriedly said. "There were more than 10 races here. It would be fine if they won, but what if they lost? Their fates would be controlled by a human martial artist." This feeling was very unpleasant. To put it bluntly, they did not believe in Fong Chen's strength. "That's right, boss. If we lose, then all our efforts over the past few months would have been wasted," the Tiger King also reminded. The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King were the first kings to submit to the little mouse. Therefore, they had the most say in the little mouse's camp. Hearing their words, the other kings also nodded and supported the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Seeing this, the little mouse turned around and looked at the crowd. "I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you with certainty that we will not lose this battle." After the little mouse finished speaking, it did not allow anyone to question it. It directly turned its head and looked at the Lizard King. "I hope you can keep your promise." Hearing the little mouse's words, the Lizard King also grinned. It did not believe that this seemingly weak human martial artist could be that strong. "Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident," the Lizard King said coldly. In the next moment, its body quickly moved forward. Dense killing intent surged from its body as it attacked Fong Chen. As the Lizard King moved forward, its large claws fiercely swung at Fong Chen. It carried a majestic aura. Once hit, even if one did not die, they would be severely injured. After the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King saw the Lizard King's attack, their faces became extremely gloomy.